This story begins in the county of Jignan, the province of Shanxi. On one of the city streets there is a hospital. The healer, touching the elder's forehead with the fingers of the forehead, informs him that the tumor is growing. He is interested in how his well-being has recently. The patient complains that his head hurts even more than before, but still, you can endure. Taking a sip from piala, the elder asks the doctor to tell him everything honestly. He is interested. How much does he have to live? The healer replies that his qi still supports the vessels, but soon the pain will come from which you can lose his mind. Once he simply will not wake up. The doctor escorts him to the exit. Saying goodbye to him, the elder says that he does not see the meaning in the future treatment. He thanks the doctor of the juice for everything that he did for him. Leaving, the man invites the doctor to dinner at the house of the Liu family, while he is still alive. The interlocutor is somewhat confused and upset by his words. He looks after the removing old man. Elder Liu Jinshan, as if feeling his gaze, without looking back, waves his hand. Bowing in a respectful bow, the Dr. Juice asks him to take care of his health. Passing under the flowering sakura and watching the petals flying in the air, the man thinks that he should complete his affairs. He recalls his youth, the time when his strong hand squeezed the spear, and he boldly opposed the enemies. All the happy moments in his life come in his head. So he holds a little son in the arms of, and a smiling wife stands nearby. Then he, as if in reality, sees how a grown son learns to control the spear. Now his son will lead his precious family, and then his grandchildren will continue his business. The elder recalls the little handle of her grandson in her hand. They are watching a son and a daughter-in-law holding a baby in the arms. Liu Jinshan does not regret anything except one thing. He will not see how his granddaughter Salt grows. She is a special girl born with the body of immortal integrity. The elder reflects that the girl is a talented child who will bring their family greatness and glory to their family. With these thoughts, he approaches the gates of the mansion, behind which something is clearly something wrong. Red toxic energy literally oozes from due to the wings. The old man is surprised and in a hurry to come closer. With horror, he understands that he feels the smell of blood. Voices are heard near the estate. Someone is interested. What is going on here? They answer him. Namely, when the patriarch left the house, everything happened. Pouring the crowd, he screams to be missed. His eyes are filled with pain and misunderstanding. A voice addressing him is heard nearby. But the old man cannot take his eyes off the terrible picture that opened his eyes. The courtyard is full of dead bodies. In the puddles of blood are men who tried to protect the house. He looks at the yard, but there are dead people everywhere, among whom are the female bodies. The old man is bewildered by men by name, asking, "What happened here?" He leaning over the body of the daughter-in-law, begging her to wake up, but no one answers him, and the elder understands. Everyone is killed. Without looking away from a dead woman embracing a child, he wonders who could commit such a crime. Tears hail over the face of the elder Hale. He lost everything. People shocked by this spectacle are confused. They do not understand who could do this, because the family Liu never had enemies. The elder, distraught with grief, puts a knife to his throat. Screams are heard. "Stop it!" People are running to the old man standing on his knees, begging him not to do this. One of the men says, "If he does it, then who will take revenge on his family?" Liu Jinshan thinks, who can take revenge on the weak old man? He is sure that it is useless. He prefers to die now to reunite with his family. Suddenly, children's crying reacts to his hearing. The elder takes off the lid from the wooden tub and looks inside. He sees Salt crying granddaughter. The old man cannot believe his eyes. Sobbing, he calls her by name. He takes the baby in his arms. Salt is alive. Clutching his granddaughter to himself, Liu Jinshan rushes into the house. He thinks, probably those who wanted to exterminate his family did it. He is sure that they will return when they find out that the girl is still alive. Screams are heard in the crowd. The youngest granddaughter is alive. Someone says apparently, her mother managed to hide her before death. An old man comes out of the house. In his hands he holds a spear. The girl comfortably settled on his back in a piece of fabric, folded like a cradle. He turns to the inhabitants of Jininyan, saying that he has the last request for them. He asks them to help him bury his family. He would like to do it on his own, but he needs to leave immediately. He swears before the people and heaven that before he strokes the sacred spear of the family of the enemies that destroyed them, he will not die. The elder looks around the courtyard, dotted with corpses of people dear to him. Holding the sobs, he asks for forgiveness from them. Liu Jinshan is rapidly rushing through the air without touching the earth. He thinks that for a couple of decades, he has not enjoyed the art of facilitating the body. Each cell of his body literally screams in pain. But gripping his teeth tightly, he thinks that they should survive. The old man barely manages to evade an unexpected attack. The striker's sword passes a few centimeters from his face. A thought flashes in his head. An ambush. Performing an incredible somersault, the old man understands that the enemy, although fast, is quite primitive. Standing a foot with his foot, Liu Jinshan thinks that he has a long way, so you need to deal with him as quickly as possible. The striker is trying to close his hands from the blow that threatens him. But then, with surprise, he sees that the old man lies on the ground. Trying to get up, the elder thinks. It seems he heard his spine broke. He considers it not surprising that his body is no longer able to withstand combat receptions. Looking around, he sees a man approaching him, holding a blade in both hands. The old man is just furious. If he was 10 years younger, this arrears would be dead. He understands that he must protect Salt at all costs. If the friends of this person catch up with them, then things will become even bad. The enemy is surprised to see that the elder rose and is trying to run away. He rushes in pursuit, wanting to deal with the old man and child as soon as possible. It's hard to run to the elder. It seems to him that all the bones are hurt. Looking around, Liu Jinshan screams, calling for a man's conscience. He is a mercenary, but is there nothing human in him? How can he pursue an old man and a newborn child? The enemy's blade flies between the hand and the body of the elder. Mentally showering the enemy's insults, the old man understands that he will no longer be able to run, so he has only one way out. If he does not fight the mercenary with one blow, then they will end. He turns face to the man pursuing them. The enemy is rapidly approaching. Raising the spear, the old man thinks that he has only one chance. Liu Jinshan is collecting more air in the chest. He uses the appliances of a lion roar. Behind it follows the first technique of spears of the Liu family. Then, a rapid bright flash, and the spear pierces the enemy. The power of the blow throws a man far back. His body hits the trunk of a tree. The old man, looking at him, tries to take his breath. He approaches the enemy's wooded spear. The elder gives a mercenary slap in the face and reminds him that he asked not to pursue them. Tearing a mask from him, the old man thinks that he does not know him, but he needs to find out who sent him. Although he is unlikely to answer his questions, such as he preferred to commit suicide when they are captured. Looking at the dragon man tattooed on the neck, the elder wonders, is this tattoo the only information that he will receive from him? Liu Jinshan turns to his granddaughter, saying that she was probably scared, but she should not be afraid. He promises that grandfather will protect her. Salt smiles and reaches for him. The night came. The starry sky hangs over the mountain peak. A thin stream of smoke from the fire that the old man spread up. Having comfortably arranged the baby at the trunk of a fallen tree, he prepares a late dinner in the pot. Stirring a spoon of brew, the old man says that she was probably very hungry and asks her to wait a bit. He thinks that he stole a little cow's milk and kitchen utensils in the village that came in their way. He never stole in his life. Truly, his old age is full of sorrow. The old man holds out a bowl to his granddaughter, saying that he boiled milk and now you can drink it. The baby drinks him with pleasure, and then, stroking the rounded tummy, squints quite and licks his lips. The elder flows the baby through the hair. He thinks that for her is ready for anything. Piercing pain makes him drop a bowl and grab his head. The tumor reminded of herself. He never had such a terrible headache. Having fallen to his knees, and clutching his head with his hands, the old man screams wildly. He recalls the words of the doctor, who said that soon such a pain will come to him, from which you can lose his mind, and once he simply won't wake up. The old man whispers, "No, but how is Salt?" The elder recalls the bag that the doctor gave him then. He put him in front of him, and the old man was surprised. He just said that the medicines would no longer help. He replied that it was poison. It is designed to irritate the nervous system. The doctor advised to use one poison against another. He will inhibit the tumor and extend his life. The healer asked him to take it for an extreme case. Liu Jinshan understands that from pain he loses his mind. He knows this poison. With its help, the captives are tortured. It causes terrible pain and does not kill. Even a strong master of martial arts will experience such torment, as if his body is tearing into pieces. The old man examines the pill. He understands. If he does not accept the poison now, he will just die. The pain makes him writhe on the ground and scream. The baby begins to cry. Looking at the girl pulling the pens to him, he thinks that he should not die. He has no right to this. He cannot leave her alone. The elder throws a pill in his mouth. Having swallowed it, he understands that this is poisonous qui. It seems to him that he simply can't stand it anymore. His body emits a wave of hellish pain. When he opens his eyes, he sees clouds. The sun shines brightly. He asks the question, how much time has passed? Lying on the ground, the old man understands. Fortunately, the poisonous Q was resolved. The elder thinks he is still alive. Looking at the pills scattered along the grass, he thinks, It is not known when he will be overtaken by another attack of pain. He understands that he will not be able to survive endlessly, poisoning himself toxic qi. Turning his head, Liu Jinshan sees a sleeping baby nearby. He must live so that Salt is safe. Relieved removing the shirt, he thinks that he must make his body so that it can heal the tumor and protect the granddaughter from trouble. Sitting in the lotus pose, it plunges into the technique of restructuring the body, which implies the transformation of bones and muscle frame so that the body is better adapted to martial arts. He knows, to do this, you need to unlock Muladhara and Sahasrara, and this requires the amount of ki in 180 years. Concentrating energy in his palms, he thinks that he has ki for 150 years. What can he do with such a body? Dressing the shirt, the old man sighs. If he trains, then it will take years or even decades. The elder is on the way again. The girl comfortably settled behind him and sleeps. He used to say that he did not regret anything. But now, he has a goal. He, Liu Jinshan, grandfather Li Sol, should not die. A small village spread at the foot of the mountains. In the thickening twilight, light lights up in the windows. The tired elder, crazy along the road, thinks that the last 2 days he ate only roots. He rejoices that they finally went to the village. Liu Jinshan, looking back at the granddaughter, asks, "Is she hungry?" He promises that since they were lucky to be in the village, they will soon eat well. The appetizing smell has reached the old man. Near the fire, on which Chan stands, 3 raggers are located. They rejoice that even for such a drive, like them, a happy day has come. Finally, each of them will get the chicken, and they will be able to satisfy their hunger. A man stirring a preparation dish sighs. How long they have not eaten so. The voice of the elder, enthusiastic about the aroma coming from the boiler. One of the tramps asks, "Who is he?" He replies that he is just a hungry wanderer. Liu Jinshan understands that people by the bonfire belong to the beggars sect. He thinks that, judging by the nodes on the belts, one is a student of the 1st rank, the other 2 are students of the 2nd rank. He believes that he will not only eat well, but also receive valuable information. The elder politely asks them to share a bowl of soup with an old man. One of the vagabonds says he never thought that he would live until the day when he would have to whine on their beggarly food. A friend echoes him, saying that the old man has no conscience at all if he is going to rob the beggars. But the 3rd man covers his mouth with his hand and politely offers the elder to sit around the fire. He assures that people from a sect of beggars are not any miser. Planting, Liu Jinshan thanks the tramp. He says that he very respects the sect of the poor and is sure that they can be trusted. Suddenly, a man engaged in the preparation of dinner exclaims that he forgot to add salt. All 3 tramps are in a hurry somewhere, saying the elder that he would wait a bit. He replies that they may not rush. The old man, looking at Chan with lust, anticipates a delicious dinner. The tramps, stepping back to a distance, decide what to do next. They recognize the elder. Men are sure that he belongs to the Liu family. The robes are expensive on him, and the child behind him. One of the tramps, who showed politeness and hospitality, offers to grab the old man. Friends are not sure. Will they be able to cope with him? They heard that he was very strong in due time, but the man insists. He says that at first glance he understood. The old man is now just a bag of bones. He is sure that he will not even get the strength to use his weapon. Clutching a bamboo club in his hand, he offers to lean on the elder and eschew on his team. The man returns to the fire, saying that it seems that they have already salted soup. He complains that his memory is very bad. His face becomes puzzled. Satisfied, the old man, eating a stew, replies that everything is fine and there are enough salt. The tramp is amazed. He cannot believe that the old man ate everything himself. Holding a bowl of a pleasing baby, the elder says that the salt also liked the broth, and they have eaten well. He, unkindly squinting at the tramp, says, "Maybe he has such a good appetite because he found villains associated with the killers of his family?" The tramp is frightened. He understands that the old man heard everything. He has a hearing, like a wolf. He calls on his friends to attack the elder, and 3 men rush to Liu Jinshan. Loosing a club, one of the poor promises to send the old man to the underworld. But with one blow of a spoon, the elder disarms him, knocking a stick out of his hands. The 2nd tramp is covered with a club, trying to strike an old man on the head. He swears dirty, but his opponent is absolutely calm. Suddenly a beggar, never reaching the goal, freezes. The blow in the forehead makes him fall to the ground. Saw with curses, the 3rd enemy attacks the elder in the jump. But Liu Jinshan, rising from his seat, easily intercepts him in flight. Holding the man by the throat tightly, does he demand that he said who sent him? He wants to know, is the sect of the poor connected with the murder of his family? The tramp prays for mercy. The elder replies that he does not care about him. If he does not speak, then he will tear him with his bare hands. One of the poor, kneeling, asks him not to blame them. They are not connected with those who attacked the Liu family. They just wanted to pass it to the alliance because he was put on the wanted list. Liu Jinshan is surprised by his words. What other alliance? He is put on the wanted list? Taking out paper from his pocket, the tramp asks him to look. The old man takes a sheet from his hands. It says that Liu Jinshan, the patriarch of the recently exterminated kind of Liu, lost his mind due to corruption of qi. He continues to read. The Alliance Murim asks everyone who found this man to arrest him and hand over to the authorities, as he is insane and kills the innocent. The old man, almost crying, is perplexed. Coming paper in a fist, he thinks. Why did the Alliance Murim issued such a slanderous decree? The first rays of the sun appear above the mountains, staining the sky in a scarlet color. Liu Jinshan, training, thinks, if someone wanted to know the story of the destruction of the House Liu, then he only had to ask the inhabitants of Jignan. But the fact that a decree on his arrest was issued means only one thing. Murim's alliance is associated with the murder of his family, or one of the higher manipulates his leadership. In this case, his enemy may be an alliance. He continues to perform exercises and reflect. Even if the next 5 years he will devote to the restructuring of his body, it is like trying to break the rock with a stone. The elder stands in front of a granite cliff, trying on where to strike. The old man's body protests and responds with pain, but he orders himself to endure. He must endure. If he finds evidence that it was Murim's alliance that killed his family, he will break this rock at all costs. He uses the technique of the Liu family, the hand of the sky and the earth, thinking that he will do this, even if he has to break the rock into millions, no, 10 million fragments. His hand touches the stone block, and that, under the influence of his strength, scattered into pieces. Looking at his hands, Liu Jinshan thinks that he is tormented by only a question. How could Murim's alliance, consisting of virtuous followers of traditional Buddhism, could do this? From his thoughts, he is distracted by an aguka of his granddaughter. Turning around to the baby, the elder asks, "Is she hungry?" Salt sits on a stump, holding a glass in his hands. The old man says that he gave her milk. Why doesn't she drink? Doesn't want. The girl pronounces, "Fee," and then he throws a glass. The elder makes just an incredible jump trying to catch him. Liu Jinshan brings a glass to her granddaughter's lips, saying that she almost poured milk. He asks her to drink rather, because she needs to eat to grow big. The baby beats his hand in a glass and cries. The old man thinks, a hooligan. Her character is like her dad. He demonstrates salt-fried meat strung on a stick and asks, does she really want his rabbit barbecue? The girl is clearly interested in his offer. She waves her hands demandingly. Grandfather wonders, how will she eat if she has not all teeth cut through? Liu Jinshan says, if the girl wants a barbecue, then let him call him a grandfather. To his great surprise, the baby is inadvertently babbling. Grandfather! Then he repeats louder and more confident, Grandfather! The old man is struck. Incredible. She is already talking. The child is growing by the day, but by the clock. He understands that this body of immortal integrity makes her so unusual. Looking at his granddaughter, he pronounces, surprisingly, just amazing. Between the rocks, the voice of the baby called grandfather flashes. Then you can hear how the old man says that he cannot give her meat, and offers to go to look for something to cook her porridge. At dusk, he goes to the village, carefully hiding his face under his hat. The elder does not know how widely the order was extended to his arrest, but he believes that it is better for him not to catch the eye of the martial arts masters. He rejoices at his luck. He met an ordinary woman. The old man stops her. She's afraid. Who is he? He asks, will a woman find food? Showing her baby, he explains that the child needs porridge. She has not eaten a couple of days. The woman tends to the girl and says, what a trouble. There is nothing to eat such a baby. She offers to feed the girl with her chest. The old man rejoices. The woman takes the girl in her arms, saying that babies need milk to grow. The old man thanks her. She asks Liu Jinshan to turn away, and he immediately fulfills her request. The elder says, they had the opportunity to meet such a good soul as she is at such an hour. His granddaughter could not eat mother's milk even before learning to eat on his own. He explains that he really does not want to steal milk and people to feed the girl, and is interested. Does the baby eat well? But no one answers him. He is worried about a woman. Hey, darling. Turning around, he sees how she runs away, pressing the girl to him. He screams, she went crazy? What is she doing? The runaway rejoices. She will be rich. She will have a lot of gold. The blow in the back makes her cry out. The old man grabs salt from her hands. He catches a woman by the scruff of the spear. Cursing, he asks, "Why did she want to steal his granddaughter?" Suddenly something attracts his attention, and surprise flashes in his eyes. On the board he sees his portrait and image of Salt. He is amazed. Even in this outback are orders about his arrest. The elder is approaching to read the text. He says that the distraught Liu Jinshan abducted the newborn girl he carries with him. The one who saves the child and delivers Muram to the Alliance is a generous reward. The old man cannot understand anything. Who needs his granddaughter? He continues to look at the ads. Liu Jinshan understands that now he should be afraid of not only warriors. Their portraits have been hung, probably already throughout Shanxi. 3 passers-by are talking. One of them says that now everywhere orders about the arrest. The other sighs. Yes, what's going on? Looking at the ads, the man continues to speak. He heard that Liu was a respected family. He believes that it would be better if the old man calmly lived his age and did not go crazy. Liu Jinshan, listening to their conversation, thinks that he always tried to live by honor. And what? He would never have thought that in the last years of his life, he would wander and shy away from people who consider him a demon and kidnapper of children. The voices of men are heard to him. One of them asks, "Did they hear that not so long ago the great family of Beck, living here nearby, was also cut out? In one night, everyone was killed." The old man recalls that this family was more numerous than their family, and they had no less great warriors than their. Liu Jinshan hears how the man says that the strangest thing is that the bodies of children have not found. People say that they saw the villains carried away the children with them. He understands that this is a mismatch. These must be the same villains who killed his relatives. Not everyone can cut such a family of great warriors as Beck in one night. He asks the question, is it really the alliance of Muram is behind this? But why? Salt pulls the pens to the face of his grandfather and calls him. He recalls, when the granddaughter was born, then people only talked about her. The daughter of the Liu family was born with a body of immortal integrity. Then the Alliance Murima sent them an elixir to strengthen Qi small salt. They gave them that for the whole Zhangyi. This is a great joy. The birth of a girl with the same constitution of the body as the Empress of the Sword, in the future, promises the appearance of another greatest expert on martial arts. The old man understands that the Alliance Murima is well aware of his granddaughter. It turns out that their goal was the extermination of all adult members of their family. They wanted to get Salt? Liu Jinshan is swearing. Even if he really gets Qi and will become a madman, his thoughts are interrupted by someone's scream. They were noticed. The man says, well, of course, he could not go far with his child in his arms. The tramps are sitting on the roof. Behind them, a gigantic figure of a man wrapped in a cloak rises. One of the poor says that in vain he left them alive. The second boasts that with them the best assassin of these edges. The giant says, as they previously agreed, he himself will bring them to the alliance. The beggars serve as well, and assure that everything will be the way he wishes. Assassin thinks, what a good luck. It is hard to believe that he can become famous so easily and quickly. But while he was happy, the old man disappeared from the field of view. Beggars and assassins do not notice a formidable figure towering behind them. The giant is perplexed. Where did the old man come? Liu Jinshan is only one thought in his head. Even if he becomes a madman, he will kill them all. The dark figure threateningly hangs over the assassin, who is himself a considerable height, but it seems 2 times less compared to it. The old man's eyes burn with red lights, his face distorts an evil grimace. He longs to kill them all. The granddaughter calls him. Beggars and assassins turn into her voice, but there is no one behind them. One of the men says he is sure that he heard something. Meanwhile, the old man rushes over the roofs of houses. He is dejected that he could not control his anger and almost received Qi. He believes that it is very stupid. It's scary to even imagine that it happened if he had not stopped in time. He would have turned into the unfortunate that the villains from the Alliance draw him. Salt calls his grandfather again. The elder asks not to be afraid of her. He will not allow this anymore. He said with tenderness that the salt is really a talisman of good luck. Liu Jinshan, rushing to the mountains, admits that his granddaughter saved him. Upon learning that the whole world is against them with Salt, the old man is forced to look for a place where no one will bother them. 2 months passed. The elder walks through the forest, carrying the baby on the back. Pointing to something in the distance, he is interested. Does this see the granddaughter? The baby looks tired and indifferent. He reports that they finally found what they need. Salt makes a joyful exclamation. Showing her a small house, he says that this is just a castle. He discovers a small garden next to the hut. The old man considers this a great success. The elder with caution looks into the home. He says, given the fact that this house will be left for a long time, It is quite clean here. Going inside, he continues to inspect. The furniture did not rot. An unexpected find causes a smile on his face. A precious jade box. He thinks, maybe there are jewelry in it that you can sell? Opening it, the old man discovers throwing needles. This makes him suggest that a master of martial arts had previously lived here. Looking at the musical instrument hanging on the wall, Liu Jinshan thinks, 7, string guchjin and throwing needles. A rather rare combination. Looking at Guchjin, the elder believes that the former owner of the house is not an ordinary person. The night came. From open windows to the street pouring light. A smiling old man brings a tray into the room with a plate standing on it. He reports that he brought porridge. He is sure that his dear granddaughter is hungry. The girl impatiently pulls her hands to him. Salt is trying to repeat after him. Halidna! The old man moved. His baby learns to speak. He feeds the girl from a spoon while praising her for a good appetite. The old man thinks, a nimble girl. She eats as well as his son once. He plunges into memories. All his life he has been engaged only in martial arts. But now he understands what work it is to raise children. And now he looks differently at his daughter-in-law, immersed in chores day and night. He really wants to return the time ago and express their admiration and gratitude. The old man recalls the dead bodies of loved ones. He never thought that one day he would forever lose the opportunity to talk to them. From thoughtfulness, his granddaughter leads him. Looking at the tears rolling down his cheeks, the baby, a carpet of words, asks, does his grandfather dance? Turning away and wiping his tears, he says that it was just smoke in his eyes when he cooked. But the girl does not calm down everything, although he assures her that she does not cry at all. The old man hastily leaves the room, saying that he forgot to extinguish the stove, and promises to return now. Salt looks at him with wide, open, surprised eyes. Sitting on a bench near the house, Liu Jinshan scolds himself. What a shame. How could he seem so weak in front of her? He suggests that perhaps he is simply tired of their restlessness and wants to settle down. When he only found out what all these villains from the Alliance Murim was planning to do with them, he could only think that revenge. But revenge will wait. Now the most important thing is to grow Salt healthy and strong. The old man returns to the house to the baby. The next day, he decides to take up the garden. The earth looks fertile, and the well is nearby. He wants to grow vegetables. The old man promises his granddaughter to grow many different vegetables for her. After a while, it straightens, and he cannot hold back a scream of pain. Oh, his back! Behind him is the voice of a girl who tries to repeat his words. Baby, ahead of being voted, Mapina. Liu Jinshan immediately forgets about pain. His granddaughter is on his legs. He reaches out to her and asks her to try to approach her grandfather. Salt takes an uncertain step towards him, and, unable to resist the legs, rushes to the ground. Grandfather manages to catch her. He says that she is an incredible child. She is already talking and walking. He asks, the girl wants to play with him in the house, and she happily agrees. Having hands, they slowly go to the hut. With the onset of night, the elder puts the baby to sleep. Looking at her, he thinks that she is very tired of walking today. It seems to him that the granddaughter looks in a dream, like a little bodhisattva. Clutching a spear in his hands, he decides to feed the girl tomorrow with meat and goes hunting. He rapidly moves between the trees, thinking that in the darkness of animals, a flare is even more aggravated. He decides to quickly comb the forest with the help of a lightweight body. Stopping near the tree, the old man thinks that somewhere here a large deer wanders here. If he does not cope with him, then he can ruin his beds. The elder decides to follow his marks and find him. It is only necessary to be careful not to attract predators. He notices people ahead. It surprises him. Where are they here? The old man thought that besides them, nobody in these mountains. The big man asks the men who stand in front of him rather quiet, compared to him, men. Why are they late? And what is it with their faces? Did they collect tribute from merchants? Liu Jinshan is unpleasantly surprised by what he heard. Is this mountain the refuge of the bandits? Meanwhile, the big man is interested. Where are the rest? One of the men reports that the merchants were guarded, and they turned out to be soldiers of the sectols. The second adds, Taoist monks. The big man asks, so their brothers were killed by these villains? They answer in the affirmative, and ask them to forgive. They report that they also managed to kill one Taos. They learned that it was a student of the sect in the second generation. The big man hangs over him. Did you finish only one? And what else? Men spread their hands. He ran away with his tail when he saw that reinforcements had come to them. The interlocutor shows them with curses. He says that it was necessary to kill both. He is sure that now they will end. The old man agrees with him. If they did not want to be open, it was necessary to remove all the witnesses. They killed the monk of the sect of the Yudan, and now the punishers will be Ned to them. The old man understands. Soon there will be a massacre on this mountain. Liu Jinshan thinks, this mountain is their house. He must intervene until these bandits frame them. The big man notes that they are not alone here. The bandits grab the weapons, screaming to go out. The elder, throwing a spear on his shoulder, approaches them. He asks, well, who is talking to the elders like that? What are they? Do not want to say hello to their neighbor. The big man laughs. Look, grandfather is crazy. Hyman's support him. Probably his children threw in the forest. Looking at him, they say, it is immediately clear that he is crazy. The big man tells him that they are mountain bandits of a black sword, and this is their mountain. If he does not want to die, not his death, then let him get better until they change their minds. The old man laughs. How is this their mountain if it belongs to nature? He says that they return to their leader and say that the old man settled at the foot of the mountain. Madness flashes in his eyes when he warns that they do not even approach this place. He promises that otherwise, he will let them blood all. The bandits are frightened. They bow and promise to immediately convey his words to the leader. Then the big man raises his head and, viciously slinging, asks, he thought that they would answer him like that? Liu Jinshan calmly says, no. He knew very well that they would not answer. One of the bandits exposing the blade is interested. Does this grandfather play them? He rushes to the elder, saying that now he will betray him to the earth, which he loves so much. The old man thinks, if he wants the bandits to no longer dare to come here, then he needs to show that they before him, like to the moon on foot. He with a click stops the blade rushing at him, and then the movement of the hand throws the bandit away from herself. He flies back, squeezing a broken sword in his hands. He flies over the head of a big man, hurrying to an old man with a weapon in his hands. The healthy-yard blade is aimed at the old man's neck. He is sure that he demolished his head and says, a poor old man. They are in a good way with him, but he could not figure out in time that he needed to take his legs. Behind him is the voice of the elder. Well, he wanted to say the same thing. The old man applies the technique of the Liu family, the hand of the sky and the earth. He used the fourth reception, lightning in the back. The touch of his hand makes the bandit bend in pain. He cannot hold back a scream. His eyes are about to jump out of the orbits. The elder removes his hand, and he coughs bent. Liu Jinshan advises him not to pretend. The big man is barely breathing. He brings his hand to his chest with twisted fingers, and cannot come to his senses. He shouts indignantly, did his grandfather go crazy? He rushes again to the old man. Suddenly behind him, a large dent appears on the tree trunk. The bandits are scared. Huge power, like a blade of grass, breaks the trees standing behind them. The old man says that he wanted to teach them manners, but since this is their first meeting, he will let them go this time. He tells them to go out. Behind the bandits from the darkness, a gigantic figure appears. A voice is heard. Does he therefore lets them go? A huge man whose face is dissected by a scar, overlapping one eye, is interested in, is it the village has come down? The big man is scared of scared, the second leader. The old man turns to the newly arrived, holding a huge axe on his shoulder. He sees that that person is not closed and knows some tricks. The second leader asks the bandits, did they argue with this old man? He sharply turns to the elder and, waving the axe, says that it was necessary to immediately cut it in two. Liu Jinshan uses the technique of the Liu family, the hand of the sky and the earth, the first trick. Then he resorts to a deadly blow that does not leave traces. In the jump, he beats the second leader in his chin. From his blow, he flies high up. The big man, opening his mouth, watches the flight path of the second leader. He falls to the ground near the bandits with a roar. Those scaredly squat, hearing how the old man calls them villains. Liu Jinshan recalls. He warned them that they would not have a second chance. He tells them to get out and never again show him in the eye. But his phrase ends with a groan. The bandits look at him in bewilderment. The elder, writhing in pain, thinks, why right now? He falls to the ground. Opponents do not understand that this is happening to him. The old man throws a pill in his mouth. He should not faint. Salt is completely alone in that house. The bandits watching him are talking. What did he eat like that there? Looking at the old man's distorted face, one of them suggests that this is an elixir that annoys the nervous system. Here is a sick. Why is there? The big man shouts, it doesn't matter. This is their only chance to kill him. The bandits rush to the elder, showering him with curses. The healthy man beats his foot in the chest. One of the bandits, going from the back, also strikes with his foot, screaming, how dared to attack the mountain bandits of a black sword? Men are beaten by the elder that has grieved on the ground. They promise that they will not let him die quickly, so let him get ready to suffer. With difficulty opening his eyes and seeing his leg brought up to strike, He thinks that the salt of the house is alone. She is waiting for him. His eyes are closed. He thinks about what will happen to his granddaughter if he dies. Consciousness leaves him. The elder hears voices. Is that the old man? Someone answers, yes, leader. Of course, he arranged for them. But they nevertheless accompanied Luck, and they learned him. With difficulty opening his eyes, he sees how a man gives a slap in the back of a healthy man. He asks fearfully, for what? The leader, waving for another blow, calls him a blunt creature. Standing, he is interested. He has no brains at all. Why did they tie him like that? The battered old man stands, tied with a chain to the pillar. Come to himself, he asks the question. How much time has passed? He thinks that the salt there is completely alone. Having felt something, the leader turns to him. He asks, did the old man already woke up? Then the man asks him for forgiveness for the behavior of their punks, while calling the old man an elder. Looking at him, Liu Jinshan wonders, why didn't he kill him? The street is still night. Near the house where the bandits delivered the elder, a leader of the leader is heard, who continues to bring his sincerity to the old man. Looking at the apologizing man, he thinks, a cunning bandyugan. Liu Jinshan guesses what he is driving away, but he is not going to succumb to the tricks of this villain. He must immediately return to Salt. But having tried to move, he mentally curses. He was so constrained by chains that he cannot break them. These chains could only cut the weapons charged by the power of Qi. Meanwhile, the leader continues to speak. If he only knew that they had such a neighbor, he would have come to greet him personally. He apologizes again and again. Then, turning to the healthy man, he screams, why did he get up? Let him immediately carry the keys. He, trembling, hastily fulfills his order. The leader tells the old man that he will remove the chain from his body, and then his assistant will untie him. Opening the castle, he asks the elder to restrain his anger. But Liu Jinshan breaks the chains that be constrained. His strength throws the leader back. He delighted with his power. Watching how the prisoner easily squeezes his hands with his hands, to which he is attached, the man thinks, as he expected, this old man has a colossal volume of internal energy. Liu Jinshan breaks forward. The pillar bends even more. The second leader showers him with curses and covers the axe, but the power of the elder throws him away. The freed old man goes to him. Carelessly stepping on the head of the second leader lying on the ground, he rushes upward, pointing to him with a finger, screaming, kill him! Looking from top to bottom at the bustling bandits, the elder mentally curses. There are more than he thought. The second leader tells the archers faster to knock down an old man who imagines himself an eagle. Liu Jinshan is defended from the city of arrows that fell upon him. He thinks, it is difficult to dodge everyone. It is possible that you will have to take a wound in the hand to protect yourself. Archers are preparing to give a new salvo, but the leader forbids them to shoot. He allows the old man to leave. The elder easily overcomes a high picket fence. Moving rapidly through the forest, he mentally turns to his granddaughter, assuring her that his grandfather will be at home soon. The leader, looking at the tall fence, admires the incredible kung fu. He is still a master. Thunder is lamented. Why did he let go of the old man? He says that their guys who disappeared in the mountains probably killed the old man. The leader interrupts him and orders not to carry nonsense. They brewed porridge, and now he would get out. The man says displeasedly, the fate of their mountain gang of Black Sword depends on this old man. The elder rushes to the hut with all his feet, screaming to his granddaughter that he had come. He hopes that in his absence, no predator has wandered here. He continues to call the salt, worrying that the girl does not answer him. The baby joyfully runs to him. Having fallen to his knees, he carefully presses his granddaughter. The elder asks her not to be afraid, because her grandfather is with her. He continues to hug the baby, saying that she was probably scared when she was left alone. He asks her forgiveness, and promises that he will never leave her again. The girl bursts something from her whole babble. He manages to make out only the word, kvak. He is interested. Why is she croaking? Having slightly removed the girl from her, he sees that in her hands she holds a frog. The old man laughs. It cannot be! How did the girl catch her? She is so gifted. He asks. Salt is probably hungry, and offers to go to the house. Feeling that they were no more here, he hides the girl behind his back, and frowning, he says he warned them. Before him stand a big man with his henchmen. The old man is interested. Do they want him to bring the matter to the end? The bandits fall on his knees, pleading their guilt and begging to forgive them. The elder is perplexed. He did not expect this from them. But still, he does not want to deal with them anymore. The old man replies that he understood everything, and now let him leave. The leader comes forward, holding his spear in his hands. He says that he came to return his weapons. He realized that it was dear to him, and found him in the place where he fell. The man believes that it will not be easy for him to survive in these mountains. Besides, as he sees, with him also a granddaughter. He adds, "It's good when the neighbors help each other?" Liu Jinshan asks. He wants to speak his teeth. Taking his spear from the leader's hands, he says that their days are numbered due to the fact that they killed the monk of the sect of Bud. He believes that the bandits want him, masters of martial arts, to use punishment against them. The old man says, if they want to deceive him, then let them fail. The leader bows his head in a bow. He replies that he understood the elder, and asks to forgive him for rudeness. If he needs something, then let him come to them at any time. Putting a bag in front of him, the leader reports that they brought him gifts to make amends, and asks the old man to accept them. The elder looks after the removing bandits. He is wondering what they brought him. Turning his gaze to the bag, he sees that his granddaughter's legs stick out from there. Laughing, he pulls out a curious baby from the bag. He asks, "What is interesting in the knapsack?" And he sees that the girl squeezes the snake in her hands. She wriggles and spreads his mouth wide, trying to bite the child. The old man kills the snake with the blow of the rib of the palm. He scolds bandits. The elder says that snake meat is useful for the body, but how could it be put in a naps for it in a napshore? Salt joyfully rushes around the yard, not paying attention to the discontent of his grandfather. Having unfolded the offers, the old man exhales after all. The bandits brought meat and other foods. He admits that they are not so rude. On the table is empty dishes, sticks, and a spoon of salt. The elder sits in the corner of the room and the girl sleeps next to him, putting her head on his leg. He pronounces pretty, when he was so eaten for the last time. Well, now you can live. Then he decides that there is no time to rest on his laurels. Sitting in a lotus pose, he plunges into meditation. He knows that an attack of pain can take it by surprise at any moment. He needs to do every free minute. He needs a complete restructuring of the body as soon as possible. He must keep himself under control. He is sure that he will succeed. The elder thinks that he should protect Salt and avenge his family. Opening his eyes, he sees that his granddaughter copied his pose. He laughs. Again she repeats after him. Liu Jinshan, after thinking, decides that it is better to teach a girl to develop chi energy since childhood. The child has just fewer blocks on the meridians, so the effect of meditation is doubled. Sitting behind the Salt and putting her hand on her shoulder, the old man promises that he will teach her everything. Suddenly he feels a stream of power coming from the girl. Having recoiled, he says that this cannot be. She has no blocks at all and no stagnant energy. Her vessels are open and the current of energy is unhindered. Handing through his hand to his granddaughter, he understands that the Salt is 10 times faster produces the concentration of chi. And if so, then she can already learn martial arts. Looking at the baby, the elder shakes his head. This is what gives the body of immortal integrity. He asks the question, can then increase the difficulty. He uses the first heavenly circle technique. To concentrate chi energy, you need to drive it through the entire circulatory system and back to the center of force. The elder is amazed. The girl is able to concentrate a huge amount of ki. It's just incredible. For one circle, she collects ki energy 20 times more than an ordinary person. Realizing that his granddaughter was tired, he decides to finish it. By laying the baby to sleep, the elder reasons, the method of meditation of the Liu family, the method of the hand of the sky and the earth, is based on the purity of the soul from vices and an unbearable spirit. He knows that gradually this method increases the human reservoir. But his weak place lies in the fact that the result comes very soon, unlike the methods of other large sects. Having stroked Salt on the back, he says that her innate giftedness solves this problem. Sitting at the house on the bench, Liu Jinshan sighs. His whole body hurts. He is hard because he has little energy. Be he at least a little younger. His gaze falls on the jug and a snake lying next to him. The old man thinks that ginseng wine and fried snake are very good for replenishing energy. But for whom do these bandits take him? Do they really think that Liu Jinshan will come to their tricks? The snake is fried over the bonfire. The old man drinks ginseng wine, waiting for the meat to be fried to the desired extent. Holding a bowl with wine in one hand and in the other fried snake, the elder thinks, excellent. How long he had not drank. He bites his teeth into the meat. Liu Jinshan, sitting on a bench, thinks, just great, wonderful delicacy. He thinks, it's good to be alive, even if you are knee-deep in manure. Looking at the moon, he decides to drink another glass before bedtime. Contemplating the lunar disk, he notices something so strange that he even sheds wine. From heaven, a luminous trace descends to earth. He rushes right into the thicket. The old man is perplexed. What is it? He carefully monitors an incomprehensible phenomenon. The elder asks a question. Is this a wandering light? He believes that he is too bright. Did he get drunk? Liu Jinshan decides that he should see him and rushes into the forest. As if obsessed, he runs after a spark. What he found had to hear that he had heard only in fairy tales in distant childhood. Smoky blue wool. The beast that has already killed more than 1,000 people over the past 1,200 years. The blue-eyed lover wolf, compressing the human body into his mouth. The blue wolf, as it is usually called. Can't be. Where is the monster from the legends of Shangxi here? Where in the Yangzhou Mountains? He thinks that now he will have to choose. Immediately take Salt and run away from here as far as possible, or kill him at all costs. Liu Jinshan's hand covers red fiery energy. Incredible sizes, the wolf stands behind him. Blood is dripping from his bared fangs to the ground. Having opened his mouth, the monster jumps on the elder, which is waiting for his attack, resolutely squeezing his hand into a fist. He uses the technique of the Liu family. The first trick is the claws of a ferocious dragon. With a blow from below, it makes the blue wolf slam the mouth. The power of the blow is such that a huge monster departs away from the old man. Liu Jinshan stands, rubbing his wrist. He thinks that the head at the wolf, as if iron. He understands that it will be too difficult to defeat such a monster with his bare hands. The blue wolf is already confidently standing on the paws, preparing for a new attack. The elder sighs. Here is the beast. This blow was not even stunned. He thinks that this is not good. Well, why did he meet him exactly when there is no spear with him? The monster rushes to the elder. He, bringing his hand to the blow, thinks that he should cope with him. But to the surprise of the old man, the wolf simply jumps over him and rushes further. Looking after him, Liu Jinshan suddenly realizes where the monster is rushing. He cannot believe that he is running to his house. The elder thinks, did he really smell the salt? Meanwhile, the wolf rushes in huge jumps to the hut where the girl sleeps. Cursing, the old man runs after him. He slips under the belly of a wolf when he is already near the house. The old man strikes his feet in the stomach of the beast. He beats him so much, something takes off above the roof of the house. The wolf falls to the ground from a height. The elder rushes into the hut. The beast briskly turns from back to paws. His eyes glow with blue lights. He is viciously rocking when, yes, he comes the voice of the elder standing on the roof with a spear in his hands. How dare he to encroach on the life of his granddaughter? By investing energy in a weapon, he invites the beast, come here. The bared mouth is in dangerous proximity to the old man. But suddenly the wolf turns around and goes into the forest. Liu Jinshan looks after him in bewilderment. What is it? Did he dutifully retreated? No, this is impossible. The beast is deleted, but the old man cannot recover from surprise. The blue wolf never left the victim that he wanted to kill. He believes that he definitely hid, waiting for the opportunity to attack. The elder is sure. The wolf will hunt for him and Salt to the end. In the morning, the old man goes into the yard. Liu Jinshan thinks, if he was here alone, he would have caught up with the beast and would fight him last night. Walking through the forest with his granddaughter who had arranged on his back, he reflects that Salt is with him, and he can no longer leave her alone, as he did yesterday. It became too dangerous here. Looking back at the hut, the old man sighs, but he just began to dig a garden and put things in order in the house. Where can they go now? His gaze falls on the jug from under the wine. He thinks that actually these bandits of a black sword will also be in danger. The elder believes that he must warn of the danger that threatens them, and goes to them. Passing through the break in the picket fence, the old man understands why it is suspiciously quiet here. Looking at the destruction and dead bodies in the yard, he thinks that apparently the monster had already come to the bandits. He is nailed by the leader, who is accompanied by his assistant. The man says that he hoped that the elder would look at them at least once. Leaning in a welcoming bow, he asks for permission to introduce himself, and says that his name is Poon Ho. He is the leader of the mountain bandits of a black sword. Liu Jinshan says that he came to warn them, but apparently was late. The leader answers, it means that the old man saw him. It seems that the blue wolf chose their mountains. The old man says that he would never have thought that the predator would break into the bandit camp and arrange a massacre. Poon Ho believes that the beast killed for fun, and not because of what is hungry. This is not characteristic of ordinary wolves, but this is not just a wild animal, it is a demon. The elder thinks that the blue wolf will destroy them all before the punishers from the Squai sect hasten here. Turning to the aisle, he says that he did his job and leaves. Let them protect themselves. But he is naughty by the leader, calling the elder Liu Jinshan. Looking around, the old man asks, he probably saw an order to his arrest? The man replies that he knows that he is the patriarch of the Liu family, who was killed. News from the outside world also reached them. The Alliance Marima is looking for him, and in this, they are similar. The elder asks, how much did he not inform him? The reward is generous. He could even settle with the help of this conflict with the Squai sect. Pun wants to answer. The order says that the old man is a madman suffering from chi corruption. But they became convinced when he saw him that he was a good person. They guessed that he was pursued by dirty political methods. He continues. A child was mentioned there, which the elder allegedly abducted. This is his beloved granddaughter. The leader assures that they are not going to convey to a peaceful old man with a baby in his arms, just in order to get in front of these scum. Liu Jinshan thinks that these people turned out to be, although robbers, but not at all villains. Pun Ho and the second leader ask the old man to help them. They do not ask for help in disassembly with the Squai sect, but at least let the Blue Wolf help to overcome them. The elder believes that with the help of bandits, he could catch a wolf in a trap. Maybe then you don't have to leave the house in which he had already begun to equip. Indicating the opening in the picket fence, the old man clarifies, so the beast came from the other side? The leader responds in the affirmative and adds that today they want to close this gap. But the elder believes that you should not do this. He says Poon Ho to gather his people. It is necessary to drain water, chop the branches, and get straws. The man replies that they will do everything as he will say. Liu Jinshan says that he needs one person for an important task. Pun Ho wants to offer his candidacy, but the old man interrupts him. He needs someone thick and fleshy, which would look like a wolf, like a delicious ham. They simultaneously turn their heads to the side where the second leader stands, exactly suitable for the description of the elder. Liu Jinshan says that they need a lot of time to prepare. Poon Ho is interested. How many days will they prepare? The second leader is in a hurry to the bandits by a command, to gather everyone. The old man, on the back of which the salt is asleep, replies that this cannibal will not wait for them. He says that the Blue Wolf will have the last hunt today at night. The night came. In the opening of the fence, the second leader with the axe in his hands is shown. He sees how two blue lights rush through the forest thicket. With the growl, the Blue Wolf is approaching it. The second leader screams so that the wolf will run faster to him. Tonight, he is going to have dinner with meat. Having widespread the mouth of the Blue Wolf, the man attacks the man. He barely manages to bend down and the beast sweeps by. The Blue Wolf, having landed, turns towards the man lying on the ground. Suddenly, the earth falls under his paws and he goes underground. He falls into a deep well. The leader orders the archers to shoot. A little earlier, Pun wanted Pun to show the elder a huge hole dug by his order. He suggested putting spears to the bottom, but the old man replied that a simple weapon could only injure the beast, but could not pierce. Archers, having surrounded the hole, release arrows one after another. Ignoring the hail of arrows, the wolf is trying to get out of the trap. At the bottom of the pit, the old man ordered to pour water. Then the beast will be bogged down in the mud, and this will hold it for at least a few seconds. Everything happens exactly as Liu Jinshan planned. The beast, furiously flashing his eyes, still cannot get out of the pit. Bandits armed with spears run to the trap. The team sounds to throw spears, and quickly run away to make room for those who are behind. The old man said that they would cause a lot of minor wounds, and he will bleed with blood. But he understands that this also does not kill him yet. As a result, the beast still gets out of the pit. The paws of the Blue Wolf are desperately clinging to the walls of the pit. Looking down, Poon Ho says that the beast is climbing, and soon he will get out. And they have already released all the arrows and spears on it. Suddenly, the elder screams, "Aside!" The bandits obediently part, freeing the passage for him. He, clutching in his hands, a spear covered with a fiery aura, rushes towards the Blue Wolf. The elder decides that he himself will become the death of this monster. Liu Jinshan rushes with a spear with a fiery aura to meet the monster. Pun Ho gives an order to his people to close the hole. The bandits hastily carry logs to the trap. They put them on top of the pit. The leader orders to fold the logs denser so that there are no gaps. The elder manages to injure the monster, but the wound is not fatal. The Blue Wolf is trying to push the spear with his paw. Observing his actions, the old man understands that at the bottom of a narrow pit, he will be able to fight off only his front paws. The noise coming from the pit is silent. Pun Ho pronounces, "Is it really all?" The assistant manages him, and the leader instructs to remove the logs. The bandits hastily fulfill his order. Bowing over the pit, men are talking. What is there? Nothing is visible. It smells of blood. Finally, they notice the bloody elder. The old man sits motionless, and it seems to the bandits that he died. The excited Poon calls him. The elder raises his head, and calling them unscrupulous, asks, "Have you seen enough?" Sitting on a defeated monster, he says that the bandits pull him out of the pit, otherwise he is exhausted. Men joyfully talk, yes, he killed the blue wolf. The leader exhales and smiles in relief. The bandits rejoice. The old man is strong. They knew that he could. Liu Jinshan asks them to calm down and finally pull him out of the pit. The elder thinks that he had not felt like that for a long time. He feels the same as in his youth, when he first came to Zhenggu. The old man sits on the floor of his hut looking at the sleeping granddaughter. Shouting, he kneads his shoulder thinking, who would doubt it? He overstrain. He accepted the bathroom. But even after that, the pain in the muscles did not pass. He examines a blue ball. How bright he shines. This is the core of the blue wolf. He recalls how this ball fell out of the mouth of a dying monster. Having eaten the core of a demonic creature, he would receive a huge amount of ki. But there is also a probability of getting ki, or even die. Turning in his hands a ball, Liu Jinshan thinks that he cannot risk his life now. He must use it with prudence, and only in extreme cases. The waking granddaughter is naked, and the old man asks, "Did the baby sleep well?" Salt pulls the pens to the ball, saying "Nyam." The elder raises his hand above so that she could not reach, and explains that this is not food. Suddenly, he feels the approach of another attack. With a shaking hand, he climbs into his pocket to get the poison. He throws another portion of poison in his mouth, and panting from cough, falls to the floor. The blue ball rolls out of his hand. Salt crawls on all fours closer to the subject that she liked. The old man raises his head and hardly says, "This is poison." He asks for Salt not to eat it, and loses consciousness. The girl sits on the floor, turning away to the wall. The elder comes to his senses. Having scaredly, he is trying to understand how much time has passed since he fell without feelings. Remembering the core of the blue wolf, he scaredly jumps up, trying to find her. Looking back at the granddaughter, he pronounces her name with fear. The girl turns her head to him and, licking, says, "Delicious." Her face begins to blush. With a frightened exclamation, the old man rushes to the girl, whose face by that time acquires a crimson color. He puts his palms to her back, trying to somehow help her. The girl closes her eyes. The elder asks the question, how is it possible? Her dantian had to explode from an excess of energy, and this would take her life. Is the state of the body of immortal integrity neutralized the venom of the core of the blue wolf? But if the granddaughter cannot learn so much energy, then it will simply kill it. Analyzing the condition of the salt, he understands that her vessel of conception, the vessel of the impregnable fortress, is cleaned. The poison from the core has resolved and the positive effects are absorbed by the body of Salt. With enthusiasm, he realizes that the girl radiates true ki. The old man thinks that the control vessel is also cleaned and middle dantan is open. He is sure that this is a restructuring of the body. The elder thinks, the girl only recently was born and now he will be born again. Green rays of rebirth energy break out of the house into night darkness. This bright flash makes the old man cover his face with his hand, protecting his eyes. Salt learned all ki from the core of the blue wolf in its middle dantan. Looking at the girl, Liu Jinshan sees that she has changed. He timidly holds out his hand to her, afraid to touch, and asks, "How is she?" Salt answers easily and rushes forward. Watching how the granddaughter rushes on the ceiling with all his legs, the elder thinks, incredibly. After all, she barely moved on her legs, and now she runs like a clockwork. Liu Jinshan smiles sadly. Even to him, all his life to creating internal energy could not achieve the restructuring of the body. Who would have thought that Salt would reach this getting ahead of him? He believes that his granddaughter is just a miracle. In the morning, going out into the yard, the elder finds a bag in the yard. The old man says that these bandits brought them meat again, although they themselves have almost nothing. Putting the meat on a spit and placing it above the fire, he says that we need to show gratitude and enjoy food. Salt rapidly runs back and forth behind him. The old man thinks, fidget. The last 2 days will not calm down in any way. The baby rushes past him once again. Seeing that the girl rushes into the forest, he screams so that she would not run away far. The Eldarian one thinks that Salt at one moment gained the physical power of the Bodhisattva, so he has no reason to be afraid that she will be hung on wild animals. Turning the meat on a spit so that it is evenly fried from all sides, he thinks, maybe the punishers of the Udun sect have already come? He recalls his conversation with the leader of the bandits. Sitting at the table and treating the old man with wine, Punowo said that 10 years ago they served in the army. Their general Yan Yu rebelled against the emperor, and they did not want to participate in this, and therefore deserted. Liu Jinshan replied that they had made a decision according to their principles. He cannot blame them for this. Pun Ho said that even hunting for robbery in these mountains, they never touched the peasants. They only blamed the corrupt nobles and merchants who served them. The elder thinks that he himself has so many worries, and who is he to help them? Until he reaches the restructuring of the body, he will have to constantly measure his capabilities and not to rush blindly into battle. His thoughts are interrupted by his granddaughter, who was rushing into his arms from the run. He does not manage to keep her, and with her, he falls to the ground, complaining that someday she would kill him. In surprise, he notices that the girl is sleeping. Was it finally raised? Lying on the ground, the elder presses her granddaughter, thinking that even with a rebuilt body, she still remains a child. No one would have reproached him if he had not even taken up the idea of restructuring the body in his summer. But to protect Salt, he will stop at anything. He continues to lie, holding his hand to the baby, sleeping sweetly on him. Noticing the glow over the mountains, the old man rises. He understands. They came. One of the 9 great sects is a sect of Buck. Even the pronunciation of this name fills his heart with fury, because the sect of the Udun has a great influence in the alliance of Murim, which, most likely, stands behind the murder of his family. Even if he is lucky, and he will be able to help the bandits recapture this attack, the sect of Udun will continue to send more and more strong masters until he achieves his own. Remembering the bandits who brought him food, he understands that there will be nothing good if he intervenes, even though he is sorry for these boys from the gang of a black sword. Above the head of a big man on his knees, a sword is brought. Warriors from the Squeen sect ask, will he tell them where their camp is located? They threaten that otherwise he will die a terrible death, like his friends. They slowly cut off his limbs, as they had already done before with his comrades. The guy answers, stop playing. They will kill him anyway. He says that they would not in vain wave a sword, but better kill him at once. The warrior flashes with anger. How does he dare to argue with some robber? A person standing next to him is called to cut off the bandit's tongue. He agrees, but says that at first he will cut off his hand. The tip of the sword passes to the guy's shoulder, leaving a deep wound. But suddenly a sharp tip of the spear prevents the sword. The warrior tries to put pressure on him, but no matter how hard he tried, he doesn't succeed. The bandit is scared of the confrontation between the sword and spear. The voice of the elder sounds. He accuses the soldiers of using revenge as an excuse in order to kill and torture, and at the same time, dare to call themselves monks of traditional Taoism. Angry warriors, clutching at the blades, ask him, who is he? Liu Jinshan, from the back of which the salt peeps, replies that he is just a neighbor of these boys. Pushing over his back of a healthy man, Liu Jinshan stands forward towards the soldiers from the sect of Bud. One of the men says that it is better to leave them to the old man, because he does not know the whole situation. He asks, leave them? Well, it really does not concern him. The frightened healthy man exhausts quietly. The elder, remembering the gangsters jubilant near the pit, Liu Jinshan asks, shouldn't the neighbors help each other? He recalls the courtyard of the estate, covered with the bodies of his loved ones. If at least one of his neighbors tried to intercede, or at least help his family hide from the villains that day. Looking at the warriors standing in front of him, he thinks that these villains belong to the sect of Bud, one of Murim's most influential in the alliance. So they fall under suspicion of the murder of his family. He says that they do not understand anything. What can they know about what he had to endure? He is interested. At least they know how much effort he should now restrain his anger. The younger warrior tells the senior, is this old man not the patriarch of the family Liu, who is looking for the alliance Murim? They look at the spear and the child with him. Warriors come to the conclusion that it is he. They believe that this is a great opportunity to earn a name. The old man was a master, but he was no longer in business, because it will be easy. The main thing is that the girl does not suffer, because the alliance Murim orders to deliver her alive. Having lowered the spear, the elder says that they are still young, and he will give them a chance to survive. He offers them to get away. One of the warriors immediately attacks him, thinking that the crazy old man himself lowered his spear. Apparently, he was tired of living. He already triumphs the victory, confident that the elder himself was revealed. But his thoughts that the old blank is already not capable of anything is interrupted by the old man's hand, who captures the corner of his mouth with his fingers. Liu Jinshan Whirlwind rushes around the enemy. The warrior, watching what was happening with horror, looks at the face of the youngest, which is now located from the back. He comes to the old man's voice, who says that he gave them a chance to leave. With one movement, the elder strives on a spear of both representatives of the sect of the Boars, while with one hand he carefully holds his granddaughter. Liu Jinshan understands that now between him, bandits, and a sect of blankets, enmity is laid to the last drop of blood. Freeing a spear from bodies, he says that there will now be no end to the crazy cycle of revenge. Standing over the bodies of opponents, he asks, But how can a person abandon revenge? He is also a man, therefore he is no exception. Clutching a spear in his hand, the old man says that he will not stop until he aims for his family. Screams come from the bandit camp. Sangha and the elder came. Seeing on the shoulders of the healthy man of the body of the soldiers of the sect of Udun, the bandits emit surprised exclamations. Sangha says that the elder got off with these rats in one fell swoop. Joyful bandits rush to them, shouting that they knew the elder will come to their aid. Now they will be able to compete with them. They even cannot cope with their elder. The old man is trying to calm them out. He still said nothing about help. Punho welcomes him and thanks him. The old man thinks that he met many real masters from the Udan sect while traveling around Zhenghu. If instead of these arrears they sent them, then it would be the destruction of the bandits and him. He asks that the leader knows about their numbers. He replies that the elder killed 2, so there were 8 people left. Of these, 3, it seems, are students in the first generation. Liu Jinshan replies that these are high-class masters who have mastered the art of charging the sword of Qi. The leader is the only person in the gang who could contrast them with something, as he studied martial arts. He is interested. Punho has already come up with a plan? He answers negatively. No yet. The only thing they can hope for is their walls. They will keep the defense how much they have enough strength. The elder laughs. No matter how thick and high their walls are, against students of the first generation of the Udun sect, this is useless. Just because they charge the weapons with the energy of Qi, and arrows against them are useless. He believes that it is necessary to act according to the same plan as when they caught a blue wolf. They must lure the enemy, surround and kill. Since the bandits were earlier than soldiers, they were probably taught to arrange ambushes. Pun wanted to reply that they can do it. But what if these first-generation students feel his aura? The elder answers, it's okay. This is part of his plan, like these 2 unfortunate ones. He points to the soldiers of the sect of the Udan lying on the ground. He says that they only need to kill several of them before they have time to come to their senses and get into the construction for the attack of the swordsmen of the Udan sect. Warriors are rapidly moving through the forest. The commander gives a sign with his hand to stop and everyone is freezing right away. 2 warriors are talking among themselves. The junior student believes that something is too quiet in the camp. He asks the elder, maybe the bandits have already run away. He sighs, disappointed. He so wanted to give them like a bug. He knew. Why would bandits have the courage to fight them? The second warrior believes that if so, then their brothers Sleep and Ho, whom they sent for intelligence, are already following their trail. The leader of the punitive detachment of the Odin sect of the first generation, Shinjin, calls for them to observe the silence. There is a voice reporting that stupid bandits lurked behind the wall. A second-generation student of the sect of the Udun Hyun-he says that he sees more than 100 robbers. She asks, will they handle it? The first-generation student Chin-ho is interested in. What is she afraid of? They will kill them in 2 accounts, so let them wait for them. The first-generation student Chin-yu, handing her a blade, says, he heard that she is the most gifted among second-generation students. He invites her to go first. They want to see what she is capable of. The girl takes weapons and agrees with the older brothers. Suddenly she stops, calling them, look, and indicates the direction, there, at the entrance. They see a man standing next to 2 captives tied and placed on his knees. The soldiers of the sect of the Udun do not believe their eyes. It cannot be. These are the younger brothers Ho and Sleep. Meanwhile, a man raises the sword and calls them to look at him. He says, if they do not want to finish the same way as these 2, then let them get out of here. With these words, he cuts off the head of one of the bound people. She rolls up to the feet of the soldier of the sect of the Udun. He will recognize the younger brother's son with horror. One of the warriors rushes to the gate. The girl is trying to stop him. She is sure that both of their brothers are dead. But the warrior objects to her. He is sure that their brother wanted. He was probably poisoned and he cannot resist. The prisoner makes a moan, affirming him in this confidence. Meanwhile, a person with a sword tells them to close his mouths, otherwise he will chop off his head in this captive. Showering the robbers with curses, the warrior rushes forward. He screams that he is not going to stop, and is rapidly approaching the gate. The man's sword rushes over the captive's head, barely touching his hair. The warrior immediately stops moving and stops. He is perplexed. It is simply impossible. This man beat with all his might, but at the very last moment he sharply changed the trajectory of the blow. With a foot, the elder easily throws a spear lying on the ground, and it immediately finds himself in his hand. He says, he did not even think that a man could leave this blow. He adds, however, That is the first-generation student. The warrior is surprised that some old bandit knows how to make such tricks. Screaming that he will not allow him to laugh at himself, the warrior rushes into the attack. He intends to kill the old man with one blow, but he, using internal energy, throws him far back. Liu Jinshan understands that the opponent saw the power of his ki, and now the strongest one rushes into battle. The elder decides that it is necessary to act. He puts forward a spear filled with energy. The enemy is amazed. What a strong ki spears. He decides to block it with an even larger volume of ki, and then hit in a blind area. But all his attempts to resist Liu Jinshan are unsuccessful. Having lowered his head, he sees with horror the place of touch of the energy rushing to him on his chest, in the form of a small red spot. The old man uses the technique of a spear of the Li family. He resorts to the third reception, the flying spear of Kara, and a huge hole appears in the chest of his enemy. The old man feels that the strongest of his opponents is approaching. He feels a sophisticated but strong spirit of a warrior. The leader uses the art of the first rank of the Squan sect against the elder. The old man manages to block the blow of the sword with his spear. Liu Jinshan feels that the enemy tank is not as great as his, but his strength is truly significant. This could be expected from the master of his rank. Qinjin shouts that Hyunho immediately recover and fuss. Suddenly, the tip of the sword appears from his chest. The leader understands his mistake. Behind him is not Hyunho. Having gritted his teeth, he offends the bandits. He screams that they are demons and killers. Punho only deeply drives his sword into his body. A spear of the elder enters the leader of the leader. His words are heard to the affected members of the Udan sect. Did they not come here to kill them in the name of revenge, like bugs? The elder advises the leader to think on the way to the underworld over his words. He says, "When you want to kill, you risk being killed yourself." With these words, he strikes a crushing blow. Liu Jinshan and Punho simultaneously strike the leader. Qin is at me from rage. Ordinary robbers immediately killed two first-generation students of the Udun sect. He thinks, these villains lured them into a trap with dirty tricks. They have no forgiveness. The man, letting others follow him, rushes forward. The rest of the warriors follow him. Punho, hurrying to leave, calls the elder to retreat. They go for the picket fence. Qin angrily shouts insults, comparing them with cowardly cockroaches. The warriors were in such a hurry to catch up with them that they did not notice traps under their feet. Punho rejoices. They caught a demonic beast in this hole, and now these stupid Taoists have come into it. But only 2 of them fall into the pit. The rest manage to react and overcome the obstacle. Arounders, hiding near the fence, immediately rise behind them. Qin is sprayed with curses. He gives the command to get into the battle order of the Great 7 Stars. One of the warriors objects. There are only 4 of them. He is interrupted by an arrow piercing his neck. A cloud of arrows rushes on the soldiers of the sect. Qin is hastily hiding and covers his younger brothers with an energy shield. He calms them. These are simple arrows. Suddenly, the tip of the spear is erupted from his chest. His face distorts the grimace of pain. Blood is whipping from the wound. The younger brothers scream scaredly. A teacher. Behind their backs there is an elder, squeezing a spear in the hand in his hand. There is a cry of Punho, calling for an attack. He himself runs at the head of the bandits. The rest is followed by him. After a short battle, the surviving warrior rushes to the break in the fence. He screams that the bandits will still pay for today's murders. Let them only wait a bit. The leader orders to catch a fugitive. It cannot be released. He will bring about the incident of the Squan. The energy of the spear penetrates through not only the body of the warrior, but also the stones located in its path. Clutching a spear in his hands, the elder says, "If he wants to take revenge on them, then let him wait for them in the next world." Punho is interested. "What about those 2 who have fallen into the pit?" They answer him that the guy died of arrows, and the girl was injured. Standing on the edge of the trap and looking down, Punho says that this is a 2nd-generation student. Did she put the energy shield from the arrows? The second leader is interested. What to do with her? Looking into the girl's eyes full of hatred, he answers, "Send to the forefathers." The archer, pulling on the bowstring, says that she needs not to blame them, but her sect. The elder stops him, putting his hand on his shoulder. He says that she should still be left alive, for the sake of the future gang of a black sword. The second leader, standing by the table where Punho and the old man are located with the drinks, asks, "The sect of Udun will not leave them alone, but where do they go?" He offers to stay and fight to the end. Liu Jinshan replies that if they defeated once, then do not seduct. He says that in comparison with the real masters of the Udun sect, those whom they saw yesterday are just a bunch of buffoons. Punho is interested. What should they do? Putting a cup with a drink on the table, the old man answers, He heard that a couple of years ago, a competition of young masters took place in the monastery of MANHUA. He talks about the fact that during the fight, the student of the sect Udon unintentionally killed the novice of the monastery. Since then, the sect of Udon is not in a very good relationship with the monks of MANHUA. The leader also heard about it. Liu Jinshan says that this monastery is not far from here. He advises the bandits to take off clothes and things from Taoists and scatter it in the vicinity of MANHUA. The leader clarifies, as if they were attacked by monks on the way here. He thinks that the sect of the Udan will buy for this? The elder answers, of course no. But this will give them a small delay to make a decision on how to live on. Pun Ho delighted. Brilliant insidiousness. Liu Jinshan calls him an impudent. What other insidiousness? He is not any villain. The granddaughter looks at him with surprised eyes and enthusiastically claps his hands. Her grandfather, the villain. With all her legs, she rushes to him. The old man laughs. He picks up the girl in his arms and answers, "So what? What a villain. He is ready to be anyone, if only she was safe." Looking at the smiling face of his granddaughter, he continues, "In order to grow and do not need anything, her grandfather is ready for anything. The robbers are busy training. Armed with clubs, they honing combat receptions." The elder, approaching Punho watching them, notes that they are training hard today. The leader replies, "Of course, they do not know at what point the sect of the Udan will strike again, so they should be ready." Liu Jinshan believes that the martial arts that are taught in the army are suitable only for a fight. In Murim, they are not so effective. Punho asks, "Perhaps the elder will teach them." The old man replies that he does not have much strength, but in return, he came up with something else. In the cell behind bars sits on an armful of dry grass Hyunhee. The elder, standing with the leader on the other side of the lattice, says that she looks like a ghost of an innocently killed girl. Hyunhee grabs the rod of his hands, demanding that the old robber immediately release her, otherwise he will have to regret it. Looking thoughtfully at the angry captive, the old man replies that he would rather regret if he let her go. She will immediately run to the sect of the Boo, isn't it? Hyunhoo shows him with curses. She calls him a killer. The elder tends to her and looking directly into her eyes is interested. So she considers him a killer? Didn't they come here to cut them all to one? Having stumbled, the girl replies that this is another. Liu Jinshan believes that power solves everything in Murim. Didn't she think about death when she came to Zhanghu? He says that, looking at her, he recalls his daughter-in-law. Then he notices that she seems exhausted. The girl sniffs contemptuously. Empty chatter. The elder gives a team. Bring it. And at the entrance there are two men with trays filled with food. There are all kinds of dishes in the plates. The girl again frantically squeezes the bars of the grate, and with lust looks at food. The elder watches the expression on her face, but Hyunhee picks himself up and turns away. She says, "Does he really think that he will force the student of the sect of the Udon to give up his pride for the sake of miserable grubs?" Unlocking the castle, the old man says that there will be no one will force her. He warns that she should know. In 30 minutes these plates will be clean. The aroma of food drives the girl crazy. The salt, hiding behind his grandfather with lust, looks at the meat. Liu Jinshan asks his granddaughter, "Is she also hungry?" Looking at the captive, he says that this food is not for them, and asks, "What should they do?" Hyunhoo answers, "Please eat." The baby rushes with all legs to food dishes. Sitting on the floor, Salt with appetite eats a huge piece of meat. The old man thanks the captive. Now his granddaughter can eat plenty. He says that he will remove the plates in 7 minutes, and he is interested. Will there be at least anything left on them? The girl's appetite becomes torture for Hyunhoo. It's as if the girl is crazy about food. Tearing a piece of meat from the girl's hands, she absorbs him with appetite. Frightened Salt crawls to the side. Watching how Hyunhoo pounces on each dish, and with tenderness, clutching her granddaughter, the old man advises the girl to eat slowly, otherwise he will hurt her stomach. With tears in his eyes, Hyunhee continues to chew. How tasty. When the plates are empty, the elder invites the girl to take a walk in the fresh air. Walking next to the old man in the yard, she thinks that after 10 days of imprisonment, it seems, she came to life. Having brought her to the door, Liu Jinshan invites her to go inside. He promises to give her 30 minutes. She asks in bewilderment, "What is it?" Having taken it inside, the old man shows her a wooden bath. He says that she probably really wants to wash herself after so many days in the dungeon. But if she does not want, then he will not force her. But he does not even have time to finish the phrase as the door closes in front of him. The girl enjoys bathing. It seems to her that she just melts. She says, the impression is that she is not in the camp of bandits, but in heaven. The dressed Hen He stands against the backdrop of green trees and the sunset sky, considering his new outfit. The old man, calling her a daughter, says that it's any way to look at her. The girl answers, well, of course, after she was locked for so many days. But actually, she is clean and neat. They walk in the forest at the foot of the cliff. Liu Jinshin says that this mountain is so beautiful in the rays of sunset. He believes that this place is great for a walk. The girl is inclined to consider the mountain flowers. The elder says they have to return. Looking around, Hyunhai scaredly asks, where? The bandits bring her to the dungeon, where she spent several days. The old man says that she returned to her revenge and changed into bloodied clothes. Hyunhai screams that she does not want to do this. How can he do this to her? It would be better if I didn't let her out at all. Liu Jinshan replies that she is their captive, so nothing can be done. The girl falls to her knees and asks to forgive her. The elder asks, for what? She did nothing wrong. With tears in his eyes, Hyunhai says, if they are going to close her here again, then let them kill it better right now. The old man says that she has the opportunity to live every day as it is now, but she should sacrifice something equivalent for this. It will be right, isn't it? The elder and bandits inexorably rise on Hyunhee sitting on the floor. She asks, what? The girl is illuminated by the guess, and she scaredly clarifies, do they really want? The elder in the blink of an eye is next to her, and by pressing the finger to the desired points, deprives her of consciousness. Picking her unconscious body, he says that soon she will understand what they want from her. The girl comes to her senses. She lies on the floor of the cell, dressed in her dirty clothes. Only a thought beats in her head. She wants free reign. She recalls the old man's words for her. There is an opportunity to live every day like today, but she should sacrifice something equivalent for this, and it will be right, isn't it? Hyunhai is squeezing tightly. She does not want to think about it. You can't. Anything. Just not that. The elder, watching her from behind the grate, asks, did she think all night? Hyunhai turns away from him. Liu Jinshan says he does not know when he can return, so let him say his answer right now. The girl asks a question. If she refuses, then they will keep her here until she dies? But even if she returns to the sect of the Uden, then nothing good awaits her there. She answers the elder that she understood everything and agrees to do what he wants. The old man is glad, finally. He tells her to leave the camera faster. Bandits are preparing for training. Hyunhai looks at the men lined up in front of her. With some relief, she exhales, realizing what the elder wants from her. Well, of course, what else could he demand from her, except to teach their martial arts? The ancient tradition of fencing the sect of the Udan, each movement of which costs hundreds of gold. The old man tells the girl that he had the opportunity to only watch her for long, but he immediately realized that for a second-generation student, she has very well owned martial arts. She will help the guys very much, teaching them at least some tricks of fencing a sect of a bang. He warns, if her sect finds out about this, then she will not be forgiven. Hyunhai tends his head. She knows it. The girl recalls her childhood. Here she is on her knees, waiting for her fate. Someone says displeasedly, why did they bring this snot? They answer him that in their time, more and more girls are learning by Taoism. A person is contemptuously clicks. The world rolls into the abyss. When it has grown a little, the attitude towards her did not improve. During training, she has repeatedly heard that she was completely blown away. She thinks that she had talent. The guys believe that she should wear tea and clean them. In her memory, the elder pops up, who orders her to stretch his shoulders, and he himself, chuckling, says that her hands are very beautiful, but weak. Hyunha says that it is not scary to be expelled for her. To die in the dungeon is much worse than the fate. Poon-ho tells the robbers that this is their new teacher. He tells them to welcome her. Those together fulfill his order and ask the girl to lead them to the truth. Hyun-ha thinks that they look like former soldiers and understands that they really want to study. The leader turns to her with a request to teach them. The girl thinks about her sword. Poon-ho right there, bending in a respectful bow, holds out her weapons. Looking at his aura, the girl understands that he seems to be stronger than her in skill, but so courteously bowed to her. She answers, good, and asks for permission to show them their skills. She asks to look carefully, focusing their attention on the fact that this is the art of a sword of a sect of a bang. Hyunhai demonstrates his skills. The robbers enthusiastically observe her honed movements. When Hyunhai stops, men burst out with enthusiasm. Great! They now have the best teacher. Somewhat embarrassed, the girl explains that this technique is called a sword of clarity. This is only the basic technique, but if they learn it well, then they will not be afraid of any of the first-rank techniques. Everyone together agrees to master it. The elder listens with what enthusiasm the robbers answer Hyun-hee. He remains to stand nearby and watches the training, smiling pretty. In men, it is not very good to repeat the movements of the girl, but she straightens them and gives advice on how to do everything correctly. A few days later, night. The girl tiredly sank to the edge of the bed. She taught men all the principles and movements of the technique of the Sword of Clarity. Now they will be able to hone it themselves. From behind the door, a voice reporting that they brought her food. In front of the girl, there are mouth-watering dishes on the table. She with pleasure takes on food, thinking that these robbers have an excellent cook. Thanks to them, she eats well and rests. Hyunhai recalls how she was treated in the sect. She is the best student among the second generation, and she knows all the tricks except those owned by students of the first rank. But at the same time, the monks' brothers are coldly. And while the guys enjoyed food, she was forced to wash the dishes. Saturating, the girl falls on the bed, thinking that for the first time in her life they show so much honor and attention. Probably, as it is now, only nobles live in the imperial palace. She jumps out of bed and runs to the door. Hyunhoo falls to the crack, looking at what is happening from the outside. She is perplexed. Usually behind the door stood a guard in several rows, and now there is no one there. She peeps out, but still does not feel anyone's presence. The girl thinks that she had the opportunity to run, and immediately rushes into the forest. She rejoices, excellent. She could only overcome the picket fence and she is free. Having landed on the other side of the fence, she finds herself right in front of the elder. The girl immediately grabs the hilt of the sword. The old man says, he had to make so much effort to find this beautiful clothes for her. He asks, why is she getting her dirty? Hyunhai is perplexed. What is happening? The elder explains. She kept the promise so she could go through the gate. No one will say a word to her. The girl is amazed. She cannot believe what she heard. Liu Jinshan continues to speak. Only where will she go? He understands that returning to the Squai sect will be dangerous. He adds that a girl can go even now, but if she is in no hurry, then let her spend here today. Leaving, he promises to talk to the leader to give her money and food on the road. Hyunha thinks that actually she really has nowhere to go. If the sect of Udun finds out that she taught the robbers to their secret techniques, the exile is the smaller that awaits her. Rising the land, she goes back to the room allocated to her. In the morning, she discovers money and a bag with food at the door. The elder did everything, as promised. Punho is approaching her, accompanied by the second leader and Sangha. He asks, does the teacher leave them? Hyunha thinks, it seems that they would like her to stay. Since they are so sincere, maybe she really remains, at least not for long? She answers, actually not. The leader assures that they will not hold it. He says that he understands. They met under the worst circumstances, but hopes to leave only good memories of themselves. The girl tries to explain that she is not going anywhere, but Punho already calls all the robbers, saying that the teacher is leaving them. Having handed her a knapsack, they wave her hand and wish her many years of life. The most kind wishes and parting words fly in the back of Hyunhai to be careful during the descent from the mountain. The girl stops, and says that they will not be able to master the Sword of Clarity in full if she does not teach them the accompanying techniques of the legs. Punho pretends not to hear her words. He asks, what did she say? Hyunhoo repeats, they need the technique of working the legs of the sect of the Udan in order to perfectly master the clarity of clarity. The leader replies that he does not hear her and asks to speak louder. The girl screams that she remains and will teach their technique for the work of the legs of the sect of the Udan. Bowing in a bow, Punho says that they are deeply touched by the care of the teacher. He adds, if it is not difficult for her, then perhaps she will remain with them a little more? The girl, having gone, answers, well, since they ask so. The leader proclaims, the teacher remains and let the men care about her. All shout together, yes. The old man is watching from afar. The leader invites the girl back to the camp. She, lowering her eyes, says that she will remain, but only for a short while. The elder laughs. It seems that they find a common language. The granddaughter, peering out from behind him, repeats behind him, a little carpeting words. The old man laughs. He says that the baby does not understand anything yet. However, since everything goes according to plan, is it not the time to start learning to study the spear technique? 6 months later. The elder says, it is strange that 7 students disappeared, but they still did not send anyone to find out what happened. He asks the question, or maybe his plan to shake the monks of MANHUA and the sect of Udun worked? However, suddenly something happened that they are not up to a bunch of bandits now? The old man understands that being here, it is impossible to find out, and you can guess as much as you like what really happened. Now he has another lesson. He looks at the salt that sits on the floor, crossing his hands and stubbornly relying. "I do not want to." Holding a spoon of food to her, he asks, "Does not want to?" The girl stubbornly repeats that she does not want a carrot. The old man does not argue, and puts a spoon on the table. Taking a tray with a full plate, he says that the girl does not even know how much they get food. Salt looks after him in surprise. He returns and asks, "Does she want to porridge with meat?" The girl answers joyfully, "Yes." He feeds her from a spoon, saying that she eats well. The elder thinks that you can put meat in porridge, or mushrooms can also. Everything in this world depends on you. Meditating on a bench near the house, the old man thinks, how many days of the world did they manage to enjoy? But still, there is no time to relax. It should gain the amount of chi equal to 180 years as soon as possible. Sometimes a terrible headache returns to him. He understands that he will not be able to forever suppress it with the help of poison. He needs to devote every free minute to restructuring the body in order to revenge. Also, the elder must protect Salt until she grows up. Clutching a spear in his hand, he thinks that it is very important to create ki, but it is also impossible to neglect training. He understands that his granddaughter is still early to pick up a spear, but he wants to gradually teach her military equipment. He asks the girl to see how grandfather training. He promises to teach her the spears of their family Liu. Showing her movements, the elder says that of all the elements the wind is the easiest and fastest. Nothing can block his path. The main principle of the spear technique of the Li family is to imitate the properties of the wind. The wind blows throughout the earth, but it is light and weak. When this element concentrates in one place, it has such a destructive force that it can break the cliffs. He speaks the Salt, carefully listening to him, that this is the power of the technique of the destructive wind of the Liu family. Once upon a time there was a mighty martial art of a spear in the world, and who owed them fought for dominion over the world. At the most perfect stage in the development of this art, the absolute master was the legendary demon of the spear, their ancestor. Even the powerful and rich clan Liang could not contrast anything in this martial art. The demon of the spear was at the top of the world. No one could challenge his powerful spear of destructive wind. But his manuscript containing a description of this martial art was lost over time. And then the Liu family lost its former influence. The elder says that all that he remained of the ancestor is the divine spear of a fire-breathing dragon. He sighs. If only they could find a manuscript of a spear demon. The girl pulls him by the leg, attracting attention. He asks, did the granddaughter understand what he was talking about? Salt pulls the pens to him and asks to hold a spear. Liu Jinshen hands her a weapon and asks, isn't it great for her? But the girl insists on her own. He agrees. Well, let him try, and the small handle grabs the shaft. But as she does not try, she doesn't succeed. The old man, laughing, says that she still has a little baby to take it. The girl cries, complaining that the grandfather is bad. The old man is surprised. Why does she think so? Noticing a bamboo stick nearby, he brings her granddaughter, saying that he found something suitable for her pens. Salt reaches for her. Having taken her in her hands, the girl is trying to practice. The old man chuckles. She already looks like a master. He asks her to repeat after him. Only let it be neat and will not fall. Showing her a rack, he advises her to try that the tip of the spear is freer. The girl repeats his movement. Liu Jinshan demonstrates the first technique of a spear of the Liu family, a rapid bright flash. It is done using simple legs. This is so swiftly reception that not a single enemy will go away from the blow. He asks his granddaughter, can she repeat after her grandfather? The old man thinks that at least the work of the legs will be within the power. Salt tries to repeat, but it does not work well. Grandfather laughs. Did she want to entertain him with dancing? Watching her, he continues to have fun, but soon his laughter is silent. The elder is surprised. What does he see? The movements of her bamboo stick repeat the movements of the spear of the Liu family. She exactly repeated everything that he had just shown to her. Liu Jinshan is delighted. Incredible. Does she remember everything and repeats the first time? Observing her, the old man suggests that this is one of the properties of the body of immortal integrity. He thinks that at such a pace, Salt will very soon become the second demon of a spear. Having struck a spear with a spear on the ground, the old man declares that now he will seriously take up her training. A sharp movement immediately responds with pain in the back. Bending and holding his hand by the lower back, he says that he overestimated his strength and promises that they will begin tomorrow. The girl, accurately copying his pose, follows him. Looking around, the old man calls her repeat and asks, how can she know what back in the back is? Someone in the forest hurts the alarm set by him. Liu Jinshan straightens, listening with warily. He understands that strangers appeared in the forest. Clutching a spear in his hands, the old man wonders, who dared? Several people come out of the forest. Hyun Ha, who replaced the form of a sect of the Udan to a spotted outfit, accompanied by the second leader and Sangha approaching him. She exclaims, "Here he is." The elder is surprised by an unexpected visit. Salt is hiding behind a grandfather. The old man says that he had not seen her for a long time, and asks, "What is it worn on her?" The girl pronounces inquiringly, "Tiger?" The girl tells the robber to give the old man a knapsack with the hotels. He agreed with her, calls her Adamans. The old man says, who would have thought that a student of the Squai sect would become a robber Adaman? Salt calls her Aunt Tiger. Hyun Hai says that yesterday they shot a boar and brought them meat as well as a little rabbit. The girl joyfully rushes to her, but the girl says that the cat is heavy, and she herself will bring her home. But the baby, grabbing the offering, rushes to the hut, screaming that she loves meat. Hyun-Hu asks, "How is she?" Liu Jinshan offers to leave courtesy, and is interested in what she granted to him. She did not just come to feed them? The girl asks, "Did he not hear the news yet?" The old man is interested. "Did the sect of Udan have already sent his dogs?" The girl answers negatively. She says that they are clearly not up to them now. An event is coming, which can turn everything to Jianghu upside down. The elder is surprised. What can turn up Jianghu upside down? The girl clarifies, so he does not know? He asks her to tell what is happening. She is surprised, and believes that a person engaged in martial arts may not know the emperor. But how can he not know the strongest master? They say that soon he will hold a gold powder ceremony. This will happen near the Pekian district, the old man asks. Then everything is so serious? Hyun-Hu answers dash of course. This is a special rite, washing with gold powder, an official output ceremony, which is also free from financial costs. However, not many people successfully complete this ritual, because this is a great opportunity for enemies to avenge their offenders. Moreover, it was Jianghu who defeated the shameful death and plunged the Orthodox fraction at a loss. Many martial arts masters will arrive there, which they have never seen before. When people gather, there will be a lot of rumors. The girl says, perhaps they will also be able to get information about the incident with the Liu family. The old man offers to stop so far on this. He asks, perhaps the girl uses this cunning plan as an excuse to see the ceremony? The girl denies this, but the elder, without listening to her, turns away and goes to the house. Looking around, he says, if she wants to live this day, then she better hide, like a mouse. What will she do if they see her? Continuing to go, he says that he is also wanted. The old man with a baby behind him is a very noticeable goal. Her words come to him. She knows everything, nevertheless. He also has his own reasons. Looking around, he sees Hyun-Hee holding Salt in his arms. The girl is interested. Doesn't she look like a mother? She assures that from the outside they will seem to be an ordinary family. Even in the worst case, the official rule of the gold powder ceremony states that showdowns and fights are prohibited. If someone pulls the sword, they will immediately twist it and take it away, so there will be no problems. The girl says that he just wants to watch the ceremony from afar. Is it impossible? The elder thinks there are no particular problems. For his part, he will also be able to look for the people standing an attack on his family. Grabbing his arm, the girl, calling him a father, offers to go together. The old man is interested. And when she managed to become his daughter, a lot of people gathered in the city. The man says that he only heard about the ceremony, and now he will finally see her with his own eyes. A person standing next to him asks, will it still be in order? Regardless of belonging to clans and sects, there are many people who are against this. The man replies that in any case, he arrived here to look. His second companion laughs. To look at the battle. Very funny. But doesn't Kanho have the best combat skills? The man asks, right? Is the elder trying to surpass such a master? The satellite asks him to stop jokes to joke. He freezes when voices are heard nearby. The elder, passing behind him, who changed his clothes and put on glasses, says that it will take some time, and offers to see the sights. Men look at Liu Jinshan and modestly dressed Hyun-Hai with a girl in their arms. The girl, calling him a father, is interested. Does he want to eat? He replies that one plate of span will be enough. Hyun-Hu, laughing, says that you can eat something more tasty. She has a lot of money now. She recalls Poon-Ho, who handed her a bag of coins. Continuing to go, the old man says that he had not gone beyond his home for a long time. They enter the tavern, and the old man notes that it is quite crowded here. He suggests that all visitors should be warriors who came to look at the ceremony. He believes that if these people drink a lot, then this will be a good start for a new fight, and asks the girl to be careful. Even if armed conflicts are prohibited, This does not guarantee complete safety. She should always be ready for unforeseen circumstances. They find a place where a good review of the entire institution opens. The waiter brings their order, soot and dumplings. They thank the man. Hin-hai hovscore salt that she should eat well to become strong. A voice is heard to the old man's hearing. Rumors go that the real owner of Soho Gakjan is Kanho. Visitors continue to talk. Someone replies that it does not sound too fun. The man continues to tell. He heard that the money used to expand the guest house was also Kanho. The interlocutors break off a talkative person. Stop talking already. The old man thinks. It means that here it is going on here. Taking another sip from a cup, he thinks, is it worth it to believe the rumors? A new visitor appears in the tavern. She goes deep into the room, not paying attention to conversations. The man at the table tells the interlocutor how he was one fought against 5. He pulled his sword with such force that all opponents froze with fear. Noticing that a person sitting nearby does not listen to him, he is trying to attract his attention. But he, opening his mouth, looks somewhere to the side. With a quiet knock on the floor, wooden sticks fall. All visitors freeze. This sword. The old man also carefully looks at the woman. Liu Jinshan recognizes her! The woman looks different than he imagined her. He cannot believe that she is a master of a sword. The new visitor takes a place at the table, and the servant puts a plate in front of her, saying that this is a meat with noodles, a very popular dish. The woman thanks him. She brings a plate to her lips, then he puts her back on the table. The woman is delighted. What a taste! No wonder she stopped here. The attention of men is still riveted to her. They talk among themselves, watching her. Isn't she Kanjo? She's not afraid? The old man comes to the conversation of men at the next table. Isn't she an ordinary girl? As expected, these were just rumors. They are interested. She will at least win someone in a duel. A man boasting his victories says that he does not fight women. They still decide to drink. The old man does not understand what they are talking about. Looking at the table where the woman was sitting, he is surprised. And where did she go? Meanwhile, the woman approached the table where the men discussing her are sitting, and asks whether all martial arts masters should be so proud and majestic. The elder is surprised. He did not feel any movement. Despite his experience in battles, he had never seen this before. Smiling, the woman asks, power for them does not mean anything, since she is just a woman. Men are amazed that they did not hear how she approached them. They are confused. She says that they look carefully who she really is. A man who boasted his strength jumps up and calls her impudent. Distributing the blade, he promises a woman to show where her place is. Mig, and the head flies off the shoulders. The old man carefully watches what is happening. Another moment, and the man's head, turning over in the air, is again in his place. He stands, fatedly feeling his throat. The old man thinks that she has the first speed. He will not be able to get close to her. He will only have time to reach the sword, and she will cut him off. But he sees that fortunately, a woman is not in the mood to fight. The man did not even have time to pull out the sword, glancing and forcing his friend to bow low in front of her. The man mutters that they all understood not so. The woman asks for, did not understand, and he is covered with cold later with fear. Then she smiles, and the man sighs with relief. No, he will not die today. Having wished them a pleasant appetite, she returns to her table. Friends exhale in relief. Survived. The old man thinks that he is not even able to appreciate her strength. When they go outside, Hyunhai begins to admire. She managed to see Kanho live. The old man replies. He is glad that her dream came true, and now let her return to her. The girl is perplexed. What is it? Soon the parade will begin. He is interested. Is there really no place where you can get information? There is an exclamation. There is Murim's alliance. People begin to fuss, wanting to look at this spectacle. Masters of martial arts follow the street. Among them, someone enthusiastically recognizes Yu Guanjin. The procession is headed by a woman with a bandage in the eye. She is the head of the alliance Murim. The elder standing in the crowd thinks that even here he feels their energy. He is gloomy. Perhaps among them there are one of the villains who killed his family. The old man says, seeing so many people gathered together, it is embarrassed to go ahead. Therefore, he offers just to follow the crowd. The satellite readily agrees. People walking along the street are talking. Someone says that for the first time he sees the head of Adliance Murim. When did everything change like that? They answer him. Like last year in the spring. There were many rumors that the elders chose the young chapter. Isn't it surprising? The road is open to the young generation. The elder thinks, about a year, the time when his family fell. It seems suspicious to him that the woman lost her eye. Hyunhai says these are just rumors. In the crowd, exclamations are heard. Go soon. Someone asks not to push. The elder sees the reason for the hitch. The soldiers of Murim blocked the road. One of the warriors orders to return. They cannot enter here. People are outraged. They rode here for 10 days, and he tells them to return? What an injustice. Someone is interested. Why is the passage open to people in black cloaks? But the soldiers drive them away. The old man understands that people in black cloaks are an elite group of soldiers. They are all magnificent and well-trained warriors. People continue to be indignant. Dissatisfaction is growing. The soldier exposes the blade and waves them. Pointing to the trail of the blade on paving slabs, he says that from now on, this line the border between life and death. He pronounces if someone does not want to live, then let him boldly cross her. If life is dear to them, then let them leave here. Liu Jinshan asks the companion, "Who is this warrior?" The girl answers, "He is one of the 3 great swordsmen of the province of Sichuan, a cruel and merciless person. No one dares to cross the line." The warrior is satisfied. As expected, no one wants to die today. The old man thinks that one must somehow pass by him. A dazzling light spills over the head of people. Everyone raises their heads to see its source. People talk in surprise. What kind of sound? As if someone was whispering in the ear. The old man thinks, the prosperity of the capital, technology that transfers low-frequency sound. He never even assumed that he would see something like that. A woman with a bowl in her hands approaches the crowd. They recognize her. This is Kanho. Everyone parted in front of her, a moment. And she faces a warrior. The devil is behind her. Taking a sip from Piala and looking directly into his eyes, she asks, "And what's next?" She crossed the line. He is confused and does not know what to say. Whispers crawl in the crowd. She did it. The woman says, then she will probably go. And a gigantic jump moves on, to where people from the Alliance Murim proceeded. Looking at the warrior, people understand that one of the 3 great swordsmen in a stupor. They decide that this is their chance. The crowd rushes forward. Screams are heard, "Let's go too!" But the warrior points to them to the line, and says that he had already warned them. If they cross her, then he will kill them. The old man sighs, strong, weak. How unpleasant it is to look. He decides that they will not be able to pass, and offers to go back. The girl agrees with him. Hyun-Hoo says Salt fell asleep. The elder replies that after eating it is best to sleep. Looking at the flashes glowing in the sky, the girl says, "It seems that the ceremony was successful." The elder thinks, the shockwave was strong, and the duel is dishonest. The elders of the Palace of Murim completely lost their reputation and honor. From a mansion where people were not allowed to go, someone rushes to the crowd, which is talking about a brightly glowing energy trace in the night sky. Before warriors who do not let people into the palace land, the warrior tries to scream, but his breath caught his breath. She rushes away, and her power throws back her soldiers trying to detain her. Everyone monitors the movement of a woman who has risen high to the sky. She glances down, and the old man understands that the woman noticed both him and Salt. She winks fervently to him. Everyone looks after the rapidly retiring Kanho. The elder is trying to understand what he had just felt for strength. Hyun-Hee exhales. Cool. Blood-red flashes are visible from the palace. The old man thinks, you can't miss it. Above the heads of the crowds, the great warriors of Murim fly. People are perplexed. Did they get a chase? Really, the elders of the Murim fraction went to such a vile act? The man says that now is not the time to think about it. The second supports him, offering to see what is there. The old man thinks, you need to catch up with them. He first sees something like that. People rise into the sky one by one, following the elders from the Alliance Murim. Hyun-Hee grabs his sleeve, asking, what is he doing? She says that it's not the time to stand so easy now. A great decisive battle will happen now. The girl rushes forward, dragging him along. Hyun-Hoo does not allow the old man to think for a long time and impatiently pulls him by the sleeve. Raiding behind the crowd, she says that now is not the time to yawn. He stops her, putting her hand on his shoulder. The elder says he is too old to run and watch battles. The girl tries to object, but he resolutely interrupts her. How can you keep up with people moving at the lightning speed? Moreover, a child is with them. Looking at people who have risen into the sky, he says that most of them are now in the wrong direction. As if in confirmation of his words, voices come from the air. What? Where did they go? Everything happened very quickly. Hyun-Hoo sighs. Then there is nothing to do. The old man replies, if she is so curious, then she will not live in this world for a long time. He adds, now she is young, and in life there are many other entertainments. City streets are quickly empty. Elder and Hyun-Hee move towards the house. Looking back at the companion, the old man says, if she does not want to spend the night in the mountains, then let her hurry. Didn't she say that she was the best among her rank in the Squai sect? The girl replies that, in fact, she is very fast. Liu Jinshan, having waited for the companion to deal with him, says that apparently Kanjo was injured. Her face was white, like a sheet. The girl asks, is something so serious? Remembering Kanho's face, the old man replies, he thinks that it is worth checking it. The girl hopes she is fine. The elder looks at her in surprise. Is she not rooting for Murim's alliance? They are an independent faction? Hyunwoo does not have time to answer anything. The old man freezes, stopping her. He tells the girl to hide her presence. He feels someone nearby. Carefully peering out of the bushes, they see a clearing strewn with dead bodies. They go carefully among them. The elder sighs. He chose a mountain path to avoid people. And here it is. The girl says, terrible. There was a real massacre. The old man feels behind him the presence of a living person. He is surprised that the survivors remained. Looking at a warrior clamping his wound with his hand and barely standing on his feet, the elder is surprised. He is a master of martial arts. Hyunhai Hinhanga falls on Yu Guanjin, in which life barely glows. She is perplexed. What happened here? The girl hopes that he did not recognize her. But the man pronounces, is it not Hyunha? He asks her to give him to see. The girl and the elder stand her back to each other, fearing a possible attack. The man asks, why does she pretend that she does not know him? Didn't he take care of her all this time? Covering the girl, the old man says that he seemed to be revealed. But he says in an orderly tone, he said to go out, and Hyunhai with lightning speed rushes towards him. Bowing over him, the girl asks, did he call her? The old man is surprised. She approached him so quickly. Yu Guanjin, pointing to the side, asks, does she see that person? Under the tree, the girl sees a meditating Kanjo. It seems that the woman is experiencing a transformation. She is surprised. What is she doing here? The old man thinks, does a man have serious wounds? He is surprised that he did not immediately feel the presence of a woman. Holding Hyunhee's sword, Yu Guanjin says that she put this to an end. He cannot move, so all hope for her. The girl is struck by his words. The man continues to speak. If she kills Kanho, no one will understand anything. She will become a hero in the alliance of Murim. Hyunhai opens his eyes in surprise, right? The girl is interested in, can she become a hero and return to Mount Buck? She already represents how everyone bowed to her with respect. The man says she will become a full student of Murim. No, even better. It will enter the great students of the great faction. Doesn't she want it? Hinhu heeingly takes the sword from his hands. She says that she is unlikely to be able to do this. Kanho is the strongest fighter. Having strongly waved a blade, she wounds a man. She recalls how he forced her to knead his shoulders and asks, he still considers her a weakle? The man pronounces, this madness. The elder is surprised. Even now the girl did not hit vital organs. Trying to get up, the man asks, how does she laugh? A spear spun past her falls directly into his chest. The old man takes up the shaft. The man is still alive and groaning quietly. Looking at the dead bodies around, he calls the elder crazy and asks, does he really think that he will be safe after that? He reports that the head and Chikanmen, a student of the Alliance Murim, will come here soon. The old man asks, will he recognize him? The man whispers, now his turn. He pronounces, the Great Spear of Shangxi? Weren't they comrades in Murim's alliance? They also fought with demons for so many years. Why is he doing this? The old man says that he will ask a question first. He asks whether the man knows why his family was brutally killed by Murim's alliance. He, taking his eyes to the side, replies that he does not know the reason. The elder menacingly asks, he does not know why? So he still recognizes his deeds? The man tries to say something, but does not find words. Hyunha reminds the elder that soon the head of the Alliance Murim will come here. The old man turns to a man. He says that he will listen to his excuses in hell. He deeply drives the edge of a spear into his chest. He offends the elder and asks, how does some old man laugh at him? The elder is interested in, and what should he do with him? He decides that he will die soon and offers the girl to hurry. Hearing his granddaughters behind his back, he asks, when did she manage to wake up? Noticing that the girl points to Kanho. He is interested. She also recognized her? And what should they do? Approaching a woman, he says, perhaps they should not meet, but since it all happened, he will take her to a safe place. If she is against it, then let him just nod his head once. Looking at her, he believes that she feels good. The old man asks, can he touch her? Those who have reached such a state say that the blood flow is free and there are no restrictions, and if you make efforts, you can achieve the highest level of force. Having put a woman on his shoulder, he says, if they try to harm Kanho, they will die. Hyun-ha rushes him. She feels that someone is coming here. They rush again. The elder says they go to Mount Yanju. The girl asks, do they take a woman with them? The old man replies that they have no other choice. They also have no way back. At dawn, they are already at the old man's house. The girl says he held on to well done. The tired elder agrees. They did a great job. Hyun-ha suggests, maybe now she will carry Kanho? The old man, who remains to take a couple of steps to the house, looks around in surprise. Now? Having laid the woman on the bed, the old man tells the granddaughter that their guest needs to be restored, so let him rest. He is sure that she should wake up soon. Hyun-ho, looking into the house, asks, can she help something? The elder replies that, having remained, she will only interfere with him, so let it go. The tired no less than him. The girl says that then later she will return with medicines and bring food. The old man sits on a bench near the house. He complains that he is very tired. He is so old. Why he is all this? He sighs. It's time to take a break. Salt comes up to him and something babbling. Turning to her, Liu Jinshan asks, she was probably hungry? He sighs again, thinking about an old saying that reads, it is better to plow the field than to look after the child. The girl continues to babble something. Rising, he leaves, saying that he understood everything, and now he will prepare her porridge. An unexpected attack of pain makes him bend. Casting in pain, he thinks that he probably overdo it too much, so he overtook another attack. He falls to the ground and screams. Salt runs to him. Crying, she pulls the pens to her grandfather. The elder, losing consciousness, thinks, no, it is forbidden. But another attack of pain replaces all thoughts. Will he really die? He darkens in his eyes. He is so sorry for the salt, but he can no longer do anything. Kanho appears on the threshold of the house. With stretching, she says that she had not slept like that for a long time. Her gaze stops at the old man lying on the ground and the crying girl. Still not quite waking up, the woman look at them in surprise. Kanho sat down near the girl. She says that they met again. Her name is Salt. Looking at the baby, she adds that he is glad of their meeting. The woman carefully looks at her and then wonders, is it really the same girl as she is? The body of immortal integrity, gifted with natural talent in all areas of martial art. Such people are born with 5 feelings of immortality, but if you use them incorrectly, like Damad Yun, who terrified people engaged in martial art, then there is a risk of damage to Ki, like Yun Snow, the goddess of the Speak, which was the leader of the demonic league. A person with the body of immortal integrity can also become a sower of chaos. Kanho asks, is the salt the same? Looking into the girl's eyes, she says, for sure. The woman flutters the baby through her hair. Salt will grow up with a sweet and kind girl, right? The elder lying before this is motionless, grabs his head and screams. The baby immediately rushes to him. The old man squeezes his head with both hands, as if afraid that she will now split into 2 parts. Kanho approaches him and puts a palm on his body in the area of the solar plexus. He looks at her in surprise, noticing an unhealthy purple aura that arose in the place where she touches the elder. The woman asks, what does he usually eat? The poison has already spread throughout the body. He thinks, toxins come out of the brain. The tumor is suppressed by the action of strong poison. If Kanjo now removes the poison from the body, then it will die. She removes her hand, saying that she understands everything. The woman asks, did he specifically take the poison because of the tumor in his head? The old man is surprised. How did she find out? She stops the elder and reports that he accepted too much poison. Kanho puts his hand on his head. The elder seems that the head will split now. Changes occur in his body. The tumor that tormented him with headaches for 10 years, all disappeared. Liu Jinshan thinks that he does not lie if he says that she is the best woman in the world, so quickly cured him. Kanho exhales tiredly. That's it. She asks the old man, how does he feel? He replies that his mind has cleared up. He has the feeling that he was reborn. Is the tumor the tumor? The elder asks, how can he repay her? The woman says that her grandfather also took care of her in childhood, so she does not need anything. She says this place is connected with her. Then he says, since they became friends, then they may not be shy and stay in this house. The old man thanks her. They just have nowhere to go. She says that she has a small gift for Salt. The girl is delighted. Determining her arms to the sides, she asks, how is she? Surprised, Salt rises into the air. Looking at her, the woman says that the girl has great potential. Moreover, she underwent a whole transformation. How is it possible? Laughing, Salt rises higher and higher. Kanho asks the old man not to worry. She says that from that moment on, she will show the Salt of the entire universe. Anyone who can understand the whole universe will achieve enlightenment. The elder objects. She is only a 2-year-old child. Kanho replies that she herself does not understand anything yet. But the woman is sure that everything does everything right. A bright ray of energy rushes to the ground. Carefully watching the girl, the woman says that she copes with her strength perfectly. Kanho adds, Salt is now at the flowering stage. The elder understands, Klugen. When a person reaches a whip, his body becomes invulnerable, the stream of chi becomes free, and a person reaches a level above a simple person. This is the absolute power of martial arts. Salt sinks down. Her eyes are closed. It seems she is sleeping. The old man picks up his granddaughter and looks at her anxiously. Kanho asks him not to worry. She fell asleep, but he will soon wake up. Liu Jinshan says that he cannot believe that such a small child has such a power. The woman is interested in. And why is he so surprised? His granddaughter has a special gift. She can wake up and achieve the highest enlightenment. Stoke the baby on the head, she adds. Such is her fate. This always happens very unexpectedly. The elder says that, judging by her words, his granddaughter has a special gift. He would like to treat a woman with food, even if modest. Kanjo politely refuses. She is very grateful to him, but she should go. Now that she ended the gold powder ceremony, she has where to go further. Liu Jinshan believes that she is full of strength, but is interested. Does she want to relax? She answers negatively. She needs to the west. The woman thinks that something happened to her parents. Its main goal is to establish the financial situation of her family. When she finishes, then she will be able to gain freedom. Looking at her, the elder thinks, incredible determination. Is a master of this level ready to risk his life for someone? What is happening in the West? He wishes a woman good luck. She is sure, no matter what happens, they will cope. Leaving them, Kanho forgives, and offers to meet again if they survive. Looking after her, the elder thinks that he had an interesting ally today. Preparing food, he thinks. It means that his salt is in the flowering stage. Was this ever in the history of Murim? But still, she is still a child. Looking at the sleeping granddaughter, he thinks that fortunately, the tumor is safely cured. He plans to achieve a complete transformation in order to be able to protect Salt. The old man's face is gloomy. He also needs this for revenge. He must have time. Putting a plate with porridge on the tray, he calls the Salt. It's time to eat. But when he enters the room, the girls are not in place. Hearing some sounds, he does not understand what is happening. Really an attack? The old man's hand reaches for the spear. He runs into the yard. Who dared to attack them? It turns out that this is the granddaughter, jumping on the roof. The baby somersaults in the air and laughs. She is happy. The elder is horrified to watch her movements. Unable to resist, she falls, and the elder barely manages to catch her. He thinks, it is interesting whether the body will suffer the salt while it is in this state. He says that it was very dangerous, and asks her not to rise so high. Salt, folding hands on his chest, answers, I do not want to. Then he asks, what about the sister? The old man is surprised. The girl, showing in the direction where Kanho retired, is interested in whether she will come soon. Liu Jinshan thinks, so the granddaughter now feels her presence. They both look into the distance, to where the woman went. Liu Jinshan says to his granddaughter, perhaps she will wait for her sister below. Hyunha's voice is heard. She came to see Kanho, and that it turns out no longer. The girl brought them food. They are arranged on the porch. Salt enthusiastically gnaws the meat brought by their guest. The elder believes that now that the ceremony has ended, the Alliance Murim can come here again to investigate the case. He is interested. Her guys are training well? She responds in the affirmative. Most of them studied the technique of Sohong. He asks, how does she look at teaching him some reception? The girl replies that she does not even know, but which interests him. He says, Qingjian. Qingjian is one of the forms of martial arts that allows the body to move freely in the air, like a white cloud floating in the sky. But, since it consumes a lot of qi and its power varies greatly depending on the level of human skill, training requires careful control and takes a lot of time. Hyunha replies that Qingjian is not so easy to learn. All the more, he is an elderly man. Is he sure he will cope? Liu Jinshan says that it is necessary to teach him not. He asks her to teach Salt. The girl is surprised. A 2-year-old child? But the girl first needs to learn how to manage the center of qi. The old man interrupts her, saying that the granddaughter knows how. This is not necessary. Hyunhai refuses. If the Salt suffers, then it will be guilty. The old man approaches a tree and puts his hand on his trunk. Hyunhai is interested. What is he doing? Liu Jinshan does not answer. He concentrates internal energy. Then it delivers an energy blow. Hyunhu is surprised. Incredible. He shocked the whole tree. There is not even a scratch on the trunk. No wonder the master said that softness defeats gross power. The old man says that they have different teaching methods. If she teaches the salt of Chinjon, then he will teach her this technique. The girl replies that she can start training from tomorrow. Daily training began on the next day. Looking at the salt trying to follow her, a girl rushing through the air thinks, even if she was born with the same force as Kanho, like a 2-year-old child to understand martial art. Progress is much slower than it imagined. A month has passed. Salt simply acts as Hyunhai shows her. As a result, she had to work hard on such a student. She agreed that the baby is definitely a talent. But once again, having barely caught a landing girl, Hyunhai sighs. Salt still cannot land normally. The girl breaks out of her hands and rushes up again. The girl screams after her that it is very dangerous. The old man, standing at a distance, watches them. The breathless Hyunhai tells his student, "A good job. Salt is inflated with pride, right?" The girl strokes her on the head, saying, "A little more, and the girl will learn everything." The old man says, "If you improve skills, then the fall will cease to be such a big problem." He is very glad that Hyunhai managed to teach this a 2-year-old child. The girl answers embarrassedly, "What is he?" She did nothing like that. At the same time, she represents herself a proud teacher, and the salt of a diligent student, respectfully bowing to her. The old man, looking at the granddaughter, worn in the leaf, says, "Did the salt have not improved in the salt since then?" True. The actions of the girl are slightly different from what the Chan sect teaches. Her movements are more like the wind. He decides to consider this by the fact that his granddaughter has his own style of learning. He says that he taught her that technique as he promised. They will finish on this, and thanks the girl for her work. Hyunha replies that he wants to teach Salt even more. Liu Jinshan says that he no longer has the skills of martial arts that he can share with her, because nothing can compare with the martial art of the Murim alliance. The girl objects. Everything is in order. This does not oblige him to nothing. She just wants to teach the girl everything. He is interested. She does not have her own business or what? Hyunhu assures that she is absolutely free. She asks, "Does he agree?" I interrupt the robbers. They run to them and call the girl. Sangha reports that Biho bandits invaded them. The girl is outraged. Did these villains decide to prevent her? Hyunhu is furious. She is talking. We decided to kill her in the most interesting place. Turning to the elder, she smiles sweetly and promises that she will return later. A girl with the robbers calling her commander retire. The old man says, "Yes, of course." He offers his granddaughter to eat and sighs. He simply dragged the products into the house, and his back was numb. He offers the baby to eat duck soup today. The girl recalls how she first saw these birds. 2 ducks sailed along the river. When she asked what this was, grandfather answered, "This is a harmless couple of ducks. Apparently they are good friends who rely on each other." Then the grandfather promised that until she grows up, he would also help her. The girl is crying. The alarmed old man is interested. What happened? Salt says through tears, "Ducks." Liu Jinshan asks. She doesn't want to eat them. Wiping away the tears, it burns. No, the duck is delicious. Hyunhu asks, the guys hurrying behind her, "Where are the bandits from Biho?" Meanwhile, one of the robbers, seeing the approaching armed men, screams, "They come!" Angry Hyunhai increases speed. Having landed, she does not even have time to expose the blade. Men run by, screaming, "Save!" Looking after them, the girl is in surprise. And what is it with them? Sangha tells her the direction, saying, "Right in front of them." There, a warrior fights, shredded by a blade that surpasses its number of robbers. Hyunhu is surprised. Incredible. Murim's sword. One of the 4 great swordsmen. This is Hepsun Young-hyun. As a result, this nevertheless happened. A scream comes from the hut. Why did he contact Murim's alliance? What did he think about? Biho Cheju Volson violently hit the table with his fist. Are they not killed because of this? Punho, clutching his head, asks him to calm down. They have no choice. They are in the same boat, so you need to work together. Biho Cheju Volson says that even if he dies today, he will still take revenge on his guys. He believes that they need to hit the first. Hyunhai Hai, who appeared on the threshold, believes that it is pointless. The number of dead will only increase. She says, he is one of Murim's greatest swordsmen, much higher than them in rank. The master at the peak of forces, before achieving a state of harmony, needs to go through all 4 enlightenment. The initial stage, the second level, the first level, command training, the fighting world, and the cosmic world. He actually reached all the enlightenments. Biho Cheju Volson asks, then he just give up to give up? The girl responds negatively and says that they have one person, such a level of art. Punho thinks, does she mean the elder? The girl says that she had already sent Sangha there. At this time, the robber approaches the old man's hut. He feeds his granddaughter. Punho says that his grandfather is old. Can he fight him? Hyunha answers him that at least they will be able to inflict a hit. He wants to answer something. The roar in the courtyard makes all those present turn to the door. In the courtyard are broken logs from a picket fence. Hepson Young-hyun put a sword to the head of Punho, standing in front of him on his knees. He asks, how does he even dare to learn Murim's skill, not to mention his minions? Is it his level? Behind him is a voice reporting that his owner himself learned the art of Murim. Looking around, the man sees how Haeju Wolson, holding Hae-hai by the neck, threatens her with a blade. Jung-hyun is surprised. He recognizes Hyun-hee. He is interested. Where are the rest? Or did she survive alone? Chestu Volson tells him to throw his weapons if he does not want the girl to die right here. He agrees and throws the blade to the ground. The bandit is furious. He thinks that the swordsman still looks down at him. With his foot, Jung-hyun throws a falling sword. He flies right in the hedge of Volson, forcing him to let the girl go. At the same moment, the swordsman is on the other side of them and catches his weapon in a scabbard. The bandit rushes to run. Jung-hyun asks the girl, why did she do this? How dare to train this insect? Hyun-hoo asks to forgive her. She was scared. The man gives her a slap in the face. With a disgust, wiping his hand against his clothes, he asks, and how could a student of a great master do this? He says that she will go to Mount Buck and will be cleansed of all her sins. Punho, helping to stay on his feet to the wounded Chestu Volson, says that they have no other choice but to risk their lives and fight him. He turns to the robbers standing at the gate and tells them all to disperse while they fight. Those are trying to object. He screams that he will not allow them to die here. He is sure that no matter how strong Jung-hyun was, he will not catch up with all of them. He only snorts mockingly. He says, such miserable bugs, and then decides to tell them his further actions. Jung-hyun tells the leaders of the robbers, after he cuts off all the heads to them, he will find their running rats and fed their corpses to the hungry crows. He promises them to cut off all the limbs and force them to crawl like Zhukov. The swordsman says they will die the most painful death. To the old man approaching them, his words reach them. From that moment on, everyone who is here do not survive. The elder entangles the swordsman. He, calling him with insignificance, is interested. Who is he? In a bowl lies a carcass of ducks. The old man says that now they will prepare salt soup. With tears in her eyes, the girl complains that the duck is hot. The elder answers, if she does not want to eat, then let him say about it right away. He looks into a box of food, wanting to see what they have there, grumbling at the same time. Still age makes itself felt. Salt, pointing to the stove, says that the fire went out. She says, look, and holds out her hands to the wood, folded firewood. They immediately light up. The old man is amazed. Is it the power of samadhi? The girl rejoices. It became warm. The elder thinks that her skills are at the master level. How could such a baby learn this? Heaven blessed their family with a special talent for martial arts. An enthusiastic voice of the old man comes from the hut. He tells his granddaughter that it was amazing. Then the elder offers the girl to eat, and having broken off the leg from the carcass, holds out to her. Salt with appetite eats. A voice sounds behind the door. Someone calls the old man saying that trouble happened. He asks, what kind of noise? The door opens, and Sangha looks into the room. He says he is not joking. The highest soldier of the Alliance Murim came. The elder frowns. That's how, so he still came. Sangha falls to his knees and asks the old man to help them. Otherwise, all their people will die. Liu Jinshan replies that he has to take care of, and he doesn't care who is killed there. But the robber persistently begs him to help them. Salt, chewing meat, says that people, like ducks, and they should help them. Otherwise, what is the use of? The old man, opening his mouth, looks at his granddaughter. Wise not weather. The girl smiles serenely in response. The elder takes a spear and rushes to the robber camp. Sangha, hurrying after him, says that the battle there is in full. Jung-hyun mockingly grunts. They think that he will spare at least one person? The faces of the leaders of the robbers are crushed by anger when they hear his words that he will cut their arms and legs to people, and will make them crawling like caterpillars. They will die such a painful death. Jung-hyun promises that from that moment he will force them all to suffer, and showers them with insults. The leaders answer. Let him try to break them and rush to the attack. They shout that they will overcome him. But their opponent is only mockingly interested in, what kind of mosquito squeak is there? He easily beats off their attack. Punho understands that he is too tough for them, but does not intend to retreat. Jung Henu to recapture their blows, you don't even need to look at them. Looking somewhere to the side, he says that they are so weak that it is not interesting to fight with them. hitting his feet in the face of the Chestu Volson. The warrior is interested. Is he wrong? With boredom in his voice, Jung Hyun says, "Again." This is all his reaction to their attacks. Punho understands that he simply plays with them. But even if it is, then they will not give up so simply. For them, this is an opportunity. The girl, thinking that she cannot stand and look, joins her friends. She manages to slightly hurt Jung Heen. He says that this is ridiculous, and is surprised that she decided to take the side of the robbers. He promises that she will still go to Mount Buck, and he will turn this place into one large grave. Chestu Volson screams that he will not allow him to do this, and rushes at him with a blade in his hand. The warrior inflicts a mortal blow to him, saying that he was tired of playing with them, and you need to get rid of garbage. He rushes to the nearby Punoho. Hyunhai is surprised. What is it? This is very different from what was. Watching his actions, she asks the question. Is he definitely the highest soldier of the Murim Alliance? Jung Hyun, bringing the blade above the robber's head, says that it's over. But between his weapons and the head of Poon, a spear shaft suddenly appears. The warrior is struck by such a turn of events. The old man strikes, and his opponent takes off high into the air. The robbers rejoice. Grandfather came. Liu Jinshan says, he will say only once. These people are not his opponents, so let them leave here. Jung Hyun replies that these discharges are mocking over Murim's laws, and is interested. Who is he? The elder calls his name. The warrior appears in response, thinking that everyone is looking for this old man. He adds, let him remember his name. The warrior is satisfied. This will bring him even more fame. Liu Jinshan laughs, asking, is it not a loud name for a third-rate soldier? The warrior frowns menacingly. How does he dare with such neglect of his name? Clutching a spear in his hand, the old man thinks that the enemy is young and strong, but inexperienced. He decides that you need to take advantage of his confusion and attack. He is sure that in terms of physical indicators, he is much stronger. Raiding to the enemy, the old man thinks. If he does not finish in time, he will die. Jung Hyun is also rapidly rushing forward. Having crossed a spear with a man's sword, the old man applies the first level. But he has no time to rest, and he attacks again. Now the second level is used. Then the third. The old man wants to put everything on this blow. Hyunhai opens his mouth in surprise. This is a deadly technique that first-generation students study. Bagua sword. Seeing how opponents rush to each other, she screams mentally, no. During the collision, they spill all over the strength on top of each other. The old man lands on his feet and evaluates the situation. He looks pretty deplorable. His hand, squeezing a spear, is all in the blood. He thinks this is the end. Smiling gloatingly, Jung Hyun hurries to him. He says, it looks like the old man is already exhausted. Attacking, he says. And what could be expected from such an old man? Although he was quite interested, he had not had so much. The elder defends himself, substituting a spear shaft under the blow. Punho wants to rush to his aid, but the girl stops him. If they intervene, they can interfere with the elder. Liu Jinshan barely manages to evade the blow. The blade passes completely in rows with his face. Jung Hyun laughs mockingly. How sorry now the old man looks. He believes that it is better for him to just give up right now. Holding back the onslaught of the enemy, the elder thinks that he can no longer endure. He thinks that the only way out for him is just a blow. Jung Hyun is evading in the jump. The old man looks at him from below. He says there is one old saying. The enemy continues instead of him. Even if he is an old man, this does not mean that he is not dangerous. The elder agrees with him. In some ways he is right. Directing a wounded hand at him, he hits his own energy on the enemy. Drops of blood fall on a warrior. He is furious, and threatens to break all the bones to him and tear them out with the flesh. The old man thinks that this guy was completely brutalized by the smell of blood. He is sure that his grandfather's spear will pierce the heart of this monster. Suddenly, in the tip of the spear, he sees the reflection of the salt. The warrior's sword is ready to go down to the old man. He is already looking forward to victory, but the girl rushes to protect her grandfather, and his blade stops with her hand. She asks, why does he offend her grandfather? When the grandfather left, the girl was sitting on the porch and waiting for him. Having chewing the cakes that he left her, she pronounces, scary. Then the girl resolutely jumps to the ground. She rushes in the direction where her grandfather went. The girl is rapidly moving through the forest and ends up on the battlefield. Salt resolutely rushes to protect the grandfather. The elder and warrior are surprised to look at how easily she stops the blade. Jung Hyun is trying to tear the sword out of her hand. He cannot understand why he doesn't even move. The old man and the warrior look at each other. They simultaneously decide, you need to beat and strike. Men soak into the air. The old man's spear is carried away. He focuses in his hand and uses Kengjan, the type of wind. He manages to disarm the enemy. Using the first level of power, he discards the warrior as far as possible, and he hit the rock. A warrior flies in the head. No, everything should not be so. What is this force? The elder, turning to the robbers, says that they did not come to the parade. They continue to just stand and watch. Punho gives the archers to shoot. The robbers built in the line are immediately pulling on the bowstring. The warrior rolls on the ground, avoiding arrows flying into it. Hyun-Hu, watching his actions, believes that he behaves not appropriately to the warrior. This is a shame. She thinks he seems to be mortally wounded. This is their chance. She tells the robbers to attack everyone at the same time. The wounded Jung-Hyun does not understand how this happened. The senior fighter, but lost to such insignificance. Then he determines the cause of his defeat. This is the child who is now comfortable on the old man's back. Is she an absolute master of all types of martial arts? He wonders. Is it really a return to old age? A phenomenon in which a person who has reached enlightenment becomes a child again? The Salt, meanwhile, clinging to his grandfather, sleeps calmly. Seeing the robbers approaching him, the warrior thinks that it was necessary to kill them all quickly and leave here. He admits that in the end his arrogance deprived his life. The Sangu blow makes him bend in pain. Tears flow from his eyes. It hurts him very much. When the robbers are pounced on him with all in a blade, he screams, "Save!" Morning the next day. Looking at the sleeping granddaughter, the old man says that she must have been exhausted very much. Near the sleeping girl there are an elder, Poon-ho and Hyun-hee. The old man says she had to make a lot of effort. The leader is interested. Is he not wounded? He replies that this is nothing compared to the pain that he experienced earlier. Pun-hu says that then everything is in order. If you need help, then let them turn to them. The girl, wiping her tears, asks him for forgiveness. Liu Jinshan asks, "Are they still worried about him?" He killed one of Murim's strongest fighters, but he is sure that others will come here later. Hyun-hai is interested. What should they do? There are many fighters more strong in the alliance. The elder replies that winter will come soon. If they want to survive, they all need to go to those edges where flowers bloom at this time. The leader says that he does not even know how to blindly wander around the lands. The old man asks, why are they so afraid? They have no money or what? Poon is justified. They do not rob the poor people. Only the unclean money of the gentlemen take. The elder believes that they live one day. What are they worried about then? All they need to do is to eat tightly and move south until winter has come. Hyun-hu, with a rejoiced, asks, will he go with them? He alone will not cope. She says that they also need money and shelter. Salt will not be able to live like this. The elder is thinking he must admit that he also will not be able to rob an honest people, and you must live on something. From the hut, the voices of Poon-ho and Hyun-ha are heard. They say goodbye and leave, advising him to take medicine and rest. Night. The old man, with difficulty holding with one hand the blade, tries on the spear shaft. This is a precious treasure of the family, which has seen more than one battle in hundreds of years. It protects their family. The elder is sure that the ancestors will understand him. Raising the blade, he asks his ancestors to forgive his negligent descendant. It cuts the shaft into two parts. For a while, the old man silently looks at his hands. He thinks that he succeeded. Now he can hold the spear with one hand. The remaining piece he decides to give Salt. Suddenly something attracts his attention. Having looked closely, he sees that there is something in the spear's handle. This is a scroll. He unfolds him. The elder carefully studies his contents. Breath of the Wind. A murderous wind is a spear created by the Liu family. Reading a scroll, the old man understands that the whole story is here. Who would have thought that the secret of this skill of martial arts of the highest level was in his hands? The scroll was written by Liu Jung-poon, a legendary master who was once known as a ghost. He writes about Nobu, who was wandering around the world of martial arts all his life, but did not lose anyone. The only people who could deal with him are the Emperor of the Sword and Tao Huan. But this was until recently, because he had long died. He received a serious injury, and it was impossible to predict how long he would live. The old man reads on. Their name was Demaikil and Chong. They arrived from Cheongguk from the west. Liu Jungpong writes that although they joined forces to defeat them, they still defeated. He admits that he does not know how great their power is, and is afraid to die, leaving them alive in this world. The elder thinks he heard that lawlessness reigns in Cheongguk too. And what are these enemies? He recalls that Kanjo also said something like that. She was going to go west because she suspected that something happened to her parents there. She also wanted to settle some financial difficulties. After all, she is unlikely to still be able to return there. The old man asks the question, what is happening there? Nobu gained enlightenment in a dangerous battle, and he managed to create a spear of wind. But the war did not end. Liu Jungpun decided. If his martial art gets his future generations, then his family will be awaited by trouble. If the family relic is broken, then difficult times have come. Liu Jungpun expresses the hope that his help will become at least some help for his family. When the elder finished reading, the dawn has already come. He agrees this is true, and the family is just on the verge. But he is already too old to study new martial art. What to do? Liu Jinshan bitterly thinks that he can use only one hand. Therefore, he cannot swing the spear properly. The elder sees salt to him from all legs. The girl hurries to his grandfather, clutching a bamboo cane in her hands. She complains that she was hungry. The old man is surprised. What? So fast? His gaze falls on the bamboo stick which he once handed her. He understands that she likes her granddaughter and she wears her everywhere with herself. Looking at the scroll in his hand, the old man thinks. Now he understood everything. He picks up a girl in his arms. The last secret heritage left by their family is their salt. Throwing the girl up, he asks, "So she was already hungry?" Salt sits near the table, on which there is an empty bowl, stroking a rounded stomach. She says she ate too much. Grandfather laughs. That's good. He asks, does the girl want to go with him to play, so she will digest food faster? Salt is happy to agree. The elder holds out a bamboo stick to her granddaughter, saying that she would take her and follow him. He mentally turns to Salt. Now they will begin real training. Perhaps he will be a little rude with her, but the day will come when she will understand everything herself. From the hut sounds the old man's voice, calling the Salt to follow him into the yard. The elder asks her granddaughter standing opposite him. She saw how grandfather training with a spear? The baby answers in the affirmative. Having picked up a thin twig, he invites her to repeat his movements. He will block her blows. He watches in surprise how the baby rises into the air. He is alarming how skillfully she uses the club. The girl is rapidly attacking him, and confusion and bewilderment are clearly read on the old man's face. He asks the question, what is this force? He somehow blocks the blow, but the baby rushes at him again, and the elder asks her granddaughter to act more precisely. But the girl only laughs. This game is amused. Liu Jinshan notes that she has accelerated even more. He is trying to defend himself with a branch. The old man asks Salt, why does she beat her grandfather? She answers, fun. Laughing, she soars up high. The elder asks her to stop. He recalls that he already told her, not jump so high, and rushes after her. Touching her legs, he says that he caught her, but the baby eludes and rises even higher. Liu Jinshan is amazed. Did she make another jump? This is the technique of Sect of Udan. He cannot believe that the girl learned this from Hyun Hu. She's really talented. Salt drops to the roof. The elder asks, how dare she laugh at her grandfather? Appearing behind her, he says that she needs to be punished. The old man is trying to grab his granddaughter, but it seems to dissolve in the air. He cannot believe she slipped away. Meanwhile, Salt is already on the other end of the roof. Liu Jinshan, calling her a wretch, asks, did she decide to play with him? He threatens to catch her, but the girl only laughs. Catch up. The elder, barely breathing, lies on the ground. Salt rushes to him, saying that she is already here. The old man says he is very bad and he will die now. From now on, Salt will live alone. The girl is surprised to see his eyes close, and her head turns limp into the side. She quietly calls her grandfather. Then it is taken to slow down the old man. Salt begs him to wake up. When she understands that nothing helps, she falls to the ground and begins to sob. Having opened one eye, Liu Jinshan thinks, no matter what skill the Salt reaches, she is still a child. If this continues, then he is sure that she will become stronger. He believes that the force that cannot be controlled will be a burden for the one from whom it comes. It is necessary to learn martial art in order to correctly develop and learn to control it. The old man calls the granddaughter and says he thinks that if the Salt will obey his grandfather, then he will not die. He asks, she will obey him? The girl promises, always and everywhere. Jumping, the elder reports that he returned to life again. The girl jumps joyfully. Cheers. He claims that from today, she will play with her grandfather in different games. The girl readily agrees. It was at the end of summer. After that, they trained every day. Autumn has come. Then the first snow fell. The granddaughter's talent gradually went along the right direction. Are there any other children? The only and unique Salt. These words are perfect for her. Teaching his granddaughter, he thinks that in Sonamji's theory there is no blocking of the flow of energy. Do the Superman have any strength restrictions? They began to engage in martial art, gradually going to a new level, and the Salt copes with everything. Having finished training, the girl says that this is really cool, then offers to go to eat. He takes her hand and they head home. Some kind of noise attracts his attention. He looks around and sees a huge boulder break from the top of the cliff. At the same time, he feels that there is someone nearby. The stone rushes on them, and the elder understands that he does not manage to do anything. Suddenly, the boulder rises and lies on the top of the mountain. The old man sees that this is the work of his granddaughter, which, with the help of energy, acted on a huge stone. The affected by Liu Jinshan asks the question, "What is this attack?" The technique of telekinesis is available only to absolute masters. When did she learn this? Salt welcomes Hyun-Hu and is interested. What did she bring to them? The old man sighs in relief, which means that it was only her. The girl says that she brought dried meat and asks, "What was it?" While the girl, sitting on the floor of their house, enjoys meat, Hyun-Hai is interested. How is his hand? He replies that the pain has gone, but if he will train, then it will be difficult for him with one hand. Is he interested? Is their investigation completed? Hyun-Ha, moving a notebook to him, answers in the affirmative. She summed up all her strength within a radius of 100 meters. Reading her notes, the old man says, "Excellent. The characteristics of their data are well selected. But this is upset. There are many people who suffer because of them." Hyun-Hai says that she conducted a small investigation. The higher their position, the more difficult it is to rob them. It is easier to rob 2 or 3 crews of ordinary rich. She believes that this is the best option. The Chamber of Commerce. Chonren-san traces people, including children. This is black money. Isn't it a tempting idea? She says that they pay a lot of money to the government, so even the Alliance Murim collaborates with them. They have absolute power. The old man tells the girl that their goal is the merchants of Chonren-san, and then they will leave this place. The city of Sanyan. The man removes in the tavern. He offers his father to close their institution, and reports that yesterday the neighboring store was closed. The old man replies that he cannot so easily leave his inn. The son objects, but they will only get into debt even more. He reports that people from Chonren-san blocked the city, and now they will not have visitors. Behind him, 2 armed men appear. One of them tells them to leave. They have nothing more to do here. He screams scaredly. They are already here. The old man pulls out a broom from his hands. He screams to get out of his institution. The son with both hands holds the old man, begging him to calm down, otherwise they will be killed. Even when men disappear, the old man is still spoiling to follow them. On the threshold of the tavern appears a man holding a little girl by the hand. The elder asks, "Will the owner of the guests accept?" Liu Jinshan and Salt sit down at the table. The owner is surprised. How did they find themselves here? The elder answers, "Came on foot." But what? The old owner is interested. But how could they not detain the guard? Liu Jinshan, recalling men lying on the ground, carelessly pronounces, "Ah, these." They look tired, so he sent them a little rest. He asks, "The owner is going to accept his order?" He answers, "Of course," and is interested. What do they need? A ray of sun falls on the tavern. The owner's voice is heard. Now they will cook everything. Looking at the table, forced by different dishes, the elder asks in surprise, "What is it?" He did not order it. Wiping off a tear, the owner to say that they do not need to pay. Let them treat to health. Nobody came to them for so long. He is just grateful to them. The elder thinks, right. When he arrived here, he noticed that the city is under strict control. The door with a roar opens some kind of smashing. He asks, "And who let them here? And what are the guys lying at the threshold?" The owner respectfully replies that they know nothing. A man offends him. Liu Jinshan, without turning around, is interested. And what is happening there? What kind of furious dog was there riding there? The owner's son asks him to beware of these people. He reports that this man is one of the 4 best masters of this city, his nickname Maev. Liu Jinshan replies, "Bang," a cross-up nickname. Gramila's hand reaches for plates. He says that the old man is completely crazy and throws a plate into him. Liu Jinshan looks back at the noise. He recognizes this technique. He is called a furious attack. Salt, not looking up from a bowl of food, changes the trajectory of a plate flight path in one motion. She says she has not eaten yet. The elder rises and goes to Grommel. He thinks scaredly. How so? What a strong old man. Has he already reached heights in martial art? He falls to his knees in front of the elder, pleading his guilt and pray of mercy. Raising his head in such a way as to see his face, the old man says that you need to respect the elderly. He gives him a slap in the face. The owner's son says salt so that she does not look there. She should not see this. The screams of a man who beg him to spare him are heard. He promises to immediately leave here. Continuing to strike, the old man says that he must keep his word. If he sees him here again, he will definitely kill him. Leaving the man to wallow on the floor, he turns to the owner with the words, "And so, Was the problem solved? A scream is heard at the gate. Save! A man pulls a woman behind him. He says, since she has no money to pay for the debt, she will have to solve the problem differently. A friend supports him. What can they do? Payment must not be released. Standing around, people silently watch what is happening. An elderly man rushes to them, screaming so that they let his daughter go. They themselves imposed this loan to them, and now they demand several times more, but he is forced by a shock inflicted by one of their men. Looking at the old man lying on the ground, he mockingly pronounces, "What is the bad manner?" The second adds, "Let him know his place." People in the crowd are talking. Who can finally save them from this wickedness? There is a voice. No one here dares to challenge them. Then the man hears someone calling him, calling the carrion. He cannot believe that he did not rush. Who dared to talk like that? A woman answers him. Who dared? This is her. Hyun-Hu, accompanied by the second leader and Sangha, appear in the gate. They have the clothes of the warriors of Murim, which is misleading everyone. The man is amazed. Murim's alliance? Hyun-Hai tells him to immediately let the woman go. If he does not, then she will chop off his hand. Clutching the captive hair even tighter in his fist, the man says, "How can you let such a beauty let go?" Hyun-Hai pronounces, "So they consider it normal to kidnap people for debts?" The man replies that they do not violate anything, isn't they? They can do with these little people everything they want. The girl, grabbing the blade, resorts to the technique a quick wind blow. She cuts off the man to the man. The captive, having lost balance, falls to the ground. The man screams wildly. His friend is furious. What did she do? Hyun-Hu asks. Didn't she warn? She chopped off her hand, as promised. The palm of Poon-ho lies on her shoulder. He says, "Enough," and promises that next time he will tear his head off. The woman is inclined over her father. Men hastily leave. People from the crowd ask to kill them all and help them. Poon-ho asks, "And what's next?" The girl says that they need to clean this village of garbage. They came to the port city, in which many trade judges arrive, and some of the prokindas here are charged with an inflated fee. At the same time, they pretend that this is the usual shipment of the goods, but in fact, they extort money. Part of the funds raised is a bribe. Even the rulers cannot touch these villains. The city is simply mired in crime. The girl, resorting to inner power, promises that they will fix it. Hyun-Ha, Poon-ho, the second leader and Sangha stand on the deck of the ship, on which the bodies of those who tried to resist them are lying around. The men watching them are delighted. They give. Chonren-san is the end. One of them asks to give him a harpoon. The second hastily closes his mouth with his hand. He recalls that do not forget who is here. The girl pronounces, "So who takes the whole super profit here?" So, here it was, still not without a noble family owning martial arts. In front of her in rich clothes are the leaders of the group. The man seems to be the leader of Chonren-san, in other words. This is his city. He clicks through his teeth. What do they do in his possessions? Have you decided to rage? Poon-ho measures him. He recalls the parting words of Hyun-Hu. To fit into the role of students of the Udon sect, they need to abandon their gang habits. They must behave with dignity and confident. He promised that they would cope. He screams that they will destroy these villains and passes to slang words. But then he picks himself in his hands and decorously says, "How can this be that a sect consisting of nobles connects to the criminal world?" A few days ago, in the old man's hut, there is a conversation that there are more than 200 warriors in the Chamber of Commerce chamber. Poon-ho reports Hyun-Hu and the old man sitting with him at the table that General Yana's skills are at a high level. Below the hierarchy is 4 first-class warriors who call themselves 4 horsemen. The elder says, "Well, the nickname, just chickens to laugh." The leader replies that this is not all. The head of the Chamber of Commerce. The old man does not allow him to finish and is interested. Is he from the Huashan sect? Hyun-Hee interferes, she says. Besides, they have many wealth hidden. They got hold of money and ordinary people do not put in anything. The old man's fist sinks onto the table. He is surprised that despite this, the gathered people were able to do so, but rather it is even good. Poon-ho does not understand what is about. The elder asks, "Are the main figures of Murim not here?" Even their names cause anger in the elder. He says he has a plan. He is sure that be it a sect Chonren-san, a heavenly dragon, or a sect of Shan, no matter how much they have the strongest warriors, but they are those who simply do not give up. The girl asks, "So what about their plan?" The old man says, "Firstly, they will start with letters." The leader claims that the leader of the sect is Chonren-san. The heavenly dragon is the adherent of the Skasan sect, and everything is under their control. He is interested. How did they find themselves here? Poon-ho asks. What is it? He reports that we are talking about suppressing the robbers. Then he asks, "Are these robbers at the same time with them?" Dressed robbers believe that the Alliance Marima fell so much that it is even a shame. The second leader says that they talk a lot about morality, about politics, and they themselves are real garbage. Smiling unkindly, the leader is interested in, can they handle them? Pun wants to answer, of course, and he turns to people standing around. He says rightly, witnesses of their conversation want to agree with him, but they are too intimidated by the Chonrensan Trade Association. I fly the words of support from a person standing behind the crowd. He says these guys are real criminals. The elder continues to say, they treat them worse than cattle, so they simply pay them the same. The crowd immediately supports him. Shouts are heard, right. These sectarians do not think about the inhabitants of the city at all. Where did all their morality go? The leader grabs the blade. Hyun-hoo only waited for this moment. Rushing at him, she screams that she sees everything. He is trying to expose his sword. Her blade falls on his hand. He screams that it is unforgivable. The girl answers, "Come on! They first attacked them." Punho immediately rushes on the attack. How dare to attack these scum to attack them first? The second leader also rushes to the opponents, shouting that they will end. People in the crowd are surprised. Are they too aggressive? They thought they were not seriously configured. The old man standing behind the crowd makes them. The main thing is now to defeat the villains. Everyone agrees with him. But while people were going to help, the robbers themselves coped with the opponents. Their bodies lie on the deck of the ship. Punho says that in any case, they defended civilians. He promises that they would suffer also how their victims suffered. The second leader reports that he was hungry and offers to eat something. A person peeps out of a secluded place. One eye is covered by a huge violet bump hanging from the forehead. Two men hurry to him. One of them asks, "Is everything good with him?" The second rushes them. "You need to leave faster." But unexpectedly in their way, a person stands from whom a black, non-shaped aura comes. The beaten leader promises that he will pay off for this shame with the same coin. Having hidden from curious glances, the robbers sigh with relief, changing into their clothes. The old man says, "Since everything is all ready, then let them go home." The robbers, leaning in a respectful bow, agree with him. Hyun-ha, sitting at the table opposite the elder, drinking tea, asks, "When can they come?" He replies that this will not take much time. Now they will sharpen a tooth on them. Night, Salt sleeps sweetly. Two people are talking at the window. One of them says, "They quickly coped." The second replies that he is very angry. The leader, with a bandage on his head hiding one eye, asks a person who is obsolete in front of him, "Is he sure that they are in this guest house?" He replies that he saw exactly how they came here. After all, he needs these people. The leader turns to the soldiers standing behind him and promises that he will kill these scum that disgraced him. He tells them to enter the guest house. One of the soldiers objects. They cannot fight with the soldiers until they report to Chan Moon another. The leader grabs him by the throat, a scoundrel. He decided to argue with him. He says that he takes responsibility and orders them to move more and more. The old man standing by the window sighs. These guys are so noisy. He tells the girl that the time has come. She is inclined in a respectful bow. The door to the room opens, and the warrior standing on the threshold asks for forgiveness for the invasion. The elder sitting at the table asks, "What kind of noise?" He says the child is sleeping. The warrior replies that he is very sorry. Screams are heard from the guest house. "What are you doing? No one! Here are idiots!" The leader angrily asks the obsolete man, "Did he not say that they were here?" He asks to spare him. Screams come to the elder, to find them by tonight. He thinks that they, really, turned everything upside down. Not much time has passed, but none of the sex recognized him. He is pleased that he manages to hide his personality. He takes the baby in his arms and goes to the window. The old man says that everything has already ended, and asks her to tolerate not many more. "Kanyanya-kon?" In the dark a voice is heard. "Is it here?" Warriors, behind whom Hyun-ha observes from around the corner. They say that a meeting was scheduled here in the letter. Suddenly something attracts their attention. A girl comes out from around the corner and falls to the ground. They recognize her. This is Hin-ha. Warriors rush to her. What happened? Why did she write a letter to them? Where are the others? Was she not with Jung Haeom? Hyun-hoo says she sent a letter in a hurry. Trying to rise, she reports that her companions were killed. Based on the ground, he says that she managed to survive only. The question comes to her, is that true? Before her stands a man whom she immediately finds out, Elder Mu-hao. She is surprised that even he arrived here. Without leaving attempts to rise, she thinks. This person decided to betray them? The Elder Mu-hao says, everyone was killed and only a student survived? Hyun-hoo as warily looks at the elder, who appeared so unexpectedly in front of her. He asks the girl, who dared to harm the great students of Morim, and rushes her with an answer. Radiating a threatening aura, he says that she does not even think of lies. Drinking the cold later, Hyun-he says that having overcome the robbers, they went to Sanyan County. They have a conflict with Chonrensen. She reports that they attacked them at night. She alone managed to survive. She barely carried her legs from these killers. The elder, whose appearance is quite extraordinary. Half of the hair on his head is gray, haired, and the remaining ones, blackened by the Voronovaya wing, asks, why? Then instead of running to the monastery, she sent a letter. With tears in her eyes, the girl answers. They found out that she'd fled, so she sent a letter in case she was killed. The elder Mukao says that this needs to be checked. He asks, do they really control the village? He clarifies, these people from the sect of Chonsunen, the heavenly dragon. And she tells him that the students of the great sect of Udun defeated such a scum, and they even sent Hepsungam, one of the masters of the sword? The girl, stammering, answers in the affirmative. The aura of the elder again acquires a threatening color. Can she tell him the whole truth? Hyun-hee, crying, begins to speak. After the Chamber of Commerce, Chonrensen. Sobbing, she continues, there was a large-scale fight. The elder Muchao says, what? One of the warriors says that the girl is right. After all, the Chamber of Commerce of the Chonsun reign, the heavenly dragon, is the main source of financing the Skasan sect. The elder Mukao says that he asks for the last time. Did they really attaches them to them? Burning in tears, the girl replies, how can a student lie about this? Turning around, he goes accompanied by warriors, led the girl to follow them. They go to Sanyan. Voices are heard in the night darkness. Did they run away from the village? Look better. Maybe they are hiding nearby. Warriors report to the elder Mukao. As Hyun-hee said, they guard the main entrance to the village. The girl is sneaking near the talking men. Looking out of the tree, she waves her hand, quietly nodding hey. A man, one of those who protect the village, screams, pointing a finger to the right direction. Look, there are some warriors. Grab her. The warriors, headed by the elder Mukao, rush to the guards of the village of Sanyan. The elder is angry. He screams, so they dared to attack the students of the great sect of the Udun? Who gave them such a right? One of the warriors asks him to give them an order. Muhao believes that one person will be enough against them. The warrior agrees with him. They are not worthy of more. The battle is over. The warrior of the sect of Udun puts his sword to the throat of the last of the enemy remaining in the Vivi. The elder who came up to them, Muhao says, if he answers his questions, he will survive. He hastily agrees. Mukao asks, is there now in this village of the members of the Skasan sect? He readily answers, there is. The warrior says that everything that Hyun-hoo said turned out to be true. The elder tells the prisoner to go and call everyone. He does not immediately understand what is required of him. Mukao shouts menacingly. He told him to go and call the members of the Slasan sect here. A man who is a stamp rushes to fulfill his order. He rushes along the streets of a sleeping village, running past Lu Jinshan, and not noticing anything around. The old man looks at him. A group of warriors walks along the street. Their leader is led by. Approaching the soldiers of the sect of Udun, he asks, and why did the elder Mukao call them here? The warrior standing next to the elder says, this arrogant villain did not even greet the master properly. A man with a bandage on the eye continues, although the old man came here, but they no longer intend to endure it. Mukao says that he tried to show mercy and enter their position and he dared to dare so. The leader answers, let not do what he will regret later. If he continues to behave like that, then they will not stand it. In the blink of an eye, Muhao approaches him and gives a slap in the face. He raises his hand again. But for this, the leader grabs him by the wrist. Mukao warns, if he does not let his hand right now, then they will die here. He again pulls his hand to the leader. And he, although reluctantly, still fulfills his requirement. Turning around, he tells his people to follow him. The warrior of the sect of the Udun considers him an impudent. He asks the elder, is he going to drive them out of here? Mukao answers, let him forget about them. Tomorrow he will go to the stronghold of the Skasan sect and meet with Chanmoon another. A jug, squeezed too much, scattered into pieces. The leader's voice sounds, cursing. He complains that every day they are more and more belittled. Sitting at the table, surrounded by his close associates, he complains that they looked down on them due to the incident. If they had not retreated, that elder would destroy everything here. One of the warriors offers, maybe they also call their master here? The leader drinks from the piala, and the close associates are talking. The elder arrived here without any warning. They do not know the truth. A voice is heard. Are they just going to endure it? The leader with a roar puts the bowl on the table and orders, enough! Coring a bloodied fist, he asks, Who said that they will endure? Behind him, there are many militarily tuned armed men. One of his minions welcomes his determination, as expected from the master. They gathered all the warriors of the House of Heavenly Dragon. The leader believes, since their life is put on the card, they will risk everything they have. Closing blood from his hand and anticipating smiling, he says, regardless of how much stronger and older the enemy, they will cope with their task. Today will be their last night. The old man stands on the roof of the house. Hyun-hee approaches him. He asks, "Do all the fighters sleep in this guest house?" The girl answers in the affirmative, while everything goes according to their plan. But the elder Mukao said that tomorrow he would go to a meeting with Chan Moon. Then they will be immediately exposed. Liu Jinshan says that this village is famous for a dish called dangchuk. Did she try it? Hyun-hoo responds in the affirmative. Meat, fried over high heat, very tasty. The old man pronounces, excellent. Before frying, the meat is abundantly lubricated with oil. Due to the combustion of oil, the meat is even better fried. They go along the roof. Liu Jinshan says what he did something with the meat that will be prepared for sex of the buck and slassen. They will not have to go tomorrow to Chan Moon. The old man stops the girl and says she would look. There are many armed men in the courtyard. Liu Jinshan says that the fire will flare up tonight. Pointing to the leader, he says that this guy will light a fire. The same, exposing the blade, screams, "Tonight they will punish everyone who laughed at the Skasan sect. They will pay them for their sins." The crowd answers in one impulse, yes. Liu Jinshan says that the elder of the sect of the Udun will also wait for them. Mu Chao, standing by the open window, says, "They are crazy." The warrior located next to him asks, "And now?" Smart energy oozes from the eyes of the elder of the Squan sect. He says that he will kill them all. The old man rushes in airspace. The girl follows him. Hyun-hoo asks, "Did they really decide to fight?" The elder replies that it does not matter which of them will win. They are all most likely guilty of the murder of his family. They stop on the roof of one of the houses. The old man says that it doesn't matter to them, because ordinary people suffered greatly because of them. The rest of the robbers join them. Liu Jinshan continues to speak. This means that now the huge estate of the Chamber of Commerce, Chonrensen, the Heavenly Dragon, is empty. He pronounces forward in the name of justice. Then he adds, they will rob the loot. Salt, whose face is hidden by the hat of the grandfather. The voices. Their time at the end of the tree is at the end of the tree. If the news about the attack reaches higher sects, then the Alliance Murim and the sect of MANHUA will understand that they were deceived. Hyun-hee says that he cannot leave the guys alone, so he will go with them, and the old man is better to stay here. She asks, will he do it? Pun wants to answer. Of course, the main thing. Let him protect himself. The girl adds, they do not want him to suffer because of them. Liu Jinshan agrees with them, but he believes that they need to leave as soon as possible. Pun-ho, closing the lower part of the face with a cloth, says that they will finish quickly. Then, turning to your people, he asks, did everyone hear the words of the elders? He offers to hurry. With those who do not resist, do not need to fight. The leader commands, then forward, and the robbers leave. Looking after them, the elder thinks, according to their movements, it is noticeable that they trained hard, so do not worry about them. Liu Jinshan is listening, quietly. Why didn't anyone come out? Clutching a spear in his hand, he thinks, even if the sects have strong fighters, they will not be able to compare with Pun-ho or Hyun-hee. The voice of the granddaughter is heard. The girl pronounces, sister. He turns to her, asking what she said. Salt replies that sister is now bad. She asks, who beats her sister? The elder is alarmed by her words. He asks the girl to stay here alone for a while, and he will return soon. The granddaughter agrees to wait for him. Near Hyun-hee, the blade falls and shakes it into the ground. An unarmed girl stands in front of a man squeezing a sword in his hand. He asks, where did she come from here? The Heavenly Master Chonren Sanhei Janchun says that they will return not only that they stole them, but they will send them all to the next world. The robbers are confused. They counted. Who would have thought that they have Janchun? Attacking opponents, the man performs an incredible somersault and demands that they immediately give the stolen. Hyun-hee understands that he is too fast. Their only way out is to flee. Too late. Janchun has already entered the battle. But the amazed Pun-ho sees how the Heavenly Master stops the spear. Janchun is forced to retreat. The old man approaches him, clutching his weapon in his hand. Hyun-hee is glad to his appearance, because Liu Jinshan is much superior to her in all skills. Janchun is surprised by the appearance of the old man, but again rushes on the attack. The elder says that he will delay this thug and let the robbers retreat. Pun-ho tries to object, but the old man interrupts him. They have already taken what they wanted, so let them not put it on. Robbers with bags on their shoulders hastily run away. Jan Chun is trying to pursue them. How do these insoles dare to take the property of the Chamber of Complex Chonren? The old man rushes over him. The spear Liu Jinshan and the sword of Jan Chuna are crossed. The elder says that he will destroy him, not to pass by Grimil. The heavenly master is surprised. Is this old man at the same time with them? This is unthinkable. Did he imagine that he could stop him? He will pass, and he will not be able to do anything. No one can avoid death from his blade. Hyun Hu is anxiously watching their battle. He is so fast. Jan Chun is one level below Chonhen Sasoka. Can the elder be able to cope with him with one hand? The heavenly master notes that the enemy cannot use his left hand, and decides to use it. With a cry, "Die!" he hatches the blade on the old man. Liu Jinshan barely manages to evade. He understands that the man noticed his weakness. He even managed to hurt his clothes. Jan Chun continues to crowd him. He calls the old man one-armed and says that he is too weak. He is almost a corpse. The girl thinks that she alone cannot cope. They need help. She calls the commander. Punho, who appeared on the fence, tells her to follow him rather after him. Hyun Hai objects. But what about the elder? The robber insists. She is seriously injured. He promises to call for help. The girl offers not to interfere with the old man and strike from the back. Poon wants her to leave it to him. He decides to risk his life, just to cope with the enemy. Meanwhile, the old man continues to restrain the onslaught of Jan Chuna. He says that he is still far from his level. He himself asked for troubles. The elder thinks. He realized what his vulnerability was. If the battle is delayed, his position will be worse and worse. He understands that there is nothing to be done. You need to make the final move. We'll have to take a chance with the second hand. The heavenly master attacking him remarks that the old man is looking somewhere to the side and is interested in that the old thief saw it there. Liu Jinshan screams, "Do not come!" Pun Ho, clutching a sword in his hands, hurries to his aid. Looking at the rapidly approaching Jan Chuna, the old man thinks that the help of the leader will not hurt him. Liu Jinshan asks the salt not to approach them. The baby runs behind Pun Ho. The heavenly master looks at the girl in surprise. Is this a child tries to hit him? How fast? He asks a question. Is this Chukji method? The old man shouts to his granddaughter, which is dangerous here, and tells her to leave immediately. Salt runs away from trying to catch her Poon Ho and rushes to Jan Chun. The man thinks that he does not know, of course, what all this means, but if he takes the child hostage, then we can assume that he has already won. He throws to the girl, but to his surprise, she dodged his grip. Jan Chuna still manages to catch the child. The old man screams to her to leave. The heavenly master warns that he does not move, jerks, and he will kill it. He puts the sword to the neck of the salt and says, if he returns the stolen gold, then the child will not suffer. Poon Ho asks him to remove the knife. He promises that they will return everything now. Salt is trying to free himself from his capture. The man is surprised. She is still a child. Where can there be such a silver in it? He screams to the girl so that she calms down and does not twitch. Salt is desperately screaming and continues to resist. The old man asks her to behave calmly. Jan Chun warns, if he twitches again, then he will kill the girl. He will deprive both of them. Salt is crying and continues to make attempts to free himself. Suddenly, an energy circle forms around a man. Salt spits to the ground. Jan Chun is worth not moving for a while. Then the hand, with which he had held Salt before, twists, and he issues a loud scream. Jan Chun takes an uncertain step forward. He does not understand what happened. The girl broke his hand? He did not even have time to do anything. He cannot believe what is happening. Its insides are also damaged. His gaze falls on the girl lying on the ground. The man is simply furious, he decides. Before he gets even worse, he will kill the girl. He brings a sword over the child's head, but then they grab him by the hair and drag him from her. The old man makes him kneel down. Pun Ho is standing nearby, ready to rush to his aid as soon as this is needed. Liu Jinshan's eyes radiate rage. How dared to raise his hand to his granddaughter. And even more so, how he dared to wave his sword at the child. The old man is beside himself with anger. Jan Chuna manages to break out of his capture. Understood up, he replies, while he held her in his arms. This snot caused him such damage. What does he think? This is possible to do at a distance. The heavenly master, with curses and insulting the girl, says that he must destroy her, and he will have enough of one hand for this. The old man puts his inner strength into the weapon. He uses the technique of divine singing. The third string is a blow of destruction. A disarmed enemy falls to the ground. His face is distorted by an evil grimace. Punko carefully presses the baby. The man lies on the ground. His body swells like a ball. The old man, approaching, asks, "Is he suffering?" Liu Jinshan says that all the bones of his body are fragmented, and the gut is burning with fire. John Chun thinks. The insidious old man tells the truth. Everything is so. He says that he lost, and asks to kill him. The elder, calling him insignificance, is interested. Shouldn't he recall the suffering of those whom he killed because of his greed? Turning away from him, the old man says, "Poon Ho, that you should not be ashamed of defeat. Without him never become strong." Gently pressing Salt to the chest, the elder moves the air. The baby sobs, and he asks, "Why does his granddaughter cry?" The girl replies that she is afraid. He calms her and promises that grandfather will protect her. He recalls how the girl acted on John Chuna, and thinks, it is definitely, although it is not executed on top. But this is definitely Gungonzan Ilchisik, an internal blow. He cannot believe that the granddaughter is already using their family techniques. This technique is really transmitted from generation to generation. It reaches the forest and hides in thickets. Standing on the deck of the ship, Hyunhai gives the order to prepare for floating. She is worried. The old man is late. Unwanted, he said that he needs to take something, and asks her not to worry. One of the robbers calls her and, pointing to the shore, says, "There!" They see the old man, who is pursued by the warriors of Kronrin. The second leader and Sangha are trying to go and help him, but Punho stops them. The old man screams that they remain in their places and set sail. The leader orders to open the sails and set sail at full speed. The warriors pursuing the old man are talking among themselves. One of them is interested in, did anyone report this to Muram's alliance? The second answers, the answer must already come. The ship moves away from the shore. Screams are heard. The old man leaves. There is no road. We need to catch him. Liu Jinshan is running around the pier. The team is heard to shoot, and the warriors release a cloud of arrows from the bows. The elder is pushed off with a foot from the edge of the pier, and then to the place where he just stood, a hail of arrows collapses. One of the warriors screams, "Here is a stupid thief!" Jumps into the water. It will drown after all. He has nowhere to go. But observing the old man, as if floating in the air above the water, he settles. Is this walking on the surface of the water? He screams so that the warriors shoot. He cannot be missed. The elder continues to run. The cloud of arrows rushes after him. Salt, peering out from behind his shoulder, understands the danger that threatens them. With a wave of her hand, she makes the arrows lose her speed. The old man makes a giant jump and approaches the ship. A moment, and he finds himself on the deck, where he is greeted by enthusiastic cries of robbers. They sincerely thank him for his help. True with their loud cries, he says that they are too slow. He explains that now the sect of MANHUA and the Alliance Muram know that they are here, and offers to get out of here as soon as possible, and everyone agrees with him. Their ship rushes forward. The cries of those who tried to pursue them on the ship are heard from the port. The ship was pierced. What? No! A man who leads the pursuers stands on the shore, and looking after them is cursing. He says, standing next to him, they sailed with their prey. But nothing can be done. The ship is far from the coast. The robbers rush along the deck, trying to catch Salt. The old man and Punho stand in the hold in front of the mountain of gold coins. The robber says, "This is amazing. That's how much wealth was accumulated by sucking blood from a common people." The elder shows him a notebook and says that this is a secret document of the Chamber of Commerce. There was not a single official who would not take bribes. Pun wants to answer, so he decided to take him with him. The old man, hiding the paper in his pocket, says, there is a way to secretly deliver it to the National Agency of Investigations, which he will do as soon as he reaches land. Even heavenly dragons and corrupt officials will pay for this. The leader is interested in what part of the total prey to give him. The old man, taking a small number of coins, replies that he will have enough of this. Punho asks, is he sure that this will be enough? He answers, why is the old man so much money? He says that he will have enough of these coins to educate and raise his granddaughter, and at the same time, not to die of hunger. Meanwhile, the Salt easily runs up the mast, forcing the robbers to worry about her safety. Punho asks, does he want to leave? But why? The old man replies that it is safer for them with Salt to live under cover. He warns that they are also careful. Now the Muram's alliance will look for them. He says, as soon as it passes enough time, let them help those in need of people. Punho asks him to believe. He will certainly do it. Liu Jinshan, with sleeping Salt on his back, says goodbye to the robbers, asking them to be careful. Hyunhu, with tears in her eyes, turns to the girl, wanting her to grow big and strong. The old man asks her not to cry, but she cannot hold back her tears. All the robbers cry, saying goodbye to Liu Jinshan. He shakes his head. Who would have thought that the whole team would pour tears now? Punhu says they will be in Hanama. The old man replies, "If their fate is, then they will still meet." The leader promises that he will definitely return and give him up for his help. The elder laughs. Since when has the world has become so small? In order to meet them again, there must be a desire. The girl screams after him that they will certainly meet. Then he adds quietly, "Probably." Sitting in the boat, Liu Jinshan rowing to the shore. The ship moves further and further. The robbers wave after him. He shouts to them that the wind is cold, so let them hide in the cabins. The old man plans to find a new house and live with Salt secretly from the world. He looks at the serene, sleeping girl. He needs to find a place where he can calmly engage in teaching Salt. A place where nothing will threaten her. Where you can grow a strong and healthy child. The old man lies on the oars. The path is illuminated by the moon. The wind tears off the board of the ads where portraits of robbers are placed. A sheet of paper with the image of the elder picks it up and carries it further. A portrait of the old man flies over the village, then above the mountains and the sea. Finally, the wind throws him on a wooden shield standing at the door of the building. Then the next impulse breaks him and takes him further. It is written on the sign, a reception for military service in the Murim Alliance. Hoenn, the sacred place of the Safa people. There are many armed people on the streets of the city. 2 men, walking along the pavement, are talking. One of them turns to the second, calling him the foreman. He heard that last week he defeated political factions. The interlocutor proudly confirms that he killed almost everyone. The man asks him to tell him everything. He promises that he will buy him a drink. The foreman offers to find Shinnok. A passing by the old man says that it will take some time. The foreman escorts him with a look. He is interested. Who is it? He had not seen him before. The elder continues his way, telling the granddaughter that he seems to have found a place for an overnight stay. Hearing a street merchant offers to buy fresh pork, and then adds that 1 chicken costs 5 coins, the Salt fades restlessly. Liu Jinshan asks the girl what happened. The granddaughter replies that she wants this chicken, although she died. The elder asks, "Is she sad because the chicken died?" Salt responds in the affirmative. Grandfather is interested. Does the granddaughter want to take her to heaven? She, with hope, looking at the old man, asks, "Can I?" The girl sits at the table, echoing the chicken leg. In front of her on the table in a bowl is a chicken. Liu Jinshan, sitting nearby, asks her to chew more thoroughly. Fright comes to them. Looking around, the old man sees one of the visitors cursing with the foreman. He thinks that he did not want to bring his granddaughter to this place full of Soldyon. But there is nothing to do. They need to hide from the eyes of the Murim Alliance. The owner of the tavern, carrying a tray with a drink, stops the scandal, recalling that they are now not on the training ground. Noticing that the debaters calmed down, the old man thinks that the Safa Union supports order well. He believes that it is not as dangerous here as it seems at first glance. At the next table, with the help of arm wrestling, the struggle on the hands, during which it is necessary to first press the hand of a man sitting opposite the opposite of the opposite to the table. The red-haired big man triumphs. He won again. Rising from the table, he asks, "Are there any more applicants? Who is ready to overcome the power of Wei Wugan?" The elder understands that they are measured by forces for money, and a good jackpot stands at the stake now. A voice is heard from the far corner of the tavern, notifying that its owner is accepting a call. Approaching, the man puts his hand on the opponent's shoulder. The old man feels his unusual energy. A big man with a shaved head asks, "Does Wei Wugan want to compete with him?" The red-haired man asks with annoyance, "Again, Baek Hyun is here? Why does he need these children's games?" The big man offers to argue that he will overcome him with 1 finger. He promises, if he loses, he will give him 10 times more money than now lies on the table. The delighted Wei Wugan is interested, so he is ready to lose to him? The rival suggests starting. He says that his name is Baek Hyun. A red-haired man replies that he knows it. They begin the struggle. Wei Wugan thinks, no matter how experienced the enemy is, he still has strong hands. He will be able to overcome 1 finger. He has to sweat, and he decides that he will win if he can use all external and internal energy. But Wei Wugan loses. His hand lies on the table, and his face expresses a clear grief with such a result. Suddenly, he makes a wild cry of pain and grabs his handlessly sagging hand. The big man, having thrown his feet on the table, asks, "Who will risk money for the game with Baek Hyun?" He triumphs the victory. Who defeated Wei Wugan? He was defeated by 1 finger. Baek Hyun clicks through his teeth displeased. And what kind of weak people of the Safa? They just live and have fun. Discouraged visitors are talking. Who is this at all? He is so strong that he was able to defeat Wei Wugan. Baek Hyun brings his finger to his lips, asking them to shut up. He says that there is a person who can fight him. His finger points to the old man sitting his back to him. Surprised voices come to the elder. What? That old man? But is it not appropriate for the elderly to sit calmly with their grandchildren? Baekhyun is approaching the alignedly sitting Liu Jinshan. The old man's hand only tightens the spear hilt tightly. The big man says that he does not pretend, that he did not understand, and offers to fight. The elder asks, does he really need a battle with the old man? Baekhyun is interested in, why did he get that he is an ordinary old man? Liu Jinshan, looking at the man awaiting his answer, thinks that he arrived in Honhen to avoid the attention of Murim's alliance, and it seems he was mistaken. Meanwhile, visitors decide that Baekhyun is still right. The old man, watching that they look expectantly, armed with batons, thinks, it is not known what will happen next if he does not obey this person. He asks his granddaughter to sit at the table and wait for him. She, continuing to eat chicken, agrees. Rising from the table, Liu Jinshan tells the healthy man, if he wins, he will let him go. The man is mockingly interested in, does he really think he will win from him? Baekhyun agrees. He will give the old man everything he wants if he overwhelms him. Visitors are surprised by his words. What kind of old man is this? Is Baekhyun really speak seriously? The elder takes off his hat, his long and thick hair scatter on the shoulders. Again, surprised whispers are heard. Where does he get so much hair from? One man tells another to behave quieter. If they are heard, then there will be great troubles. If you angry the older back, then he will kill them. In his presence, you need to follow the tongue. He can cut his head in an instant. The old man, rolling the sleeve and showing a muscular hand, asks the opponent, is he ready? He thinks that he constantly trains his body and strength. You need to concentrate. Their confrontation begins. Baekhyun declares that he will not lose to the old man. Spectators continue to whisper, Baekhyun wins. The elder is amazed. This cannot be. His strength is now in the third stage. He understands that the enemy is stronger than him. Liu Jinshan is desperately resisting. The big man says that it's over, and the old man understands. If he continues the struggle, then his hand will break. Suddenly a children's hand lies on Baekhyun's shaved head. The voice is heard, soft. Feeling his head, the baby says, so soft and smooth, very smooth. The man is stunned by her immediacy. Baekhyun asks his opponent, he sees this? Where does the child come from? The elder says reproachfully. Salt. He thinks displeasedly that now his granddaughter is also drawn into it. If he is careless, then everything will become much more dangerous. Baekhyun at this time tries to consider what is happening on his head. Continuing to study his crown, the girl is interested. Why does this person have no hair? She asks. His hair does not grow. The man asks her to go down from his back. Salt, using the soaring wind technique, a fast attack, holds out a hand, and a chicken leg rises from the plate. She flies over the heads of visitors through the entire tavern, and is in the hands of the baby. Sticking her healthy man in her mouth, the girl invites him to eat. Laughing, she says that she loves the hen, and continues to push back Henu more deeply into her mouth. At the same time, she says that you need to eat well, then his hair will grow out. The elder, looking at the man, understands that he is now angry. He decides that he can no longer wait, and presses the enemy on the hands of the enemy. The big man falls to the floor, continuing to squeeze chicken burn in his teeth. Those present are talking. Baekhyun lost. He lost all his energy because of this little girl? People ask themselves, can it be that in this way he justified his loss? Satisfied Salt sits on the man's chest. The girl touches his head, interested in how uncle liked the taste of the chicken. Staking him on the head, she says softly soft. Baekhyun bursts with anger. Jumping to his feet, he spits the lower leg and screams. The old man calls the Salt to himself, and she joyfully rushes to him. Baekhyun asks, did you hear everyone? He turns to visitors, saying that recently there was one case in Sanyan district. Liu Jinshan, picking up his granddaughter in his arms, thinks that he recognized him. Meanwhile, the big man continues to speak. The bloodshed between the Skasan sect and the Alliance Murim happened in the Sanyan district. The elder thinks, did he really decide to get the award of the Murim Alliance? Of course, why not? Baekhyun, pointing a finger at the old man, announces that the person who destroyed the Slasan sect and broke the Murim Alliance is the one who is standing in front of him. People support him. They also heard about it. They say that the gang was scorching the Alliance Murim and Skasan sect. But could one person do this? So these attacks are not empty rumors? Baekhyun respectfully bows his head in front of the elder. He says that he is a very strong man, and asks him forgiveness. Voices of the tavern visitors are heard to the old man. They are sure that Baekhyun, an incredible person, recognized the old man only looking at him. So, he started these competitions to check it. Incredible. They shout that Daip is their hero. He looks around, bewildered around. For the first time in decades, he heard this name. He never thought that he would hear him from the Usapan men. The owner of the tavern asks him to eat as much as he wants. Baekhyun proclaims that today they drink for this legendary meeting with their older brother. The elder is surprised. Already, brother? How quickly the big man got closer to him. Men are sitting at a table. Baekhyun, pouring an old man into a glass, says that his younger brother, referring to himself, will now raise the cup for him. The big man offers the elder to cut his throat. He is interested. And why do this? As Baekhyun already knows, they are haunted by the Alliance Murim. He would be grateful if he allowed them to live with him for a while. The big man asks him not to worry about it. According to the agreement signed with the Sato Alliance, the Alliance Murim does not even have the right to step on these lands. Leaning forward to be closer to the interlocutor, he adds that there is something that he should tell him. He says that people here know that he was one of the attackers in a recent incident, so let him not lose vigilance. Clutching his granddaughter, Liu Jinshan replies, "Perhaps the man will not believe him, but the main thing for him is now a child." A half-sunny girl pulls her hands to back hen, flows something about his hair. He says that for the first time in his life, someone laughed so cute at his hair, which is not. He holds out the palm of the baby. Salt pulls to meet him his palm. Their hands are in contact. In its touch, Salt puts internal energy. The man is shocked and does not hide it. He looks at the old man. At that moment, the rest of the world disappeared to him. He asks, "Was it really Klen?" Liu Jinshan is looking at him alarmed. The baby is already sleeping in his hands. Baekhyun and the elder walk along the street. The man says, an attack on his family, Chonran, flight, wanderings, Murim's alliance. All this was his interlocutor for such a short period of time. He reports that for several years terrible rumors have been going on that talented children are missing. The old man recalls the words of a random passerby. Not so long ago he found out that the Pak clan was destroyed, but that is strange. The body of the young heir of this family was never found. He says that he also heard something like that. Baekhyun assures that he has nothing to worry about while he is next to him. He promises that he will make sure that they live here in safety and comfort. He invites the old man to go to his mansion. The elder says that he was in great duty to him. When they cross the yard, Liu Jinshan says, "The power of a man here is more than he thought. At such a young age and such heights." He replies that he inherited his position from his father. The old man is interested. What is his father's name? He answers, Baek-un-hyun. He says that rumors went as if someone had attacked someone from the Murim alliance, but they did not open the matter. The elder clarifies, Baek-un-hyun, a bloody sword. The interlocutor is surprised. Does he know his father? Liu Jinshan explains that he never met him personally, but he was known among the nobility. His martial art was unusual. He was called a ghost, an attacker suddenly and out of nowhere. The old man asks, he was from the defenders of the ghostly ghost. Baekhyun says that he did not like the name of the clan, so he changed it. Two guys welcome them. The man invites the old man to go and look at his students. The old man passes and sees many young people on the training site. After watching them for some time, he says that they are talented. He believes that they are worthy descendants of the Bek family, but he is embarrassed by the fact that the students have the same hairstyle as their teacher. The man replies that this is an incentive for them to become once as strong warriors as he. The elder believes that this is severe. Baekhyun laughs and admits that he is joking. In fact, this itself comes from the features of the Gonsim internal technique, which was invented by his great-grandfather Baekdo. It is called Guigong. Due to exhausting training, men lose their hair. He adds that there is a tradition that they convey to their guests. If the old man is ready to go through the ceremony, then he can... He does not have time to finish. The elder rushes briskly to the exit. Without turning around, he replies, "A terribly interesting tour, however. He is forced to leave." A woman walking towards him is interested in, "Where does he go?" The elder is surprised by her thick hair. She says, as soon as she found out that the guest visited them, she immediately hurried here. She asks the dear guest not to sadden the mistress of Pedoman and not to leave them so soon. Liu Jinshan asks, "Then she is the wife of Baekhyun?" The woman, bowing in a bow, replies that he can just call her Eugene. Smiling, she turns to her husband. "Is he already here?" He answers in the affirmative, and adds that he came with the guest. The baby is cracking on the cheek. Eugene says she hastened to restore order, learning that he had come not alone. In addition, as she could not greet such a sweet child, she tells the maid to prepare a separate dish for the child. Baek-hyun invites the old man to go to the house, saying that he will personally conduct him, but the woman grabs him by the belt. She tells him to stand. He answers. He is paralyzed. Eugene says they need to discuss household chores. Watching how a woman pulls her husband behind her, the old man laughs. Here she is, youth. Adding my husband, Eugene is interested. He decided to drink in broad daylight? What does it mean? He said nothing to her. Why did he go? I decided to defeat everything there? She told him not to leave the house. He must be an example for his students. He is trying to make excuses. She misunderstood everything. He begs his brother to save him. The old man, meanwhile, was thinking. He did not think that the people of Sapa were so hospitable. Today he was convinced that the people here are quite ordinary. He glances at the door, behind which the owners of the house disappeared. The door opens. The old man measures the courtyard with steps. He thinks they even gave him a place of residence. It seems to him that this is a dream. Taking out of the pocket of paper, he believes that the time has not yet come to relax. He only moved forward one step. The old man thinks he will teach the salt to everything that the Spear of the Wind taught him in the clan. He believes that this will not be too difficult, because their ancestors took care of everything. The old man calls the salt. Her small legs leave traces in the snow. The yard is covered with green grass. The voice of the elder sounds. She succeeds, everything great. The girl rejoices and offers to celebrate the Lunar New Year with a fried chicken. Baek-hyun appears in the doorway. He asks, "Is the older brother here?" The old man and Salt are engaged in training. Liu Jinshan looks inquiringly at the man. Baek-hyun says, as he thought, she had already begun training. The elder asks, what happened? Does he not miss his training? Noticing a group of people behind the man's back, he is interested. He brought his students? Baek-hyun asks him to listen carefully. This house will become a battlefield. The old man, clutching his granddaughter, asks in surprise, what happened? Baek-hyun states that from now on this is a dangerous place. It will become a battlefield. He cares about his students, therefore they are forced to attack. Now he will go and kill all opponents. Liu Jinshan is perplexed. Attacked. Is this a place not a sapper? Until now, Sapu has been divided into 4 forces in order to keep balance in this way. However, the sect of the Bloody Snake absorbed the Dark Dragons. Now their goal is Makeonko and Padoman. The elder is perplexed. Is the conflict between the factions is resolved? Baek-hyun replies that he was hoping to unite their strength. But it seems that the Alliance Murim would not allow this. This does not bother him much. He cannot stand it when his students touch. Liu Jinshan is interested. Do they need his help? The big man answers. It would be great if he helped them. But he believes that he is better off staying here and take care of Salt. He himself will personally destroy everyone who dared to touch his students. The old man thanks him for his understanding. The man answers, how will Salt live without a grandfather? Leaving, the man offers to have dinner today. Salt replies that they will come. Baek-hyun, winking, says, excellent. Turning to the students, he tells them to follow him. Looking after them, Liu Jinshan asks them to be sharp. The elder recalls the words of a man. If he dies on the battlefield, then who will take care of Salt? Eugene walks around the yard with a tray in his hands. Opening the door, she tells the elder that she brought their lunch. For some time she watches their training. Salt carefully copies the movement of the grandfather. She does everything exactly like Liu Jinshan. The woman thinks that they train all day and decides to leave the tray with food at the door so as not to interfere with them. She comes to her the voice of an old man praising her granddaughter. She copes with the study of the technique of a spear of wind. Looking at them, she thinks, well, is not it touching? Putting her palm on her stomach, she thinks, soon her baby will train the same way. Leaving, Eugene decides to prepare his favorite food for dinner. After all, good food restores strength after hard training. She will drive away fatigue and calm the mind. Liu Jinshan and Salt are immersed in meditation. The old man sounds in the head of the old man, to fall into a trance and surrender to the stream of time. He opens one eye. The old man is surprised. The sun is already sitting. He thinks Baek-hyun is late. He looks at the girl. Salt, without opening his eyes, pronounces, Uncle Baek-him. Looking at his granddaughter, he thinks, Salt feels the movement of energy outside the norm. Is the man returning? The girl answers, no, and then he mentions a person with magnificent hair. Liu Jinshan guesses that she is talking about Eugene. He thinks, what happened at the Padoman estate? Turning off, he says that his granddaughter waits him here. He promises that he will return soon. He recalls how the owner of the house stated that this place would soon become the battlefield. The elder thinks that it can also be dangerous here. Eugene, with a spear in her hands, stands in front of the stairs on which the bodies of people are lying, and the puddles of blood are visible. Clutching a hand to the wound in the area of the solar plexus, she silently listens to the words of the sneaker. Why tolerate so? And Chol-il, the leader of the Bloody Gate faction, which is part of the blood sequed of the Bloody Snake, continues. Will it not be better if all 4 fractions unite? The woman replies that in this case, they need to kneel before the Pedamoon. Behind Eugene are 2 warriors with swords in their hands and several servants. She continues to speak, luring Mr. Back-hen and his disciples on the battlefield. They then decided to attack his family. Is this the will of the Bloody Snake clan? Holding the bloodied blade in his hands and putting his leg on the head of one of the people he killed, Yon Chol-il, smiling, answers. If only their family could capture 4 factions. But now we are talking about the destruction of all family members of Pedoman. He is interested. They do not feel sorry for themselves? The woman tells him to shut up and promises that he will tear him apart. And Chol-il says that the last chance will give her. If she gives up now, then he will save her life. Eugene answers, isn't that a trap? Take it hostage, then blackmail the Back-of-hen? In this case, she prefers death. The man calmly answers, well, then let him die. The non-shaped power is thickened around a woman. Eugene in the jump attacks the enemy. Warriors of the Bloodgate faction rushing her across. But on the way to the goal, she sweeps away all who to hide the Pomeli. Killing one of the warriors, she promises that she will drag them all with her to hell. Turning upward, Yun Chol-il orders to attack her. She understands that the person whose chest was pierced, her spear squeezes tightly with her hands, and she is not able to free him. Rushing at her, Yun Chol-il says that it is time to send her to hell. Eugene manages to free the spear, but the enemy's sword is already falling on her head. The leader of the faction is perplexed. Did you block his blow? So fast? He is surprised by the strength of the enemy, and Chol-il flies far back. Seeing the old man defending Eugene, he is perplexed. Who is this? Without turning around, the elder tells the woman that he will win the time until her husband returns, and let her run and hide. Eugene answers, not worth it. She believes that he needs to take salt and leave. They are opposed by first-class warriors. Looking at the opponents, the old man understands that she is right. It will be difficult to cope with them alone, but he cannot let them die here. The elder recalls, in the same way they got off with his family. And Chol-il, grinning, is interested in, where did this old man come from? Standing at the head of his warriors, and going down to people standing at the foot of the stairs, he says that the last chance will give them. He offers the old man to leave if his life is dear to him. Looking at the leader of the faction, the elder thinks, this is a frightening feeling only from his voice. The opponent is a high-level man, Liu Jinshan replies. If they retreat, they will remain alive. And Chol-il tells the soldiers not to lose vigilance, and then orders to attack. The old man says, it means that this is his answer. He calls his granddaughter, hiding behind him. The elder asks, she remembers how she was interested in what will happen if her grandfather does something bad? The girl answers in the affirmative. Pointing to the leader of the faction and his warriors, he asks, does she see these guys well? He says that they committed a bad act, and from that moment on she can beat them with a stick. He tells her to close her eyes tightly, and Chol-il reflects that it is not known how strong the old man is, and why is he with a child? He orders himself not to lose vigilance. No matter how strong he is, there are still more of them. Liu Jinshan rushes on the attack. He sweeps everyone in his path. The granddaughter helps him. Closing her eyes, she directs the bamboo stick emitting a strong aura to enemies. The warriors of the Bloodgate faction, like their leader, are discouraged. What is it? What happened now? And Chol-il tells not to be distracted and attack. Screams are heard. This old man's sorcerer. The old man thinks, a nightmare. Even here there is no calm life. But the granddaughter is fun. In the jump, they are attacked by another enemy who came from the back. The girl rewards him with a stick, and he flies away with Kubaroma. The old man asks, the granddaughter is sure that she closed her eyes? She answers in the affirmative. Salt obeys his grandfather. Finging the next attack with a spear, the elder praises the girl. A great job. He thinks that she is too small to see the bones break in front of her eyes and the blood splashes. He pronounces, from that moment, they will begin to fight seriously. The elder rushes forward. Screams are heard. He has gone crazy. You need to attack the main building. The old man moves up the stairs. Salt, with his eyes closed, rewards with a stick of warriors that fall in their path. The leader of the faction thinks, this is impossible. Elite warriors who have achieved a lot lose the old man and the child. Looking at the salt technique, he is even more amazed. This is a cable. Warriors appear behind him, a voice sounding that the second group arrives. The leader continues to be perplexed. This is impossible. Thinking that the help came, he rejoices. Now the old man and his child will exhale. They definitely cannot cope with so many warriors. Raising the blade, he tells the old man. Suddenly, warriors head in a completely different direction. Liu Jinshan is surprised. Did they decide to retreat? Then he understands that there were more opponents. Having appreciated their construction, he sees that this is the mouth of a poisonous snake. Now it will become more complicated than it was before. Eugene screams to leave with his granddaughter right now. No matter how strong he was, he will not be able to cope with so many bloody gate soldiers. The elder replies that she leave these concerns to them. The woman claims that she is not going to throw them in order to save her life. Liu Jinshan thinks, Salt is in order. The problem is only in physical strength. They can fall from exhaustion and die. The baby can easily become their prey. Even if they try to run away first, the opponents will still pursue them. It makes no sense to run. The leader of the faction, chuckling, claims that he changed his mind. He promises that he will give him a chance to retreat and run away. But the girl in the future will pose a huge threat to them. Therefore, Chol-il is going to cut off this bud from the stem. Yet it is not too late. The old man is beside himself with rage. He cannot believe what he heard. The leader of the faction orders not to be afraid and remain calm. Liu Jinshan cannot restrain his anger. How does he dare to threaten death with his only descendant, his granddaughter? He is going to kill her? Chol or is rapidly approaching them. The old man tells his granddaughter that it's time to check their new equipment. The girl happily agrees. The leader of the faction tells the soldiers to chop off the old man's head and kill the child. The spear of the elder is filled with fiery energy, fiercely sweeping away anyone who dares to stand in his way. Chol-il loses the remnants of confidence that he will be able to implement his plan. Looking at the elder rushing towards him, he is perplexed. What is it? How much strength is in an instant? Then he cheers up. He spends too much inner energy now. He screams again so that his warriors kill the old man. He demands that the elder be destroyed, and he tells the whole attack to concentrate on him. Liu Jinshan barely manages to evade the blow. The Salt is alarmed, but he asks her not to worry about him. He thinks, as expected, there are too many opponents so that he can cope with them alone. The granddaughter can feel them even with her eyes closed, but she did not train enough. If he is distracted by defense and attack, then he will soon be overcome. He believes that if it continues, then you can't pass the troubles. His and Salt will absorb the mouth of a huge snake. Eugene is desperately screaming, "No!" The elder understands that he cannot do anything, and tells the girl to open her eyes. Salt, obeying his order, wide open his eyes. She issues a fighting cry. The blinding energy makes the leader of the faction cover his eyes with his hand. He understands, they came. Armed people appear in smoke clubs, and the man recognizes back students. He does not believe his eyes. They are already here. On the ground are killed warriors. The leader of the faction asks the question, how did they defeat the group of elite warriors? Could they become many times stronger? He sees Baek Heen in front of him, the owner of the Paduman. The big man gives the order to send the wounded back, and Chol-il tells his warriors to gather in a shock fist. Eugene nages her husband. Turning around, he notices that she is injured. The man asks menacingly, "Who did it?" He looks at the opponents. What villain wounded his wife? Baek Heen demands an answer from them. He says that he will kill this bastard very slowly. The warriors of the Bloody Gate faction hastily try to find out. Who was it? Salt, indicating with a stick, says this guy did it. She points to the leader of the faction. He is in no hurry to admit his guilt, and pretends to have nothing to do with it. But the girl insists on her own. And Chol-il replies that she did not see anything. She was not here, but Baek Heen is already attacking him. His assistants are rushing to the aid of the faction. The big man promises that those who dared to attack his family will kill with his own hands. And Chol-il barely avoids a blow. Baek Heen beside himself with rage. He promises that they all feel the power of his anger in their own skin. The man is attacked from all sides, but he inexorably advances to end Chol-il, saying that no one will get out of here alive. Now the old man understands why the opponents cunningly lured his brother back and his students from the mansion. Baek Heen and his warriors look incredibly strong and fast. The old man believes that there is no need to show Salt such a terrible scene. Sewing to the granddaughter, daring on his back, he thinks that she was now detracting from order. It was time to sleep and relax. In the end, she is still a child. Eugene approaches him and thanks him. She says that he had great mercy to them. They will never forget his kindness. Liu Jinshan replies that he had paid off for their service, because they took care of him and his granddaughter when they had nowhere to go. He believes that now a woman first of all needs to worry about her wounds. The elder goes to the door. The old man puts his sleeping granddaughter in bed. He lies nearby. Now you can relax. The baby is pressed against him, and they fall asleep. The night came. Arrested Salt, sitting in a chair, enjoys food. The old man and Baek Hyun are sitting at the table. Pouring wine into the glasses, the man admits, if not for the elder, then they would have big problems. He replies that this is his duty, so the owner of the house has nothing to worry about. But the interlocutor continues to thank the old man and his granddaughter. Liu Jinshan is interested in the state of his wife. Baek Hyun replies that the wound is small. He was very worried that the child could suffer, but everything worked out. The old man is glad that they were so lucky. Pouring a drink into a glass, he asks, "What should they do now?" The man replies that he will act as he should. As soon as the wounded cure, they will attack a bloody snake. He promises that he will personally turn their neck with their head. The elder warns that they were sharp, because they were the first to strike, because they did not assume that they could be defeated. The old man believes that the enemy could prepare another tricky plan similar to this. Liu Jinshan explains Baek Hen that they could send the guys from Jisold. He suggests that opponents must have specially prepared a trap for them so that they could attack them without hesitation. The interlocutor answers, "Hardly. The leader of the faction could not send his subordinates to certain death." The elder objects, "From personal experience, he knows that there are many people capable of this. Moreover, due to the fact that the bloody snake destroyed the black dragons, is it not twice as many fighters that the bloody snake is now?" Baek Hyun hit the table with his fist. He is sure that it does not matter. Victory does not depend on the number of warriors. The old man shakes his head reproachfully. "Oh, this guy. And how can he be so reckless?" He believes that they need to at least conduct reconnaissance and see if they have a chance to win. Salt, stuffing sweetness in the mouth, carefully listens to their conversation. The man is sure. For the defenders the gates of Padoman, it makes no sense to conduct reconnaissance. If they need to kill someone, they will simply take and kill. Cursing, the old man grabs the chest. He feels, if they continue the conversation, then he will not be enough for a long time. The interlocutor asks, "Is he pretending?" And advises eating more slowly. Baek Hyun asks, "Do they have another choice?" The old man says, "Do they have another detachment of warriors?" The man clarifies, "Does he mean these weaklings of Makeonko? They get along well with them. It is unlikely that they will help them." Liu Jinshan asks, "Is it not more useful to agree with them than to shed the bed of their students?" Baek Hyun answers, "He thinks so?" The old man says, "Maybe he is wrong. But it is still better for them to convince Makeonko to join them. Then the power will be on their side and the matter will not end with great blood." The man answers, "If so, then let him not worry." Taking a sip from his glass, the old man thinks finally the interlocutor understood him. Baek Hyun says, "If they do not join them, then he will destroy Makeonko in an instant." The elder even choked on a drink when he heard his words. Having coughed, he falls from a chair. Baek Hyun's scream rushes out of the house. Did he not ask him to eat slowly? At the gate are guards. One of them says, he heard the news that Makeonko and Padoman would soon join his efforts. The interlocutor doubts their truthfulness. The guard who started this conversation objects. They are now the strongest, and Mr. Moon, who is distinguished by his mind, should be made the right decision. The interlocutor agrees. Yes, it is better to hold on to the strength. But the guard, not noticing the person who appeared nearby, says that he does not want to cooperate with these hairless villains. Seeing Baek Hyun next to him, he scaredly shies and screams, "They came!" The big man recalls the words of the elder. No matter what happens, tolerate and do not kill anyone. He sighs, well, so be it. Spurning spears, the guards ask why he came here. He reports that he came to negotiations with Makeonko. Baek Hyun says they miss them. The elder, appearing in front of them, orders, "Away from the road." Those are surprised. What? Who is this old man? Does he want to enter? Huge power discards the guards opening the gates. Baek Hyun and the old man enter the yard. Ignoring to lying and moaning guards, the elder goes on. His companion, perplexed and looking around in surprise, follows him. A warrior hurries to the gazebo, calling the elder and screaming that they have problems. Elder Ail, calmly taking a sip from the cup, is interested. What kind of noise in the morning early? The warrior reports that they came to them from the Padoman clan. Ail asks, "How many are there? Did he bring all his warriors?" The man answers, "No, Baek Hen himself." Meanwhile, a healthy man standing in the square next to the old man and looking around the body lying everywhere, asks him, "What does he do?" Warriors run out of the mansion. The order sounds to go out to everyone. Protect the estate. Eel is asking Baek Hen, what is he doing in other people's possessions? He replies that he came to talk to the head of Makeonko. Eel is indignant. He went crazy? Did he harm his students only because he wanted to talk? The elder tells back Henu. Away from the road. He is interested. Wasn't he telling him what to endure? He answers. He only said not to kill. No one said not to use power. The warriors of ManhwaCapped are talking. What about this old man? Is he not bald? Yil asks. What brought them here? The old man thinks that they need to show them their strength. Liu Jinshan replies. As the head of Pedoman said, they came to talk to him. Yil agrees. Let them say. The old man states that from now on, this place enters into the possession of the Defender's Gate Pedoman. Il, like his students, is amazed at such a statement by the old man. One of the warriors in the jump attacks Liu Jinshan. But the elder, extending his hand forward, stops him, and he hangs in the air. No one knows that this is the hand of the salt, which is habitually arranged on his back. The old man lowers his hand to her granddaughter to let her go a warrior. The girl performs his instruction, and the man falls to the ground. Yil shouts that this is witchcraft. He tells the soldiers not to lead to the charm of the old man, and to attack everyone together. The warriors of ManhwaCapped immediately fulfill his order. But something strange happens. Their weapon covers fire, and they are forced to throw blades to the ground. Il understands that this is not witchcraft. Looking at the elder, he wonders, is his ki energy of this level? Liu Jinshan thinks that this is the only time he takes everything into his own hands. The next time he will have to attack with such force that the souls of warriors can burn to the ground. He asks back Heen. Does he see this? Without killing anyone, you can subordinate them. It is enough to show how much more they are. This is a belief in the language of Gango. The elder feels a person who is hiding behind them. He asks, does he want to go out to them? A man is approaching them, asking, is he hiding? Liu Jinshan thinks, did he try to hide his presence? He is definitely a master of his craft. Baek Hyun says this is the head of the Hoju sect. Assessing him with a look, the old man thinks, is that the same chapter as Baek Hyun from Pedoman? He believes that Mr. Hoju is a master of the current generation, although he is somewhat similar to Ilya masters of the previous generation. The man shudders slightly when the loud voice of the elder is heard. The old man's hand lies on his shoulder. He asks, is the head of the sect in front of him? The discouraged Hoju answers, slightly stammering that he is the head of the sect of ManhwaCapped. Then adds dash at the moment. Liu Jinshan is interested. Do they plan to unite with vile bloodsuckers? Squeezing the man's shoulder stronger, he continues. Or maybe they join the defenders of the gates of Pedoman? Hoju clearly feels pain. Baek Hyun says that it is better for them to make a decision as soon as possible, while his father-in-law showed generosity to them. Hoju assures that the sect of ManhwaCapped will continue to cooperate with the defenders of the gates Pedoman. He adds that now the enemy of the defenders Gate Pedoman is the enemy of ManhwaCapped. Baek Hyun rushes to him with a hug, saying that he made a great choice, and he himself always wanted to become brothers from ManhwaCapped. He offers to forget all past insults and become friends again, but the old man stops him. He says that friendship based only in words means nothing. Hoju asks, does he need an oath? The elder explains, if they want to unite with Pedoman, then they need to conduct a rite. The interlocutor objects uncertainly. This is a sign of defeat, as he can. Baek Hyun is stunned by the old man's statement no less than Hoju. Salt, imperceptibly for the rest, uses strength. The old man says no exceptions, or did they still decide to voluntarily accept death? The eyes of Liu Jinshan are blazing with powerful energy. He declares, if not, then they will conduct the ceremony and become the Pedoman brothers, the sect of the bloody snake. A man sits in a large hall on an elevation. He thinks, it is strange why there is no news. They were supposed to destroy Baek Hen. In addition, in the event of their victory, they had to come here, because they had prepared a trap here. A man runs into the hall shouting, Sir! The head of the Bloodsnake sect, Chon Su, asks, what kind of noise? Has anyone invaded the city? The man says that the sect of ManhwaCapped had to join them, but there are rumors that they united with Pedoman. Chon Su is surprised. They were not in the wretches. Then why did this happen? Rising from the chair, the head of the sect tells you to prepare right now. He believes that Pedoman is not one of those who are so simply united with someone. Baek Hyun should have suppressed them by force. Then both sides accurately suffered significant damage. A bird flies out the window. The man who brought the news, taking off the message from her paw, says that this is a message from their spies, located among the ManhwaCapped. Reading the note, he reports that Pedoman occupied the territory of ManhwaCapped. Chon Su smiles pretty. Excellent. It will be the fall of Pedoman. He says, let the sect of Dark Dragons pretend that he attacks the Stepmunko and occupies them. Then he adds, he will strike at the very heart of Pedoman and capture them. The man is delighted. This is a great strategy. Chonsu orders the warriors right now. A monstrous force affects the gates of the Padoman set. Under its action, the gate sash open. Chonsu tells Baek Hen's people to take hostages, to kill all the others. Its warriors search the room, but all the rooms are empty. The head of the sect report that no one was able to find. Chonsu is surprised. Even if they occupied Machonko, the servants and the wife should be here. He does not notice that a blade thrown by someone's strong hand is approaching him from above. They are trying to warn him and he barely manages to dodge. A strong hand does not allow the sword to fall, at the last moment grabbing it by the hilt. Chonsu is amazed. This is impossible. In front of him, clutching the blades in both hands, stands Baek Hyun. He asks, "How did he end here?" The head of Padoman, furiously flashing his eyes, answers, "What is it?" They seem to have a trap now, and did not even feel a catch. Chonsu turns to a man standing behind him, to whom the bird just flies up. He asks, "What is happening? Didn't he say that Padoman was fighting with Makeonko?" The man unfolds the message, saying that it is from Dark Dragons. It says that the warriors from Machianko shaved their heads. It turns out that they held a ceremony and became one with a Padoman. Chonsu is perplexed. How could the sect of Machiano go to such a crazy act? Baek Hyun does not agree with him. Why is it crazy? He is quite logical. The head of the bloody snake shouts displeasedly. Was not lucky. Initially, the plan was to combine all three sects and attack Padoman. And now he is forced to fight with Baek Hen one-on-one. The winner will be determined by force. On the roof of the mansion, the silhouette of the old man is visible. Chonsu cannot believe. Is this a plan that Baek Hyun made? Or suddenly a skilled strategist went down from heaven? The elder carefully looks at two sect leaders. He tells his granddaughter to look at a man with her hair. Let him carefully look at how a bad uncle fights. For her, it will be a great lesson. Baek Hyun turns to the enemy, offering to finish their raspings here and now. Chonsu instructs him with a sword. He says that he is the end. Fiedemann will become him. An honest battle, of course, is not for him, but he intends to kill Baek Hen. Men rush into battle. Their blades are crossed. The head of Padoman says that the enemy was mistaken. Chonsu had to avoid him, and now he will answer his head. Baek Hyun believes that the enemy should have avoided meeting him with all his might. He replies that the big man has always been arrogant. Let not think that he is as weak as before. He is forced to agree with him. He trained well. The head of Padoman is somewhat puzzled. The enemy clearly became more dexterous. The elder thinks he thought that it was just a master of insidious tricks. It turned out that this is a master of rare dexterity. Dexterity and speed against heavy power. Like a tiger and vipers. An incredible fight of spiritual and martial arts that have been created for decades of persistent training. None of those present can even intervene. Waves of powerful qi from this fight simply paralyze those present. One attempt to outweigh the scales of their weights in this tense balance, and they can make their side lose. Can Baek Hen fight off the enemy's blows with his two swords for a long time? The old man understands that which of the unorthodox sects will be seasoned in the Hu area. He asks, "Does Salt carefully look, and does she remember everything?" The granddaughter answers in the affirmative. Although the girl has no combat experience yet, even observing the masters will teach her a lot. And the Salt understands this, therefore, the advice of his grandfather follows diligently. Meanwhile, opponents continue the confrontation, and so far it is difficult to predict the outcome of the battle. Chonsu is mockingly interested in, what is the use of the fact that Baek Hen has two swords? He believes that they are useless when a healthy man cannot even get him. Baek Hyun continues to strike silently, but so far none of them have reached the goal. Chonsu, substituting his blade under his sword, will boast. He will easily reflect his blows. The enemy gloomily agrees. Okay, then let him reflect. Chonhu barely restrains his onslaught. Then he himself rushes on the attack. Now Baek Henu has to be tight. He holds the defense with two crossed swords, but the enemy still manages to hurt him several times. He triumphs, saying that the head of Padoman is all in the blood. The elder asks the granddaughter, what does she think? Who will win? Salt confidently answers, a bald uncle. Chonsu listens warily. Next to him, pure energy literally explodes, forcing him to retreat. He does not understand what is happening. Baek Hyun managed to accelerate, but the old man knows that the big man was not accelerated. Chonsu barely restrains the opponent's pressure. He thought that Baek Hyun was seriously wounded, but he had only superficial cuts on his body. The big man was helped by the fact that he put the energy of qi into his swords, with which he blocked the blows. Chonsu gritting with anger. The clothes of Baek Hen are torn, on his body numerous, but not deep wounds. He pronounces, they deceived a viper flare. The big man is interested. What is the enemy doing? Why don't he dodge as usual from his blows, instead of repulsing them? The elder, watching the battle, thinks that the advantage was originally on the side of Bakheen. The big man fiercely steps on Chonsu, interested. How much more will he retreat? There is nowhere else to. He brings another blow and disarms the enemy. The jaws of the tiger closed on the head of the snake. On this, the battle is over. Salt says, "Acute." Grandpa agrees with her. He pronounces, "The tiger is appropriate to sharpen the claws so that they are always sharp." Baekhyun says Chonsu that their acquaintance ends on this, bringing a sword above his head. Baekhyun says that the enemy is not to demolish his head. The Salt is concerned. She noticed in the shadow of a man with needles, who is going to let them into the head of Padoman. Smiling ominously, Chonsu says, "First his head will fly off." The elder is amazed. The head of the blood sequesti is ready to injure the enemy into a trap. This is his method. He sacrificed his hand so that the assassins could do their job. Poison needles fly from all sides in Baekhyun. He understands that he will not be able to dodge. Suddenly, an energy shield is formed around it. The old man jumps from the roof. In order to prevent bloodshed in the HU area, he must put an end to this fight. Baekhyun asked him not to intervene, but since it went, he has no reason to stay away. Chonsu is surprised by the appearance of the old man. Handing through his hand, embraced by an ominous aura, he is interested. Who is this person? Baekhyun rushes forward screaming so that he does not dare to pull his hands to his brother. The soldiers of the sect of the Bloody Snake rush on the attack, but the old man directs his energy to them. The granddaughter also does not stand aside. He orders them to lie. The winner in this battle is defined. There is no more sense in shed blood. Men literally crushes to the ground. They are not able to rise, and I do not understand what is happening. Chonsu is defeated and lies in a pool of blood. He understands that he is over. He has a wound of his hands, and internal organs are damaged. Baekhyun asks, did he really think that he was unknown to his tricks? If you squeeze it into a corner, then he will certainly go to meanness, right? He recalls the conversation with the old man, which happened the day before. He foresaw how the enemy would do. But he assured the interlocutor that this does not mean his defeat. It will simply be difficult to achieve a decisive victory if he has to constantly fear a dishonest game. If its warriors intervene, it will mean more blood. The old man then promised that he and Salt would carefully monitor that this would not happen. Chonsu is perplexed. Where did this old master come from? Baekhyun says he has no one to blame. Loosing a sword, he adds, the life of the head of the Bloody Snake clan is now in his hands. The sword with a whistle falls, and the surrounding Ahaya frightenedly. Baekhyun's eyes are determined. His blow is so fast that no one has time to react. The face of Chonsu is skewed with horror, and the mouth opens in a silent cry. He understands that in a moment, he will die. But seconds are passing, and he is still alive. The man asks Baekhyun, what's going on? Stop playing with him. Let him finish what he started. The big man replies that he will be able to kill him at any moment. He recalls the words of the elder. It happens that it is reasonable to eliminate the enemy. But what if you put the enemy in the service of yourself? Baekhyun says that for his skin he can thank his generous and wise older brother. Rising, the defeated enemy asks, what does he carry? Does he really think that he will become his faithful dog after that? Baekhyun raises his voice. He demands that Chonsu look at himself. In his youth he was smart and honest, and what turned into? He continues to speak, and everyone listens carefully to him. He explains that the syndicate of unorthodox sects wishes only one thing, so that in the OK district they are all united, and not to tear each other throats. Baekhyun asks, if it continues further, then what does Chonsu think? To whom it is beneficial? He recalls the tombstone on the grave of his father. Then he continues to explain that only villains from the orthodox sects who took the life of his father and brother Chonsu will receive the benefits from this. The recent enemy listens carefully and does not interrupt him. Baekhyun believes if the sects of the Bloody Snake, the Dark Dragon, Paduman, and Step Munko will unite, then even arrogant monks from the sect of Manhwa and Mount Junan will not dare to encroach on their district. He asks Chonsu, does he think that his brother wanted this? Baekhyun, holding out his hand, asks him, does he agree to protect the Ku district with him? Chonsu accepts his hand and replies that the life he owes him will devote to the protection of their homeland. Salt observes how all four sects of the CC are united. They decide together to resist hypocrites from orthodox sects. Baekhyun calls for others to protect their free homeland. Everyone readily supports him. The elder takes off the handkerchief in which the Salt was usually sat behind him, and uses it as a bandage for the wounded hand of Chonsu, surprised by his behavior. He says that the man is young and his wounds will heal faster. The old man believes that in any case, this is a great relief to know that the sect of the Bloody Snake, famous for its insidiousness and ribs, is now on their side. Chonsu says that he should not worry. He will not violate the promise that Baek Hens gave. The elder asks, "He can swear in this?" He answers, "Of course, he will do anything to prove his sincerity." And so it turned out that the main sect is Pedamun, as well as the sects of the Bloody Viper and the Dark Dragon conducted a rite of fraternity. Men vowed to act together for the good of the homeland, and the world returned to the district of Hu. The old man is worried that time goes on, and he did not even take revenge on his family. Especially often he is visited by heavy thoughts at night. Salt sleeps muttering quietly, "Meat." The elder carefully strokes the girl on the head. Salt is tired of training. He is touched, looking at the face of a sleeping girl. Liu Jinshan sighs. How happy her father and mother would be if they had seen her now. He recalls his parents' Salt, and sighs, how his heart hurts for his children. The old man coughs, trying not to wake his granddaughter. Empress Sword Kanho completely healed his headaches. But nothing can be done with how few years of life are allotted to him by heaven. Liu Jinshan is immersed in meditation. He has almost reached the desired level. He thinks that he should not die, and leave Salt alone in this cruel world. Mentally, the elder screams, he will never die. The surge of energy is so strong that it spills out of the house. Hearing someone's steps, the old man opens his eyes. Now midnight. Who could it be? He sees the silhouette of a person at the door. Baek Hyun says he was waiting for the elder to finish the cultivation of Ki. The night turned out to be lunar. The big man invites the old man to drink with him. They are located in a gazebo by the river. Liu Jinshan says that the Ku district is united, and now it is appropriate to declare one of the leaders of the unorthodox syndicate. Pouring the drink into glasses, Baek Hyun replies that he will soon become not only the ruler of the Chok, but also Shangxi. This will allow him to take 7th place in the syndicate. The old man says that this equates him to the leader of the famous Orthodox sect. Taking a sip from a glass, he continues to say that the man rose high in Murim. He replies that this happened thanks to him. And he adds that finally, he had a power with which he will be able to provide the elder with help. Liu Jinshan rises and turns his back to the interlocutor. He thanks the man. And then he admits that, although a lot of time has passed, he still does not close his eyes at night, thinking about his dead children for a long time. But he still has no evidence. The only evidence is the dragon tattoo on the neck of one of the killers. Baek Hyun asks him not to be sad. Now he has at the disposal of the spy of unorthodox sects, and many people whom he can find out about it for him. The old man says, he often comes to mind that his time is nearing the end. The interlocutor asks him not to say so. Liu Jinshan, as if without hearing him, continues to express his thoughts. There are things that can only be learned in old age. He says that the Salt was only 3 years old. In addition, he was injured in his hand. Most likely, he will not even have time to take revenge on loved ones. The approaching Baek Hyun puts his hand on his shoulder, saying that the sky sees the purity of his thoughts. After all, he was engaged in the creation of Ki energy, not giving himself a lot for a day. The old man confirms his words. Yes, he devoted himself to daily training with Salt. He expected it to take about 5 years, but at some point he noticed that he had already achieved a lot. The man asks, "Means already?" Liu Jinshan replies that it is. He has already accumulated Qi energy in 180 years. The interlocutor says that he is very happy for him. He asks, "Then?" The old man agrees. It's time to try. He knows the only way to make the body young and strong, as well as avenge the family, and be the protection of Salt until it reaches maturity. This is all achieved through the technique of body transfiguration. The old man admits that he is very worried. He is far from young. However, in any case, it would be difficult for him. Baek Hyun says he is sure that the elder will cope. They fill the glasses again, and Liu Jinshan says, this is unlikely, but if he doesn't succeed. The man does not allow him to finish the phrase. He is sure that the elder will succeed. Taking a glass to his lips, the old man replies, perhaps this is exactly what he wanted to hear. Returning to the house, he says that of course he may fail, but he will try. He will drink to the bottom the bowl, prepared for him by fate. Baek Hyun silently escorts him. The elder leaves the house with a homeland. He welcomes Baek Hen and his wife, holding Salt in his arms. The elder promises his granddaughter to bring many sweets, and turns to the spouses with a request to take care of the girl. The baby asks him to return as soon as possible. Going to the gate, Liu Jinshan tells Baek Hen, who was accompanied by him, so that he would not have fun until he is. The man leads the old man to the door that is in the rock. He says they are in place. He talks about the fact that his late father was practiced here, so no one will bother the elder here. The old man says he does not know how much time he will need. The man is sure that it will take half a day, from strength, a day. Passing inside, Liu Jinshan asks him to return more. Because of the closed door, a man's voice comes to him. He says that today they will arrange a holiday. Baek Henu brings dinner, but he is not attracted to dishes. He sits at the table, plunged into his thoughts. He thinks that the elder is late, but if he enters the cave, he can disturb him. Body transformation is a process when the bones and flesh are rebuilt, and the whole body becomes ideal for the use of martial arts. The last of 36 meridians used in martial arts are Lim Mak and Dak Mak. If you get into these two meridians, this can lead to a complete transformation. But in the process of penetration into the face of the Mak, which is called the gates of life and death, a person enters a state of madness. He heard that there are times when a person completely loses his mind and dies, not able to control his energy. The man fills the glass, thinking, how many useless thoughts come to mind? This is only a few of the many options. He decisively rises from the table. Sitting on the horse, he spurs him, forward. The servant asks, where did he gather at such a late hour? Baek Hyun replies on the move that he will return soon. Cleaning the horse, he reproaches himself. Why did not think about it before? Two twin doctors. The healer of death is Mazo and the doctor of the life of Magung. The first, older brother, is a master of poisons. The second, the youngest, is an outstanding doctor who can resurrect the dead. If Masang could save any person, then Mazo could calmly kill even one of his friends, because he could get his father's approval. He constantly reminded Myung that he should not forget his duties. While he is alive, if there is a patient who wants to undergo treatment in Gwimun, then the Magung will definitely have to save the life of this person. Although this was said when Baek Hyun was young, he remembers it for sure. A few years ago, he heard that Magung settled near the volcano, located near his house. If he is there, he will definitely be able to help go through a complete transformation. Salt, sitting in bed, asks, why doesn't grandfather come? Eugene replies that he is a little late. The woman says he will return soon. She offers the girl to go with her. She will show her martial arts. Eugene is trying to cheer the girl in every way, but nothing comes out for her. She offers to go to eat chicken. Salt is heard from the house. Come on. The old man meditates in the cave. He thinks, how much time has passed since he came here? He does not feel his current. He folds his hands in a special way. The last preparations are completed. He concentrates energy at one point, moves it to the river, like exploding lava. The elder thinks, every time the energy of Qi reaches the end of the point, she loses power. Now, with the 6th attempt, he will not give up so simply. Lim Mak has passed. Since this energy had no exit for several years, his body seemed to be cleansed and became light as a feather. Now the second point remains. Dak Mak. We must take a chance and free this power. A stream of blood appears in the corner of the old man's mouth. He feels that his heart beats at frantic speed and his whole body is on. The elder understands. If he continues, he can go crazy and die. He coughs. A large amount of blood is erupted from his mouth. Losing his strength, he falls on the floor of the cave, spraying blood around. Thinking that Salt awaits him, he is trying to rise. He looks at the door with hope, but she is tightly closed. Suddenly, her sash open and Baek Hen appears in the opening. A terrible picture opens to his eyes. The old man's body on the floor and everywhere spray of blood. A man from all legs runs to an old man. Turning Liu Jinshan on his back, he thinks that exactly what he was so afraid of. Is he really late? There is a voice asking him not to touch the old man. A silhouette of a squat figure appears in the doorway. The person says that it would be strange if he had died like this. A person examines the elder. Baek Hyun asks, he can save him? He answers. He was very surprised, and at the same time glad when the man turned to him. Now he can finally repay for the service provided to him by his father. God's healer Manang can now fulfill the promise to save a person's life. The elder with his eyes closed lies in bed. The doctor treats him with acupuncture. Baek Hyun, looking at the old man, thinks that the complexion of his face has become the same and the breath is now even. He is surprised. How was the Magung was able to heal him with simple needles? No wonder they call him God's doctor. Magung says, even at this age, the elder managed to develop his strength to such an extent. Since he has a strong will, it was not difficult to save him for the doctor. The old man hardly says, what happened? Magung says, well, he has already come to his senses. The elder drinks a medicinal decoction. He thanks the doctor, admitting that he had already said goodbye to life. The healer says that he took a poison that causes headache for a long time. He explains that the poison has disappeared, but his body was badly damaged. Unfortunately, he thinks that the elder is already too late to cross the threshold of life and death with such a body. Baekhyun intervenes in their conversation. If the healer is under the power of the dead, is he not for a full transformation? He asks the Mayang to help them again. The healer replies that there is one way, but he will not be able to help them anymore. He goes to the exit of the room, saying that he does not know why the old man is here. When he checked his body, he found out that he was a man who has mastered the martial arts of another family. He promised Father Baekhyun, which would cure the one whom he would bring, but he no longer wants to help a person from an enemy family. The healthy man calls the doctor, but the old man stops him. He says that he is grateful for him for saving his life. Turning around, Magang asks, "Did he meet him when they were young?" The elder answers, "When he was in Kanho, he was an ordinary peasant. How could he meet him then?" The doctor thinks that the old man seems very familiar to him. Suddenly he remembers something, and stretching out the paper from his pocket, carefully studies it, thinking, "Can it be that this is the same person whom the Alliance Murim put on the wanted list?" He looks at the portrait, then at the old man. Magang says that a few months ago, he was on the battlefield between the Alliance Murim and Shasan, and he heard that one person appeared who destroyed them all. Baekhyun delightedly reports that this person is his brother. The doctor agrees. For sure it is. He returns back and asks for forgiveness for his rudeness. He tells the dumbfounded elder. They told him that he was the same benefactor who took revenge on his enemies. The doctor made sure that the old man is the person who managed to avenge his enemies. Baekhyun happily confirms that this is so. Magang changes his opinion and decides to help the elder. Liu Jinshan does not understand what the doctor has in mind. He says that a few years ago, Doas from the sect Slassen gathered all his students and they killed his brother. The doctor complains, to what brutal methods the sect will be used to act. Therefore, intending to take revenge, he settled near the volcano and treated the soldiers who suffered from the arbitrariness of sects. He heard that his enemy died from the fact that the leader of the sect of Udan broke his skull. For the doctor, the old man from now on the benefactor who took revenge on his brother. He really wanted to find him in order to repay for what he did for him. He ends his story with the words of gratitude to heaven, who blessed them to meet. The elder and Baekhyun rejoice at this outcome of the matter. Salt runs with all legs and calls his grandfather. She rushes to the old man on the bed, and he hugs her. Eugene appears in the room. She asks for forgiveness to Liu Jinshan. When the girl found out that her beloved grandfather had returned, she immediately wanted to see him. Salt asks, "Where does his grandfather hurt?" Smiling, the old man is interested. "Does he look like a wounded?" The woman tells the girl that adults are talking here and invites her to go to play with her, but Salt categorically refuses. She will be with her grandfather. Eugene sighs. It did not work, but she prepared a chicken for the girl, and she will now cool. Together with the baby, the woman leaves the room. Already standing on the threshold, Salt turns around and says to her grandfather, "He ordered her to eat well, so she needs to go." Liu Jinshan replies, "Right, let him eat on health." Looking after her, the doctor notices, "What an incredible key." The old man is amazed. Yes. He was enough for him one glance at the salt. Landmark is digging in a knapsack, saying that he now had the idea that he must certainly give him this. Demonstrating an open box in which the pill lies, he reports that this is an elixir of a 10-year excerpt from rare herbs. He made it himself, and kept until now. The old man is amazed at his generosity. This is a priceless medicine. The doctor says that he never remains in debt to the benefactor of him, and asks to take this medicine. He assures that any death will bypass the old man. Liu Jinshan asks, "If this is so, then the tool will help him carry out a complete transformation?" Mansang replies that this already depends on him. There were good and bad cases. Which one to tell him first? Baekhyun says, "There is a saying that it is better if the hair falls out first, so it is better to start with a bad occasion." The old man is interested. What? Really, is there such a proverb? The doctor talks about bad case. It happened that the transformation did not succeed, but the person did not die, and he no longer threatened any ailment. The big man is surprised. Is this a bad case if a person has not died in an attempt to transform? Mansang replies, "How to say? A person will be conscious and even can speak, but his body will be paralyzed and he will never be able to move again. In other words, a living corpse." The old man asks, "What is the probability that this will happen?" The doctor says, 5 out of 10. Baekhyun, daring his head, states, "Half." The elder asks, "What kind of doctor knows successful examples?" He reminds him that he has an incredibly gifted from the birth of a granddaughter. Rare genes were transmitted to her, and now, by the will of heaven, she was born. Entering the transformation process, the body changes to protect itself from quick changes. This in itself leads to deeper changes. And this means that the transformation and change in internal power will occur simultaneously. Complete rebirth, turn old age, and return to childhood. The old man will regain his youth and preserve all the skill of martial art. He will receive a chance to live life again. What could be better than such a blessing? In fact, the transformation of the body is usually a return to a slightly younger body that is most suitable for occupying martial arts. Given his age, the doctor believes, if he returned to the body, similar to Baek Hen's brother, this would already be a huge success. The old man asks, how then can he be younger? Landang replies that he does not know it. Perhaps he will become a 20-year-old young man, or a baby. Elder and Baek Hyun in shock. Can he become a newborn child? The doctor leaves the mansion. Looking after him, the owner of the house is interested. The elder is sure that he wants to do this. He answers, after all, there is half the chance of success. Otherwise, who will take care of Salt in the future? After all, he is already old and his strength is flowing like sand through his fingers. Baek Hyun does not understand why the old man is so worried. He will help him. Liu Jinshan calls him a stubborn. To care for a weak old man who cannot take care of himself. This is an excessive work. Is the upbringing of a 3-year-old child a simple matter? He recalls that soon a man will have his own child. It is very difficult to care for children and sick. Why should he burden himself like that? The elder sighs. In addition, if this happens, how will they avenge his family? He still has a lot to do before he goes into another world. Baek Hyun replies. He understands that the elder means, and he promises to find out everything about the enemies and killers of the Lee family as soon as possible. The old man thanks him, and says that the most important thing for him now is the concern for Salt. The next day, Liu Jinshan goes to the forge. The blacksmith is interested. What did he come with? He replies that he needs to make a new spear hilt. Taking into his hands, he cannot hide surprise. The old man asks, can he do it? The man says, he never thought that the day would come when his hands would touch the creation of Master Jingu. Liu Jinshan explains that this is a spear, their family relic. The blacksmith heard that the weapon created by the great master has spiritual strength. The old man confirms, it is. The spear releases the red flame and doubles the strength of the carrier. The man is perplexed. How did he break him in half? The old man replies that something happened. He holds out the blacksmith for the remaining half of the spear and asks to cut it to the thickness that a small child can hold. The interlocutor is surprised by such a requirement. The elder asks him to make a spear without blades and with a blunt end. Holding both parts in his hands, the man says that this spear is a historical value. If you create a couple from the second half, then within a certain distance from each other, these two spears will be able to interact and combine energy, because initially they were one. The old man, entering the courtyard of the mansion, sees training Salt. He says that his granddaughter is very diligent. Noticing her grandfather, the girl immediately rushes to him. Liu Jinshan reports that he brought her a gift for the Lunar New Year. The baby asks, chicken? He answers, no, it is much better, and gives her a spear. Salt is delighted that it is the same as that of his grandfather. She immediately begins to practice him. Looking at her, the elder thinks that now, first of all, the granddaughter must be taught all the techniques of the Spear of Wind. He recalls the words of the doctor. He has a huge potential of power. From that, he is very vigorous. However, 5 years later, he will quickly get old. This follows from his physical condition at the moment. Landang believes that during this time the old man should transform the skeleton so that the bones are strong and withstand the loads. The elder, holding a part of a spear with a tip in his hands, tells the granddaughter that force cannot be used here in full. He offers her to take a walk on Mount Sokovan. He will teach her martial arts. Salt rejoices. Will they go to the mountain? The old man answers in the affirmative. There is a large high rock. From now on, they will climb to the top and return home every day. The baby agrees with enthusiasm. He thinks that they have all about everything, about everything, about everything. 5 years later, young Salt will reach a 6th out of 10 in martial arts. Moving through the air, he turns to his granddaughter and offers her to run racing. She happily agrees. She has fun. The old man thinks. He finds everything about the enemies of his family, completely change himself and challenge them. Approaching the mountain, he reflects that 5 years is a fairly long time. Looking around, he asks the salt to hurry. As planned, grandfather and granddaughter rise to the mountains every day. Time goes on as usual. Today, they, having placed on the neighboring cliffs of a cylindrical shape, are immersed in meditation. They do it daily, but the day comes when the girl comes here alone. She recalls his words. Grandfather is now busy and will not be able to practice with her. The time comes when the old man is no longer looking for prepositions and asks the salt to just train alone. Mentally, she asks him not to worry. She will do everything as he will say. The girl, confidently clutching a spear in her hands, meets the dawn in the mountains. Moving through the air with a red flame weapon in her hands, the girl thinks, now she can train in alone. She strikes the rock, and a through-hole immediately appears in her. In the courtyard of the mansion, there is a female voice asking what happened to the mountain. In response, it sounds, Salt is trained there. Having folded his arms over his chest, Baek-hyun says, this is a hole. After daily training for 5 years, the girl achieved a lot. Smiling, Eugene says in response, you need to cook meat. The laughter of a man sounds, it is better for her to hurry. He is a spear's top of the spear. Salt admires finally the 8th level. Strengthen rushing among the trees, she thinks. 2 more steps. She has mastered the secret art of a kind. The technique of the spear of wind is studied. She so wants to make this news as soon as possible. He will be proud of her. With a hurricane, she sweeps around the yard, almost knocking down Eugene, carrying a tray with meat. Surprised exclamations are heard. What was it? A stunned woman answers. Salt has become even faster. The girl, opening the door, calls his grandfather and reports that the Lunar New Year has come. With joyful cries, the girl runs into the room, calling her grandfather. A completely decrepit old man pronounces, did the granddaughter come? Sitting on the edge of the bed and leaning on a stick, he comes in a strong attack of coughing. The girl rushes to him. Is he okay? Showing him her find, an unusual shape, she reports that she brought him therapeutic herbs. She asks to accept them, because grandfather should not get sick now. Liu Jinshen replies that in her hands a poisonous plant. If he eats him, then she will never see him again. The salt is surprised. Isn't this a panacea? She bites the plant, and then he begins to spit. Ugh, a terrible taste. The old man thinks, here it is, the body of immortal integrity. Even no poison will poison him. With tears in her eyes, the girl rushes to him. She promises that next time she will bring real healing herbs. He cannot die like that. She cannot live alone. Stroking the crying granddaughter on the back, he replies that he understood her and asks not to cry. Holding around the courtyard with a wand in his hand, the elder thinks. Recently, Mr. Mensong visited him. The doctor, having examined him, said that aging progresses faster than he expected. If the old man changes his mind and accepts the potion, then he still cannot avoid death. Unless the heavens themselves will give him mercy. He was again sentenced to death. When he thinks about it, he understands that this was exactly the case that day 8 years ago. Fortunately, the salt has grown noticeably and became more independent. Baek-hyun and his wife will bring her up as a native daughter. He once gave the floor to take revenge on his family. But is he no longer time to rest? For 5 years, making certificates of Muram's alliance, he was looking for at least some clue. But everything is in vain. And how to continue to live with a desperate desire to find the killers of your family. He understands that at any moment he can fall asleep and no longer wake up. The old man believes that the time has come to ask for the last favor. Entering the house, he calls Baek-hyun. The man welcomes him, saying that he was just thinking of going to him. The old man looks at the table, where Shangxi cards and mountains of letters lie. He pronounces, this is impossible. But Baek-hyun confirms his hunch. The war against political factions began again. Now there are fierce battles everywhere. It indicates a place on the map marked with a red flag. The man says that the Kekjinmun faction is located here. Lunar Hunters are a large-scale project. They include many masters of Murim, but recently they were destroyed in a battle with the John faction. The old man is surprised. Was the whole faction destroyed? Did the Chans decide to go on the offensive? Baek-hyun explains. This is not so. Other elders and masters helped them. Their martial art was very different from the John faction. They say that they saw 3 people with a dragon tattoos on the neck. The old man, lying on the staff, trembled. If a tattoo on the neck in the form of a dragon. The man confirms, for sure. These are exactly the people that he once spoke of. Liu Jinshan thinks, these villains did not show signs of life for 5 years, and finally did this day come? What if the Kekjinmun faction and elite warriors were defeated by these villains? At least one of these guys is the same master as Salt. They say that among the killers there was a man whose neck tattoo was larger than the rest. Maybe he belongs to the Shugen sect? Eugene runs into the room. She screams, "Trouble!" The man in alarmed asks, "What happened?" The woman reports that Salt ran out somewhere alone. She said that she wanted to catch those who have tattoos in the form of a dragon on her neck. She adds that she tried to stop her, but the girl is very fast. Baek-hyun realizes that Salt overheard his conversation with the messenger who talked about these people with a tattoo, and said that the elder mentioned them. She could also hear their conversations with the old man. Now she has become older, but before she could also listen to stories about the enemies of her family. Although she is a child, she also always wanted to find people who killed her father and mother. Even if it reaches the highest level of strength, several years of training can still not be equated with the combat experience of other masters. All the masters of the Jeonnam faction and 3 unknown people, among whom are the master of Shagan. The old man screams that he needs to find Salt and breaks himself to run. Baek-hyun is trying to stop him. He does not have time to run to the old man. Palace Liu Jinshun from a sharp movement scatters into pieces, and he, having lost support, falls to the floor. The man tries to reassure him, saying that he will go and find a girl. The elder objects. Baek-hin himself now understands what will happen if he appears in the possessions of unfriendly sex. In this case, not only Paduman, but all Hoenn will become victims of a vain war. The man tries to object, but the old man says that his granddaughter's Salt. This means that he will sacrifice his life and save her himself. Sticking his hand in a hidden pocket, he asks Baek-han to fulfill his last request. The man asks, "What is he talking about?" The elder, holding a box with an elixir in his hands, answers, "Could he lend him once again an abandoned cave in which his father trained?" The bodies of warriors are in the clearing. A scream is heard. Where are they? Let them come out. Where are people with dragons' tattoos? Salt attacks 2 warriors. The man who is behind her covers the sword, but she easily avoids blow. The warrior is interested. What does she talk about at all? The girl easily pushes her foot from his blade. She, standing on his forearm, her hands allotted back and holding him by the neck, asks, "Do they have people with a tattoo on his neck?" Having angry, she calls him a stupid uncle. The man's face is overwhelmed by anger. Pushing his foot on his face, Salt makes a jump. He falls to the ground. The Salt sighs. He also does not have a tattoo. Approaching the defeated enemy, the girl asks, "He ever saw people with a dragon tattoo on his neck?" He does not understand what she has in mind. A man with a jaw rolled to one side is perplexed, and where did such a strong child come from? She does not look like a distraught master. Almost crying, Salt continues to inquire where people with dragon tattoos who killed her parents. The warrior thinks that she is just a child, the manner of speech and children's behavior. The girl threatens. If he does not say, then she will beat him. He asks her to wait. He is interested. Did she personally see the death of her parents? Salt embarrassedly lowering his head. Noticing this, a man more persistently repeats his question. So she herself saw their death? He assures that they did not die. They were simply abducted by people with a dragon tattoo on their neck. He promises to show her where they are holding them. The girl asks, "Are her parents really alive?" The man rejoices. It turned out. He does not know why she suddenly decided to find her parents, but deceiving a child is not at all difficult. The signal is sent. Soon their strong guard, armed with iron arrows, will arrive here. He only needs to pull the time, and they will come. He asks, "Does she remember her mother's face?" If she remembers, they will quickly find her. She recalls how to see with her eyes a man and a woman with a child in her arms. She asked her grandfather, "Who are Mom and Dad?" It seems to her that she remembers the smell of her mother. She vaguely sees the face of a woman hiding her in a barrel, and saying that she should survive. Grandfather replied that while her mother was he, but he also misses her very much. Salt is conceived, the faces of Mom and Dad. The man triumphs, came across. Tears roll from closed eyes. The warrior thinks, "Die a little rubbish." Behind her, a fiery aura flares up. Arrows fly in her direction. Suddenly, against the background of a flame, a black silhouette flashes, squeezing a spear in his hands. A man in a panic. What? Something again? A person puts a spear in it, splashes blood. Salt watches him from afar. He turns to her and asks, "What did she think about?" No matter how strong it is, during the battle it is impossible to be distracted. Otherwise it will cost her life. Didn't he teach her this? The Salt is surprised. In front of her is her peer, squeezing a spear in her hands. His body is somehow wrapped in some rags, and long white hair flutters in the wind. The old man meditates in the cave. With the help of medicine, He can now make a complete transformation. But the most likely outcome is that he will die. He recalls the words of the doctor, unless heaven sends him a miracle. The elder throws a pill in his mouth. Mentally, Liu Jinshan turns to his ancestors. He must avenge his family, and also raise Salt. Only then will their family not stop. He prays heaven to give him a chance. The next moment, his whole body falls under the power of Qi. He only remains to overcome this line. A flash of internal energy makes his body bend and scream. A scream is coming to the door of the excited back hen. He mentally asks the elder not to die. He rushes to the door to the cave, and he tries to see at least something in the gap between the door leaves. The body of the elder is shrouded in a powerful aura. Changes occur with him. Baekhyun retreats from the door, afraid to interfere. After a while, he understands that Liu Jinshan's voice is no longer heard. Approaching the door again, he asks, "Is he in order?" The door opens with such force that he throws a man to the ground. He carefully sits down, but in no hurry to rise to his feet. Baekhyun is amazed at the spectacle that presented before his eyes. Liu Jinshan, opening his eyes, rejoices. It turned out. He managed to do it. He looks at a spear in his hand, flickering with energy, and thinks that they and the granddaughter of a spear reveal each other's energy in a certain radius. Mentally, he turns to Salt, asking his granddaughter to wait for him. He feels that his body is very lung. In addition, it became quick, as if he was now in his prime. Taking a spear blade to the eyes, he wonders how many years he was younger. From a polished surface, a children's face looks at him. His scream rushes over the trees. He manages just in time, and brings a mortal blow to the man who deceived his granddaughter. The girl looks at him in surprise. He asks, what did she think about? Whatever it is strong, during the battle you can't be distracted, otherwise it will cost her life. Didn't he teach her this? The boy asks. Why does she look at him silently? And why does he not hear the answer? Yes! Immediately he flies to him with a blunt end of a spear, decorated with a knob on the head. Salt asks, who is he? Then, paying attention to his robe, she is interested in, why is his grandfather's clothes? Or did he abduct him? Liu Jinshan barely holds back tears. A huge bump swells on his forehead. There are screams behind the trees. Where is it? Did you get into it from a bough? Due to the darkness, nothing is visible. Take a soldier and go look for it. The elder decides that now it is not the time to reveal her true person to these villains from the Chonam sect. He says, if a girl is looking for people with a dragon tattoo on her neck, then he knows where they are. Salt is interested. How does he know? He replies that this is one of his secret abilities and tells her to follow him, and then immediately breaks down. Salt in a hurry behind him. He understands that the granddaughter believed him. Such a naive girl, Salt. Looking at her, he thinks that she is just a child. A voice of Salt is heard above the trees. What is he looking at? Where are the people? Does he lead her with the right road? Is he sure that you have to go there? Finally, they stop, and he, tiredly wipes sweat from his forehead, got safely. Now you can breathe a sigh of relief. But then the girl grabs his ear. They returned home. She asks, how does he know where she lives? He screams that he hurts, and in general, he is her grandfather. Salt replies that it is not even funny. Liu Jinshan proves that he is really her grandfather, to which Salt replies that then she is his grandmother. Baekhyun runs out of the door with open arms, shouting that he was waiting for his older brother. He sighs in relief. The girl released his ear. He says that, as expected, brother Baekhyun recognized him. The man is puzzled at them, and then in a hurry to come closer to Liu Jinshan. He already held out his hand but immediately stops himself. The boy is so cute that he almost stroked his head. Salt from all sides examines the boy. She says that he looks a little like grandfather. She asks, is it really he? He answers, everything is right. After all, he told her that he wanted to conduct a complete transformation, and the body changed. She promised that she would not be very surprised at this, wasn't it? Carefully looking at him, the girl thinks that his ki is very similar to grandfather. Tears appear on her eyes. Liu Jinshan asks, why is she crying? Grandfather is now nearby, so there is no need to pour tears. Salt hugs him tightly. She rejoices that now he will not die. He gently presses her to him. How can an old man leave his little granddaughter alone? Baekhyun invites his older brother to have dinner with him. He decides that first you need to drink. But before the elder, he puts a cup of tea, saying that he should hardly give alcohol in his current body. The boy's head only rises a little over the table. Baekhyun carefully masks laughter, pretending to be coughing. The interlocutor says that he pretended to be calm before Salt, but now he is not at all funny. Trying to reach the cup, he complains that now that he is at the same age with his granddaughter, He no longer knows how to educate her. The man replies, he is glad that he managed to regain his youth. Baekhyun asks him to look at all this from a more favorable side. This means that he escaped imminent death. Liu Jinshan replies, what is the point of rejoice if young people die? The tea is too hot and he burns his tongue. The man begins to laugh again. Liu Jinshan is angry. He is now not at all in the mood for jokes. The man asks to forgive him and promises that he will no longer laugh. The boy sighs. You can't get used to it right away. Baekhyun replies that he understands everything. Liu Jinshan says that he immediately brought Salt home. She does not even know about the Cheonam faction. The man believes that the girl first heard something definite about the enemy who killed her parents. So she ran so recklessly. When he mined information about them, he found that it was they who helped the Cheonas fractions to destroy Kekjin-mun. He heard that this is a secret organization of the Alliance Murim, who does dirty work for them. It is likely that it was they who exterminated their entire family by order of large sects. He wonders, and how could they agree to such a criminal conspiracy? Liu Jinshan listens to him and silently looks at the cup. The man is interested in. He was younger with his body and his soul cleared. Then he continues to say that the enemies will still receive what they deserve, no matter how powerful they may be, and they will find the agreement that they signed. Liu Jinshan believes that he himself needs to go to the Chan sect and get evidence, interrogating some of these villains. Baekhyun asks how many warriors he will need. The interlocutor is interested in response. Does he want them to consider his family enemies? He says that one will deal with this, and let the Salt sleep. The man objects. How will he go alone? This is very dangerous. Liu Jinshan, holding a cup in his hand, asks him to carefully look. It acts with internal energy on the contents of the cup. The liquid is twisted into a spiral and then freely moves in the air, obeying its will. Baekhyun is amazingly watched by what is happening. He is delighted. Liu Jinshan did not shed in drops. Now he can control energy much more accurately. The liquid returns to the cup. Liu Jinshan explains, bone transformation. His body became smaller. Didn't it become the most suitable for martial arts? He leaves the room, reflecting that the size of the internal power of the body for making martial arts, all this is nothing, in comparison with what he was in his prime. Confidently walking, he thinks that now he has every chance, so there is no reason to put off revenge on the family. Mount Cheonaman. At the foot of the mountain there is a fence of stones and ropes stretched through them. On a large boulder you can see an inscription. If you get closer, you can read, the Cheonam area. Two young students are talking. One of them says that last night the turmoil rose due to the fact that the monastery attacked the enemy. Some say that the attackers were children of about the same age as them. The interlocutor is surprised. Their peers? Can't be. The soldiers probably confused something. They do not notice that because of the boulder someone is watching them. The little boy suggests, perhaps they were dwarf warriors from the SAP. A friend answers, everything can be. It was at night, no one could definitely see. Waving a wooden sword, he says that in any case, they will overcome everyone, and in 20 years they will also protect their native land in full. The interlocutor stands nearby, holding a tray with a teapot and a cup in his hands. Suddenly, Liu Jinshan appears behind the boy. He says that he clumsily waving that it is a branch. To begin with, it is worth developing the mental and physical component. From surprise, he even jumps, cursing. Applying his fingers in his neck, Liu Jinshan says that he should not become a warrior. It is better for him to go home. The second boy, putting the tray, hurries to the rescue of a friend. But having received a fist in the face, he falls to the ground. Looking at the defeated opponents, Liu Jinshan thinks, despite the fact that they saw the enemy with their own eyes, their protection became only weaker. No one was injured in their attack. But they must be sure that no one can get into Cheonas Mountain anymore. He smiles, anticipating. For him, this is a chance. They will destroy self-confidence. Pulling the shape of one of the boys, he calls them fools. He understands that it is useless to interrogate them. They still know nothing. Therefore, he will be better into the monastery community under the guise of a junior student. A man meditates in the room. The door opens, due to which you can see a tray with a kettle. The man is outraged. What is it? He ordered not to disturb him. The boy says that he brought the teacher tea. Frowning, a man asks, who is he? Who told him that he could enter here? The boy's face hides the twilight of the room. The teacher clarifies. Is he a younger novice? He answers in the affirmative. The man is suspiciously on the tray. What kind of tea is this? He does not drink anything except black tea. The boy is interested. But doesn't it seem to him that he is bickering too much? If they brought him tea, then let him just say, "Thank you," and that's it. Let him take his tea and drink. That's all that is required of him. The man jumps to his feet. What a daring boy! What does he say? But the boy extends his hand forward, and the internal energy released by him throws up the man up. He takes a couple of steps, saying that in the sect of Chanas, which is considered a sacred place of Taoism, there are no Taoists. Then he tightly closes the door, pronouncing condemningly, "A little that, immediately assault." "A lot of people who want to become warriors," he says, without turning around. A man with his fists rushes at him. "This boy, what is he?" But he easily moves behind him and strikes his leg and then grabs his throat. The man asks the boy, "Who is he?" But he replies that he is asking questions now. He says, "If a man wants to live, then let him tell him everything he will ask." The teacher prays for mercy. He promises to answer all his questions. Liu Jinshan is interested. He was also there when the monks of the Chonam sect attacked the gates of Kekjin. He answers in the affirmative. The boy says that he needs information about 3 personalities who were on the side of the Chonam sect. He clarifies. He is interested in people with a dragon tattoo on his neck. The man shakes away that he does not know anything about them. The hand of Liu Jinshan squeezes his throat more. This does not change anything. The man is unknown about them. The boy understands that he does not lie. He says that his information cost nothing. He believes that there is no reason to leave him alive, and raises his hand, covered by the cold light of a murderous aura, for a blow. From the house there is a cry of a man. "Master Henho knows." Looking at the boy's hand frozen at his head, the teacher repeats, "The Master Henho knows who they are. He called them." Liu Jinshan asks, "Where is this person?" Soon it shows on the threshold of the house. The man remains on the floor. Liu Jinshan thinks, if he really controls 400 students, then he has become the elder of the Chonam sect. But why is it located in the center of the monastery? Looking at the mountain, he thinks, the Chonam sect is very different in its location, and it is almost impossible to get to the center. He knows that in this sect there are quite a lot of young adherents. He believes that you need to be more confident and enter. On the parade ground is a teacher with younger students. Several men are busy cleaning. All those present in bewilderment look at him when he crosses the yard. He persuades himself, calmly, "You need to behave naturally." A shout is heard behind. "Hey you!" The boy turns around and looks inquiringly. But the man continues confidently. "Yes, exactly he." Liu Jinshan asks, "What is it? Does he need something?" He says that all the younger novices are now working outside the temple. Why is he staggering here? The boy replies that he was sent with an assignment, but he got lost. The man asks, he laughs at him? He tries to pounce on the boy, but he kicks his feet on the leg. The man falls and screams in pain. Liu Jinshan sighs. And why does every conversation ends with assault? Pupils hurry to them with the question, "What happened? Is the teacher Chonhei wounded?" The man complains, "This is a little one as if made of steel." Liu Jinshan thinks that he tried to get unnoticed, but something did not work out. Accepting the combat rack, he thinks, "You will have to exterminate them all to one, otherwise." Suddenly his legs break off the ground. A mighty warrior holds him by the scruff, saying that he sent his junior students to work in the courtyard. The boy, trying to break free, says that he did nothing bad and asks to let him go. The man is outraged. How does he dare to violate subordination and discipline? He asks. What is his name? Continuing to hold him by the scruff of the scalp, he says. Judging by his age, he is from recently accepted into the community. But why did he not see him before? Liu Jinshan thinks. It's over. The man says that this is a Taoist monastery and he must observe the charter. He believes that it is time to teach him a lesson. But the boy makes an incredible somersault and breaks out of his hands. With a gasp, the man falls to his knees. Behind the boy, students rush in pursuit. Liu Jinshan thinks it's time to leave. Two men are rushing across him. They are sure that now he will not leave, but he easily sweeps over them. They try to catch him, but only air remains in their hands. Liu Jinshan thinks that a teacher named Henho is here. But today you will have to leave him alone. He feels the presence of powerful energy. A man comes out of the building, shrouded in an incredibly strong aura. The turmoil stops. Pupils retreat in fear. The person asks, what kind of commotion they arranged in the middle of the temple? Where should be quiet? Pupils together welcome the man. Liu Jinshan understands that this man is the elder of the sect Chonam. It was he who brought people with a dragon tattoos on his neck. Great! He has been looking for him for so long, and he himself came to him. Elder Henho listens to the greeting of the students. The man says that older masters do not follow the younger students at all. Where is it visible? How could this happen? The teacher, rubbing his bruised hand, asks for forgiveness from the elder. He says that this baby attacked him. Manhwa looks at Liu Jinhan surprised. Pupils confirm that it's hard to believe in it, but he interrupted them all here. The boy looks at the elder from the sneaky. The man is suspiciously looking at him. After all, they were reported to them that at dawn at the gates of Jeonnam was an attack. Manhwa recalls, he was told that these were monsters Carlies. But is it so? The elder makes a lightning rush towards the boy. Liu Jinshan is alarmed by his speed. Suddenly he will not be able to dodge? Will he have to die? The hand of a boy who rushed towards the enemy meets a man's palm. Liu Jinshan understands. He bluffed. He decided to check it. The stream of power throws the boy back and makes the disciples bend. Manhwa thinks that he does not look like a gnome Derman. Looking at a little enemy, he asks, "That means he is the boy who attacked the Jeonnam monastery?" Liu Jinshan turns around and rushes away. The elder tells him to grab him. Pupils are in a hurry to fulfill his order, but the boy is too fast for them. Liu Jinshan thinks that he cannot give them a fight right here, in the heart of their monastery. He believes that today he has got enough information and runs to the forest. Suddenly, Manhwa appears before him and he is forced to stop. The elder asks, does he really think to escape from Mount Chan's? Liu Jinshan says that he is really amazing. Manhwa even managed to impress him, and then adds, the elder did not think that he could specially lure him here? The man swears and tries to grab him. The boy quickly disappears from his field of view. Manhwa cannot believe it. If before that one might think that there was an error, now it is clear that this is not so. He is outraged. Some kind of pimple shuts them. Liu Jinshan is already standing in front of him again. The elder asks, who is he? The boy advises him to discard the curiosity. He asks too many questions. The elder thinks, he talks to him like a peer. Impossible. Is the transformation really? He never heard in his life that someone succeeded. Looking at the enemy approaching him, he reflects, soft and flexible, combined with energy. The enemy's martial art and their texture are similar. Manhwa decides to simply break his waves of qi. If he can control the flow of energy, the waves will not be able to hit it. Liu Jinshan is forced to retreat. Then, using the technique of the southern stream of Manhwa, he again rushes on the attack. Standing in clubs of dust raised by a blow, Manhwa thinks, incredibly, how he could so flexibly direct energy and deliver such a powerful blow. Thoughts are carried in the head of the elders. It cannot be. He recognizes these military techniques. This is what he teaches his adherents. Has the enemy specifically pushed him away? In a dusty cloud, a boy's silhouette is visible. Manhwa admits there is a strong enemy in front of him. Liu Jinshan thinks, if he does not immediately deal with him, his students will come. So you need to ask him about people with a tattoo on the neck as quickly as possible. Not far from him lies a spear that he hid in the grass before penetrating into Chanus. He rushes to him with the thought that it is necessary to quickly neutralize the elder in question. But when he could only extend his hand and grab the weapon, the new opponent with the tip of the boot pushes the spear and throws it up. Manhwa exclaims, "Elder Tessan!" Liu Jinshan thinks. He attacked from his back and found him by surprise. The case is rubbish. He did not count on a fight with two elders. Baekhyun, looking thoughtfully at the mountains, thinks that his brother is late. Eugene, who approached from behind, asks, does something bother him? The man replies that the elder went to Mount Jeonnam to get information under cover, and he is worried that he still has not returned. The woman asks him not to worry. He has undergone a complete transformation, and now has a young and strong body. She is confident. No matter what happens, he will cope. Baekhyun answers, perhaps this is so. But what kind of people are in the Jeonnam sect? According to rumors, elite warriors serve there. Moreover, it was this political faction that attacked the elder's family. How cruel was the sudden attack on the gates of Kekjin? The man says, therefore, he cannot but worry. The elder may have big problems, because he fights alone. Eugene hopes that Salt will sleep for a long time. Baekhyun answers, the elder needs to return before the girl wakes up. But the baby is already standing near Eugene. Spouses tremble in fright and ask, when did she wake up? Salt is interested. Did my grandfather go to fight? Eugene assures, not at all, but what they said. The girl interrupts her. She heard everything. Salt asks, who are the Jeonnam sect? Baekhyun is trying to assure her that she did not understand everything, but Salt is on her own. She wants a man to tell her about the sect of Chones and where her grandfather is now. Liu Jinshan, standing between the two opponents, thinks, he was just not enough for another elder. Tessan says, this is an ordinary child, isn't it? Manhwa explains that this is a master who has performed the transformation of the body. Tessan is surprised. He says that he must find out why he invaded Mount Jeonnam. Liu Jinshan, starting from his leg, makes an incredible somersault in an attempt to catch his spear. He laughs mentally. The elder did not expect this for sure. I thought that the shorty could not do this. Grabbing his weapon, he says that he is not afraid. He will not run far. Even if he does not want to know this later, he will still find out. Liu Jinshan is opposed to the attack of two strong opponents, and even manages to counterattack. Henho thinks that even together they cannot cope with him. Tessan is surprised. Small, but so strong. Where did the master of this level come from, Jiang Hu? Having concentrated energy in his hand, he reflects that the skills of martial arts Chonam are nothing compared to the skills of this family. He uses the technique of the river explosion of the Tunchan. Liu Jinshan, avoiding the blows of opponents, thinks, although he went through a complete transformation of the body, he has not yet overcome the complete transformation of the internal Kui. Assessing the elders opposing him, he understands that even at first glance they seem strong, but their bodies are not so young. There are two of them now, so if it continues to continue, then he can get into trouble. But he has no other choice. He must make them kneel. He directs a spear emitting fiery energy to opponents. Liu Jinshan resorts to the technique an indestructible attack, a revolution of the wind. While blinded opponents are trying to concentrate, he approaches close to Henho. The man, seeing his hand brought to his face, is perplexed. Who is he? Where is this force? Directing a spear to a man, Liu Jinshan thinks. He must be taken hostage and interrogate about people with a dragon tattoo on his neck. Raiding to him, he is looking forward to his first step towards revenge for his family. An unexpected blow knocks him out of the rut. While he's trying to navigate, the newly arrived person, screaming that he brought swords, throws weapons to his opponents. Those rejoice! The elder Henson arrived just in time. Liu Jinshan wipes his sweat from his face. He is a little puzzled. Another elder. Tyson says he wanted to interrogate the guy, cutting off one of his limbs but changed his mind. He will kill him and all. Liu Jinshan, grinning, answers. He likes that the number of suicide bombers has increased on another person. Can't they cope with one child? Henho demands that he shut up. Now he will pay for invading their monastery. Liu Jinshan understands. Even if he fights with three at the same time, then he is still faced with the task of taking Henho alive. Suddenly, he feels how the energy flickered in his spear. Liu Jinshan understands that his granddaughter is somewhere nearby. Salt rapidly rushes through the forest to the place of the fight. Liu Jinshan sighs. He wanted to cope with this alone, but in the end, everything went not according to plan. Noticing that the boy was somehow dumbfounded, Tessun asks, he decided to give up? But now he will not get off so simply. He will receive proper punishment. Mount Chonam is not the place where you can fool around. Liu Jinshan sighs again. There is nothing to do. We'll have to get rid of them quickly and return. Opponents are surprised. What is he muttering there? But then they decide that he just takes time and wants to escape. The past transformation of the elder grins. Even with their level, they are not able to feel its approaches. He asks, who is the strongest person in Chonas? Let him call him here. Opponents are angry. What does he allow yourself? They will force him to pay for the fact that he insulted the Chonam sect. Suddenly, right in front of Liu Jinshan, the flow of energy hit the ground, forcing the elders to freeze. When dust settles, everyone is surprised to see that another part of the spear sticks out of the ground. This causes the elders bewilderment. What does all this mean? Behind the boy's back there is another small silhouette. The elders are surprised. Another child? Henho wonders, is it really another master who managed to pass the transformation? Tessun asks him not to panic. The elders are sure there are more of them, and the advantage on their side. Tessun thinks, is it strange? Is there really more than one master who has passed the body transformation in Jianghu? But even more amazing it seems to him that he did not even feel the approach of this old witch. Is it possible that it is the one that has passed the back of Qi? Empress Sword? Liu Jinshan asks Sul. Baek Hyun told her where to look for him? The girl replies that she overheard their conversation. She states that she will fight with him and is interested. Which of these bad grandfathers Chonam? She explains from an overheard conversation. She found out that he went to fight with some kind of Jianam. Pointing a finger at Henho, Liu Jinshan says that he is, and two others are his friends. Salt notices a cut on his cheek. The girl asks, did Jonam? One of the elders, having lost patience, rushes to them. How dare she insulting the Chonam sect? Tessun is trying to stop him. The man attacks using the military equipment 36 swords of the Chonam sect. But Salt resorts to a sword of heavenly water god, and the enemy understands that she is faster than his sword. Liu Jinshan is proud of his granddaughter. Salt uses the flower garden of Mangranhan, and her adversary understands that this is the end. The girl is anger. How dared to hit her grandfather? For what? From the Backhen mansion his voice is heard. Oh, now he is definitely in trouble. He complains that his brother trusted him, and he could not keep his promise. Salt ran away, but he did not have time to stop her. Eugene asks him not to worry. This is Salt. Baekhyun asks, what is she talking about? Then the man adds that he is more worried about the Taoists of the Cheonam sect. Salt hits the enemy with such force that he takes off high in the sky. How did he dare to hit his grandfather? For what? Tessin cannot believe that the girl destroyed the elder Henson with one blow. What does all this mean? The girl resolutely turns to the elders. Tessin hides Henho, saying that he comes to his senses. These small children simply mock them. Remembering the movements of the girl, he thinks that it was a walking technique with a slight gliding through the air. There is only one way to stop this movement. Standing in the combat rack, he applies the technique of the Sword of Cheonam. 36 swords. Then follows the 13th Sword of Nan. This is the technique of Cheonam, which directs 1,000 invisible swords to the enemy, like flower petals, torn and incomparable to a gust of wind. Henho triumphs. The girl will not be able to dodge this attack. Salt applies the technique of an invisible shadow, the law of the family Lu. Her grandfather is delighted. The movements of her granddaughter are much faster than the wind. The attack of the fallen petals is powerless against the light. She just won't feel the wind. Salt is rapidly approaching the enemy. It strikes with a spear direct hit the target without any barriers. Liu Jinshan rejoices. The Salt is almost ready. She can kill the strongest enemy with just one blow. And yet she should be careful in her actions to repeat this. Salt evades a sword blow. She uses the gap technique, putting her palm to his chest, then follows a direct blow to the light of Sanzi Pengi. The elder slowly settles to the ground, clothing on his chest in the place where the girl's palm torn to him. Liu Jinshan is satisfied. She did everything. A light smile appears on his lips. While he was resigned to his aging, Salt reached the maximum level of martial art. He looks at Tesso, who, leaning against the trunk of a tree, presses his hand to his chest. He can't even believe that the elders who all their lives devoted the Chonas to the martial art could not contrast him with his granddaughter. Henho asks a question. Is it really a whip? Looking at the girl, he understands that while the elders of the four gates will not get together, he will not be able to do anything. Does Salt turn to him, Cheonam? The elder understands that he was their goal. He decides that it is necessary to report this to the chapter and rushes off. Liu Jinshan screams. He is trying to run, and he tells his granddaughter to grab him. An object of their searches and a girl are flying past the looking for a boy in the forest of Jeonnam. They rush after them, wanting to fulfill the order and grab the kid. One of the guys screams that this is the same boy and you need to catch him. Liu Jinshan stops and tells his granddaughter that he will deal with these opponents himself. Her task is to catch Cheonam and take him alive. He asks her not to miss the elder. The rapidly running Henho thinks, this is impossible. He is one of the best and fast fighters in the Cheonam sect. Looking back, he is sure that the girl will not catch up with him. With bewilderment, he notices a shadow sliding behind him. He still does not see that Salt is catching up with him, moving through the air. Henho guesses to raise her head and sees a girl sliding in the airspace. He hopes that he dreams of it. The heads of Cheonam are four great masters. They rule the whole sect of Cheonam. Below are their great students who are called Seven Swords of Cheonam. Because of this, he once decided to join the Chonas, and succeeded. He made a name for himself, reached the peaks, passed the exam in Chilson. It was terribly difficult for him. While he is thinking, the opponents of Liu Jinshan freeze with horror. The boy easily copes with the numerically superior opponents. He uses the speed of the great god of the wind. Then the killer of the fiery dragon, and all the disciples of Jeonnam are scattered from him in different directions. The only one who survived is a guy who chose to stay away. Liu Jinshan turns to him. He, falling to his knees, begs to spare him. The boy recalls that he called him a lousy child. He assures that he misunderstood everything. Everything was completely wrong. He could not call them three children. Liu Jinshan hits him on the head. Hey, there were only two of them. He hopes that Salt has already caught up with the elder Henho. The student of Jeonnam suddenly realizes that he had a sword in his hands, and the enemy turned his back to him. He decides to cut him in one blow in half. But then he recalls that he is not at all a child at all, and thinks that it is better to escape until he sees. He is trying to leave quietly. Without turning around, Liu Jinshan asks, the guy thinks, if he runs, then he will not find him? He understands that his attempt to escape did not go unnoticed, but still does not lose hope. The elder is already watching that he brought his students to kill Henho. The guy's legs are trembling. He is not able to budge. Liu Jinshan is interested. What happened? He can't run? The student of Cheonam sees how Salt comes out of the forest, dragging a person along with him. In her captive, he is surprised to recognize the elder Henho. The girl unceremoniously drags her prey on the grass. It is noticeable that the man is alive, but is not in the best condition. The guy notices a huge bruise closing one eye of the elder, and settles to the ground in horror. She beat the master until he lost consciousness. Salt calls his grandfather and reports that she caught this to Cheonam. Liu Jinshan praises his granddaughter. Great work. And having torn a flower with blue petals, the Salt decorates their hair. The girl rejoices. Is she well done? Is she smart? Her grandfather confirms. It is. His granddaughter is the sweetest clever. He offers her to collect flowers for his uncle. The girl likes his offer, but then, remembering that Baekhyun has no hair, asks, how will they hook the flower on his head? Liu Jinshan is responsible for the ear. Salt joyfully agrees and runs into the forest. Liu Jinshan says she is not in a hurry. He believes that his granddaughter is better not to see the methods of his interrogation. He thinks that this cruel sight can harm her innocent soul. In the meadow are the kneeling of the bound students of Cheonam. One of them asks the question, is it really that he is actually happening now? The boy brutally beats the elder Henho. The man says that even if he knew, he would still not say anything. Liu Jinshan calmly asks, yes? So he will not tell anything? The boy's hand reaches for a sword lying in the grass. He puts his tip to the throat of the elder. He asks him to stop. He asks, what does he want to do? Does he really think that he will be so easy to give in to his threats? Liu Jinshan replies, he thought to spare the elder after he received information, but if so, he would have to kill him. Approaching the disciples, he, waving his sword, says, is it worth it to take the life of his innocent students because of this? It all depends on him. The elder screams that he is a monster. How can he commit such a sin in the body of a small child? Liu Jinshan replies that he acts cruelly, but fair. He cannot even believe that he hears these words from a person who killed his family. Henho asks what this means. Liu Jinshan is interested in response. He really does not know. The elder says, let him just kill him. He still won't tell him anything. He replies that he will certainly do this. Let him not worry. One of the students begs the elder to tell the elder everything that they ask him. Otherwise, they will die all. Henho replies, it's okay. He will die, and then reborn again. So their world is arranged. You need to protect the honor of Cheonam to the end. Liu Jinshan says, he is sorry, but it seems that their master is not going to tell him anything. He waves his sword, promising that he will kill them one after another. The guy screams heart-rendingly. A person who is next to him scolds him. How he dares to say something under the master. Stop shame. Let it die with honor. The guy yells that he does not want to die. Is it not a master and people with a dragon tattoos on the neck that happened in everything that happened? Why should he die? He does not know if Baekjo and Sasuk lived enough, but he wants to live. He continues to scream, and so lived not sweetly serving the Cheonam. What is the honor of this? He believes, if the faction of the Chanas raised worthy warriors, he would not sit here associated with all of them. Henho pronounces, Kuvan is right. He asks, if he tells everything he knows, then Liu Jinshan will spare his students? He promises to do it. The elder is fenced off from students with an energy dome. He says that he does not want them to hear something. Otherwise, their lives will be in danger. Liu Jinshan demands that the elder now tell him everything. He says that they are a secret group of the Murim Alliance. They call themselves Chikane. They are the shadow organ of the Murim Alliance, which has existed for a long time. The war for Chanas was also won thanks to the secret grouping of Chikanande. Liu Jinshan asks, what is the purpose of this organization? He is interested. The demonic cult collapsed, and the SA faction cannot withstand it. Why does the Alliance Murim still support the secret organization of Chikana warriors? The elder replies that he does not know their true intentions. Liu Jinshan asks, how then he attracted them to his side in the war? He demands that Henho tell him how to contact them. The elder says that they receive messages only through the headquarters of the Murim Alliance. They cannot contact them differently. Liu Jinshan is interested. Then what about Chanedi? Do they have their own separate temple or headquarters? Henho explains that they are gaining talented children. He heard that their training are aimed at cruel conditions of survival. Where and how they select these children, he does not know. Liu Jinshan says, if this is all that he knows, then, taking into account the fact that he did not answer any question, he does not see the point of leaving his students alive. The elder hastily admits that he knows one master who had previously trained Chikanandi adherents. Liu Jinshan asks, and who is he? The elder answers, Master Wangying. He heard that he was from the Shaolin Temple. Liu Jinshan says that he understood, and as promised, he will spare his students. Having instructing the elder a sword, he asks, if he has the last desire? Pupils in a single impulse jump up and rush to them. They ask to let them say goodbye to the teacher. Henho says, and what are they so crazy? Although he will finish his way here, he hopes that they will survive everything and continue to transfer the legacy of the Chanas. He adds, he is sorry that he laid such a large load on them and will leave first. His students must protect the honor of Chanam. He says that he trusts them and asks him to forgive him. Students pour tears. Quan, the guy pleading to save his life, looks around in bewilderment around. He asks, where did he go? And everyone understands that the boy is no longer there. County Kvian, near the Chani Mountain. Happy Salt runs down the street, behind her a knapsack filled with flowers. She says, turning to her grandfather, that her uncle will definitely like it. She collected so many colors for him. Liu Jinshan smiles. Right. Salt stops and asks, maybe grandfather also wants a flower. He answers, no, everything is in order. At his age, Salt says that he will do everything. Liu Jinshan is trying to abandon the flower. The girl tells him to stand still. She puts a pink flower in his ear. Then he pronounces, the grandfather is beautiful. A married couple is coming past them. The woman is touched. She believes that this is a brother and sister. Well, are they not like? Salt says that this is her grandfather. The woman laughs, such a cutie and even a joker. She calls the girl to her and gives her a coin on sweets. Salt thanks her. The man puts his hand on his head, Liu Jinshan, saying that the little brave man reminded him of the times of his youth. He is clearly shocked by such familiarity. Rigging, they hear the parting words of a woman. Brothers and sisters should not quarrel. Let them live peacefully and amicably. A scream of Salt, reporting that she bought Tangalus, comes to him. She holds out a treat to him, but he objects. Grandfather does not like sweets. He had not eaten it before. The girl is upset. He will not eat what she bought for him? Seeing tears in her eyes, Liu Jinshan hastily assures her, which, of course, will eat. He takes Tangala from her hands and brings to his mouth. Liu Jinshan is pleasantly amazed. This taste. It feels like he walks around the fruit garden and drinks sweet nectar. Salt is interested. Tasty? And he admits, yes, very much. Seeing with what haste he absorbs sweets, the girl offers him to sit down and is more poked. They sit on a bench located in the shade of trees. He thinks how long it was. The day he can simply spend with his granddaughter. He thought that this would never happen. He recalls the words of the elders. Special children. They are brought up from early revival. Liu Jinshan thinks, and now they aimed at Salt? If he is not vigilant, then they will stick their sharp teeth into his granddaughter's neck. He even grinds his teeth with anger at this thought. He understands that growing up, these children forgot the faces of their parents. They were brought up to get cold-blooded killers in the future. Now his goal is the Temple of Shaolin. There is a Master Wangan. Shaolin's power is much different from the Chonam fraction. He thinks that you need to find everyone who is involved in the death of his family. He will never forgive them. Screams are heard. I found it! 3 warriors rush in their direction. They scream, over there, catch! Looking at their blue costumes, Liu Jinshan understands that these are the official warriors of the political faction of Chongunde. Liu Jinshan tells the granddaughter that the guards are approaching. Running warriors scream, he is there! Hold it! The guards rush near the bench where Salt and grandfather are sitting. Liu Jinshan sees how a man peeps carefully from behind a tree. Warriors also notice him. One of them screams that the person they pursued in the direction of the village. He cannot be missed. Salt asks, why does this man run away? Liu Jinshan replies that he is being persecuted. This happens. He is sorry for this man. He noticed that he was mortally wounded, and he would probably be caught soon. The girl is interested. Since they are also criminals, then perhaps it is worth helping him. Liu Jinshan thinks that actually their family was a member of the Orthodox faction. But the Salt spent several years in Pandaman, in the sacred place of the SA faction, in the lands of the Chan faction. She was a small period of time. He thinks, good, it will not matter to them. From the day the Liu family was destroyed, he decided to leave the faction. The guards drove the fugitive into a dead end. One of them, obviously their commander, says, it was foolish to think at all that he could escape from Chongunde. Why was there to waste strength if he still dies? They demand that he give them what he tried to hide. Then he will die quickly and painlessly. The wounded man answers, let him just close his mouth and fight with him. The commander shouts that his tongue will tear out and will watch him slowly and painfully dying. He tells the guards to kill him. Those immediately rush to comply with the order. Suddenly, 2 shadows flickered in front of them in the air. The guards are surprised to observe how someone lands right in front of them. Small pens grab them by the belts. Salt and Liu Jinshan throw men far back, behind the back of their commander. The senior guard gloomily looks at them. The boy says, "For the Orthodox fraction, there should be a shame that they torment a dying person." The commander is surprised. What are these children? They just blocked the attack of his 2 soldiers. He reports that they are from the Alliance Murim. The boy replies that this is why they blocked their attack. The fugitive asks, "Are they really people?" Salt responds in the affirmative. The man gives her a package and asks her to deliver him to the SA embassy. He thinks that even it is difficult to believe that he is forced to trust the children. But for him, this is the last chance. He was lucky to meet people from the SA before death. Falling to the ground in a puddle of his own blood, he hardly says, in this letter, the future of the SA. These are his last words. The senior older believes that these children learned some art techniques from the SA clan and a sudden attack accidentally turned out. He is sure that for the second time they will not succeed. He demands that the girl gave a letter to him if they do not want to die like this person. Salt meets a categorical refusal. She made a promise. The man calls her small rubbish. His face is distorted with anger. Distributing the blade, he rushes to her, screaming that he will kill her. He says that now he will no longer regret anyone, so it makes no sense to restrain himself. Salt and Liu Jinshan use the technique of lightning speed, and then they use a vortex blow to the Liu family. 2 guards are surprised to watch their commander flying over the ground. Then the energy flash throws all 3 high up. Powerful power lifts them over the houses. Representatives of the Liu family freeze in a combat rack. Paduman. The sunset sun stains the sky in orange. Students back. Hen smile. Each of them sticks out a flower behind his ear. Salt is also satisfied. Uncles are beautiful. Baekhyun and the elder are sitting at the table. The owner of the house clarifies. The man who was persecuted by Chongunde from the political faction died. And he asked to give this letter to the SA embassy? Liu Jinshan, calmly drinking tea, briefly answers, yes. Shouting due to the fact that the drink is too hot, he adds that it was strange to see the soldier of the Orthodox faction of the 7th rank. Then he asks Baekhyun, immersed in reading a letter, "What is there? Is there something important?" He waves his hand. "This is not so serious." Baekhyun asks, "Did he manage to find out something about the killers of his family from the Chonam faction?" Liu Jinshan replies, "He was told about the detachment of warriors Chan. This is a secret organization, an armed group of a political faction. The interlocutor says that I have never heard about them from the SA, who know the Orthodox fractions better than someone else." Liu Jinshan admits that for him, who was in their composition for more than 10 years, this also became news. Baekhyun scolds representatives of the Orthodox faction. How many dirty crimes they committed? He asks the question, how to find them now? The elder says, he heard that a person named Wanggang knows them. The man asks, and he is not from the Shaolin Temple? Liu Jinshan confirms it is. Nevertheless, he is not going to retreat, even if the monks Shaolin become his enemies. He says that he will be prepared. A boy with a spear stands on a narrow protrusion of the cliff, looking at the mountains stretching in front of him. The elder thinks, because he stopped practicing in martial art because of his old age, now his breath is only 3,000 years old. Salt surpassed an 8-star level, but even with such preparations it will not be able to resist the monks of Shaolin. Clutching a spear tightly, he continues to think. Now his body is no longer the same as before. He will be able to quickly improve his spear technique. He decides to start training. Liu Jinshan is practiced by a whirlwind of a spear of wind, a typhoon slaughter tornado. Having stopped to take his breath, he thinks that many years have passed since he practiced new equipment. The level of complexity is too high, but he cannot afford to give up. Salt comes up to him. She says that he spent too much internal power using this technique. At that moment, when he turns, he needs to concentrate his energy on a spear. Liu Jinshan is surprised by her appearance. The girl asks her grandfather step aside. She demonstrates him how to fulfill this technique. Opening his mouth in surprise, he watches her. Liu Jinshan thinks. She changes his pose so quickly and a spear throwing in one breath. This speed and accuracy can't be. He understands that Salt has already surpassed the level of 10 stars. This is much more than he expected from her. Her technique looks beautiful, like flying flower petals. But this is the wind of death, radiating incredible murderous power. The girl is interested. Did my grandfather liked it? Liu Jinshan admits. It's just amazing, and he is delighted. Salt laughs pretty. The elder is touching. It seems that only yesterday she trained with him. Has she really grown so much? Salt asks, Grandfather is crying again? He, wiping a tear, replies, "Who said he was crying?" Just with age, the eyes get very tired. Behind them appears a student of Bakheen and calls the elder. He says they have a serious problem. In the Kfian district, posters were found with their ranges. Liu Jinshan replies that he was ready to find them after a fight with the guards. This is not the first time. The guy hands him the paper and asks to look at it. The girl is also inclined above the poster that is being examined by the elder. Both of them are interested in what size reward is promised for their capture. They read the description, a couple of old monsters crazy. They attacked the adherents of the Chanam Temple, as well as the Alliance Murim. The following are portraits of a pair of monsters yin-yang. Liu Jinshan says, "What a nightmare. The image is completely different from them." Tearing paper into shreds, he threatens to deal with the Alliance Murim. He will kill them all. While the elder is angry that they were given such nicknames, Salt, looking at the piece of paper, asks his portrait, "Grandfather Yan? And she is Yin?" The girl rejoices. She has a nickname. Liu Jinshan cannot believe that she could like it. Besides, they were also called by monsters. Looking at a piece of paper under his feet, he thinks that, to be honest, then he doesn't care. He only took the path of revenge for his family, so he does not care how they would call him. But he will make them pay for their sins in full. The student, looking at the poisonously red aura emanating from the boy, says that he will probably go. But Liu Jinshan stops him. He says that he has a couple of questions for him. He clarifies. He has a question regarding their chapter. Salt and the elder stand in the ring against each other. He thinks, there is a couple of ships for the enemy's trace, but he will need serious preparation to deal with the Shaolin Temple. He explains the girl. When they face enemies, if she uses part of the spear, the power of her blow doubles. Liu Jinshan says that now he will teach her to use the secret technique of their family. Salt rejoices in training with his grandfather. He asks her to watch carefully and demonstrates movements. She must imagine what is now next to him. Chanjana's heart beats inside them. The key moment of equipment is a distance with the enemy. This allows you to protect yourself from a shockwave. When the enemy begins to retreat, you need to follow him. The elder squeezes a spear in his hand more strongly, then shows how to strike, and adds, and then you just need to get lost from the sight of the enemy. Anyone who will hit this technique will not be able to fight further, and no one can dodge such a blow. Salt shouts that she also wants to try and rushes to him. The elder believes that it is dangerous. She needs to look again and work out movements with him. The girl becomes nearby and makes a lunge with a spear. She moves synchronously with her grandfather. He is amazed at the ease of which she succeeds. Liu Jinshan is not believed that, having looked only once, she managed to perform this technique in unison with him. He admires her uniqueness. She surprises him again and again. Was a child ever in history with such an incredible potential for martial arts? Today he once again became convinced of endless talent. Salt. It is closed even for Murim. He is sure that one day she will shine brighter than the sun among martial arts. Liu Jinshan falls right in the ring. He offers to take a short break. The girl says that it was fun and laughs. Does he look at his granddaughter? Does she laugh at his grandfather? He is so tired that he will die now. Now he understands the feelings of students who are very upset after sparring with Salt. Sitting, he asks his granddaughter to sit next to him. She readily fulfills his request. The elder says that he cannot predict what dangers await them in the future, so let not neglect training and study hard. He explains that it depends on her alone, will continue in glory, or their family will stop once and for all. Liu Jinshan puts his hand on her shoulder. He asks her to mean. Her skills are very strong, so fighting with enemies, let him use as much strength as it will be necessary to win. If there are no serious enemies, then half of its strength will be enough. He does not want his granddaughter to be stained with blood. Salt replies that she will keep this in mind. With a tray in his hands, Eugene approaches them. She reports that she brought them a little dumplings. Salt joyfully runs to meet her, offering her grandfather to eat. It replies that he is old, he has no appetite, and let her eat on health. The girl holds out the dumplings, saying that he needs to eat well, otherwise he will not grow up, he thinks. But the truth is that Salt has already become higher than him. Liu Jinshan says, given the sincerity of the mistress in the desire to treat them, it is worth trying. Having eaten one dumplings, he immediately holds out his hand to Eugene, asking him to give him more. Baekhyun appears behind him. He asks him to be distracted for a minute. Eugene asks her husband, what happened? He, carrying Liu Jinshan, answers, nothing serious. The woman throws the dumplings, and the Salt catches it with her mouth. Baekhyun asks the elder. He is going to visit Wangan to find out about Chanid. Liu Jinshan replies, of course. The man says that Shaolin is far from here. Maybe he should go there in advance. Right now? The elder answers is a difficult place because he plans to prepare a little before leaving. Baekhyun insists. It would still be good to go there before winter. He promises that he will take care of all expenses and food. He asks them to go within 5 days. Liu Jinshan thinks that it sounds like an order. He lived here for more than 5 years, and now he is suddenly driven away. He pronounces, "Thanks." Baekhyun asks, "What does he mean, thanks to him?" Looking at Eugene, who put the girl to her knees, the elder replies, "Thanks for considering them their family. Was it done not for his sake and Salt?" He says that he already knows everything. The man asks, "What exactly does he know?" Liu Jinshan replies, he knows the content of that letter. He recalls how they received this message from Salt, and his question asked by Baekhyun then in the mountains. The elder says, "The political faction of the Alliance Murim wants to start a war. So all orthodox fractions in Shaanxi decided to attack Kusian simultaneously? If other factions, the allies of the Alliance, join them, the scale of military force will not be possible to predict." Baekhyun admits that he said everything correctly. If the region of the CA is attacked, then they will have no other choice, except to reach their hand. If only the Chans and other groups will attack, then you should try to confront them. But if the Kue sect enters the war, then the whole Hohan will be destroyed. He believes that therefore, as soon as possible, he needs to leave here. If they stay here, then they will not be able to avoid war. Liu Jinshan says, why not? They can also extend a helping hand. They will remain here with Salt until the war ends. He will not leave Padoman in such a situation. The elder offers Baekhyun to take his hand to fasten the alliance. Baekhyun reaches out to Liu Jinshan. The children's hand was able to grab only his index finger, but the handshake still took place. A man, watching his wife and frolicking, says, even if they remain, the question is acute. How can they cope with the superior enemy forces, with the orthodox sects of all Shaanxi? But what if the enemy decides to attack all unorthodox sects at the same time? Of these are only they, a sect of a bloody viper, a sect of a dark dragon and steppe moonko. Liu Jinshan explains that in Murim there are not only orthodox and unorthodox sects. Baekhyun asks, he thinks that they should ask for help from neutral forces? The elder invites him to think, isn't there such a neutral force in Shaanxi which can compete even with the MANHUA sect? The best assassins in the Jiang is a Black Cat sect. The man objects, as the elder said, they are neutral. These are just thugs that kill everyone for whom they will be paid. It doesn't matter which faction it belongs to. Why would they help them? Liu Jinshan is interested. How does he think? If the unorthodox sects are erased from the face of the earth, will the Black Cat sect still remain those who are? They also need a balance of power in Murim. Baekhyun replies that this is a shadow organization, and it will not be so easy to find them. The elder says that there is no time for thought. He himself will meet with the leader of the sect. The man is amazed. Will he really go to the sacred mountain? They say she is teeming with assassins. But the little finger makes his lips close. Liu Jinshan, who jumped up on a man's hands folded on his chest, makes him shut up. He asks him to speak quieter. The Salt, although far, can still hear their conversation. He reports that he will go there secretly tonight. Sitting in bed, the elder listens to the breath of her granddaughter. It seems that the girl is sleeping tightly. After making sure that she could not stop him, he is quietly sneaking out of the room. Taking a spear, he thinks, if you run with the help of the technique of lightning, then it will be on the holy mountain in 4 hours. When he already wanted to start moving, the voice of the Salt interested in the interest. And where did this grandfather gathered? The girl, dressed and with a spear in her hands, looks at him inquiringly. From surprise, Liu Jinshan shies to the side. Having stumbled, he asks, how did she end here? The elder says that he needs to leave for business, and let his granddaughter go to sleep. Salt recalls that grandfather promised that they would walk together at adventure. He explains that this is too dangerous. It is full of terrible uncle. Salt strongly replies that this is why she will go with him. She will protect him. Liu Jinshan is trying to push the girl with his own way. He says that he does not have time. Let him go. The granddaughter says no. He calls her a hooligan and threatens, well, look with me. But all his attempts to act on his granddaughter are unsuccessful. He has the feeling that in front of him is not a little girl, but Mount Taishan. He thinks that he does not have time at all. It is not known at what point the orthodox sects will receive information and decide to attack them. The elder gives up and agrees. Let the granddaughter go. He warns her that they are not going there for a fight, and this is a very dangerous place. She must be careful. The girl replies that she understood everything. Turning away, he says, "Then they ran." Salt offers him to take her hand. Smiling, he squeezes her hand in his palm and asks her to keep up. Holding hands, they rush forward. With ease of overcoming the fence, they go to the forest. Liu Jinshan rejoices that he can again flee with his granddaughter. And this is after he almost died of old age. How good he is now. He feels as if he can run to the edge of the world. They reach the place they need, a sacred mountain, a stronghold of a black cat. The elder and the girl stop at the foot, hiding among the trees. The mountain is shrouded in fog. Liu Jinshan thinks that because of this, it will be difficult for them to navigate. In order to at least see something, you will have to direct key energy to the eyes. He asks the salt to be careful. But looking at the granddaughter, he understands that she is not any good. He walks carefree for himself, as if everything around is visible and a sunny day. In the night silence, his voice sounds, "This is the perfect shelter for the assassins. If someone wanders," the girl interrupts him saying, "Here is a skeleton." She points to his skull and bones lying in the grass. He replies that this is just a monkey, even if he is not afraid, and follows him. Salt whips. Poor monkey. Leaving the bones to lie on the grass, they follow. The fog is compacted. The salt walking behind Nietzsche's his grandfather. Pointing ahead, she reports that some uncle is hiding behind a tree. Liu Jinshan understands that he uses the technique of shadow. A man attacks them with incredible speed. The elder highly appreciates the speed of his movements, but understands that the level of power is not large. He asks to listen to him, and assures that they came in peace. He says that they have a very important conversation for them. The trees around them begin to flicker. Many shurikens rush to them. Liu Jinshan thinks, and this is their answer? The elder and his granddaughter easily dodge them. Salt asks her grandfather to wait for her. He asks, "Where's she going?" But the girl silently rushes towards the opponents. He asks his granddaughter, "Easier." After a few moments, a smiling girl stands in front of him. She says, "That's all." He asks, "What happened?" Pointing to the warriors lying on the ground, Salt explains that she put all the uncles who played hide-and-seek. Liu Jinshan praises his granddaughter. He exhales with relief. How good it was that he warned her on the eve of fighting half-heartedly. Suddenly, the elder feels the approach of a strong aura. Salt also feels her, and makes movement in that direction, but he stops the girl. In the fog, you can see the silhouette of a person. He approaches them, saying that the Lord wants to talk to them, and asks to follow him. Liu Jinshan, following him, thinks, what a good luck that they were more accommodated than he thought. He says the salt that they go to one very terrible uncle. He will talk to him and let her be silent, and stays next to him. The girl is amused by his words about a terrible uncle. This makes the elder be nervous. A man leads them to a large hall, and he himself remains to stand at the threshold. They follow the elevation on which the leader of the Black Cat sect sits, the sword fool Baksan. The elder is presented and welcomes the man. He thinks that he did not even assume that he would someday come to meet the greatest assassin in Murom. He thinks that he does not regret that he did everything to live longer. Looking into the leader of the leader, Liu Jinshan is anxious. Why does he look with such bloodthirsty eyes? Looking around, he sees that his granddaughter's eyes radiate inner energy. He's shouting warningly, "Salt!" He asks the girl not to play with the leader and peeps. Let everything do everything like him. Baksan says that for the first time in his life, he sees two rejuvenated higher masters at once. In response, the elder thanks him for agreeing to listen to them. Salt repeats the words of gratitude behind him. Liu Jinshan sighs. The granddaughter understood his request too literally. The leader says, looking thoughtfully at them, "Paired demons, yin and yang." When he first heard about them, he had doubts. But now he sees them with his own eyes and is surprised. The elder is angry. He does not like the vulgar nicknames that they gave them, orthodox sects. Baksan is interested in why they came. Liu Jinshan holds to him Paitsu and a letter from the head of the unorthodox syndicate. Baksan is slightly surprised that the unorthodox syndicate has a business against him. Having familiarized himself with the message, he asks, "Is there a complete destruction for the unorthodox sect?" The leader, crushing the letter and throwing him away, says, "It is not surprising that the orthodox sects somehow fell silent. So this is what they started." Turning in his hands a coin, he continues to say, "They should be known that they have nothing to do with unorthodox sects." The elder answers, "Does he really believe that if the unorthodox sects are destroyed, then neutral, such as a black cat, will not become the next purpose?" The leader believes that these are only their assumptions. Liu Jinshan says, "There is probably a reason why orthodox sects are in such a hurry to deal with unorthodox." He has no exact information, but this is quite logical. He believes that they plan to crush the whole Murom. They certainly will not tolerate any significant force in which they will see a threat. Baksan agrees. He speaks quite reasonably. But they cannot get involved in the war of these sides. The elder explains that he does not ask for this. The man is interested in, what then? Liu Jinshan replies. He only asks for a decisive battle on the day when the decisive battle takes place. They prevent the soldiers of the Hua sect to get to the Ku district. The leader clarifies, should they delay the sect of ManHua, the most numerous of all? The elder says, the forest Yanshan. This bamboo forest is so thick that sunlight does not penetrate there. Such a terrain is ideal for the skills of members of the sect of a Chornaya cat. To get into the district of Hu, the sect of ManHua will have to make his way through this forest. Baksan replies, well, in this case they could delay them with distracting maneuvers and win. If they do it, will unorthodox sects can cope with the rest? Liu Jinshan, leaning in a bow, assures that they will make every effort to win. Let them only help them. Salt obediently repeats after him, promising that they will make every effort. At the same time, the girl thinks about how she wants a fried duck. The leader answers. He thinks that they can do it. Let them go in peace. He needs to think. Soon they will receive a letter from him. In the meantime, it has already begun to light. District Bayan. The elder and Salt are walking along the street. He says that they ran all night and offers to eat. The girl jumps joyfully. Yes, meat. She is interested. And that terrible uncle older than him. Liu Jinshan thinks, and then says that in Murim sometimes people look young, but in fact they are ancient old people. However, in this case, he believes that a man is younger than him. He explains that in Murim the level and age are in no way connected. It depends on skill in martial arts, reputation, and position in society. Beksan in martial arts is stronger than him. He has better reputation. Remembering their visit, he adds that he is the leader of the enormous power. Therefore, he has more respect. The girl is interested. What about her? The elder, laughing, replies that she is the young matriarch of the Liu family. She asks, and her reputation? He replies that actually her reputation is improving. Her martial art is also a very high level. He believes that soon her overall level will grow. Salt is extremely pleased with his words. Noticing this, the elder laughs, and then offers to eat. Entering the tavern, they sit down at the table. The girl says this place seems familiar to her. He answers, it is amazing that she remembers. He says that they were here when she was 2 years old. Salt admits that he misses Hyun-hee. Liu Jinshan is surprised that the girl remembers her. He says that soon they will see her. The waiter is interested. Where are their parents? He explains that children are not served here. The elder pulls a bunch of coins on the tip of the spear, and the guy's behavior immediately changes. He is pleasing to what the dear guests wish. Soon dishes appear on their table. Looking around, Liu Jinshan thinks, there are a lot of warriors. Everything is exactly the same as the last time. He hopes that at least this time it will do without a clog, who climb into a fight for no reason. A guy with a bottle passing by the table looks at him in surprise. The elder thinks displeasedly, is it really impossible to even eat calmly? Salt brings a bowl to the mouth and devastates it. Putting her on the table, she exclaims, oh, how tasty. The guy decides to ask, are they the same paired demons Yin and Yan? The people around are accepted to talk. They have heard about their exploits, and for their capture a high reward is assigned to the Murim Alliance. Salt recalls the words of his grandfather, who says that, in his opinion, her overall level will soon grow. The girl smugly states that this is she, a demon Yin. The elder is out of anger. Mentally, he promises with his own hands to kill the bastard that gave them these nicknames. The guy says that their glory goes ahead of them, calling them great masters. He asks whether they will allow him, whether Jingyan from the Union of Fiery Bear, to offer them to drink. Salt replies that she does not drink. She says that she will not offer him wine, but, with the help of internal energy, she brings a cup of milk to his face, offering a drink of milk. He drains the cup, and then proclaims, addressing all those present, in front of them are new heroes of the unorthodox world. Is he wrong? Those present support him with exclamations, for sure. The paired demons, Yin Yang. Great warriors. Liu Jinshan is surprised by such a hot trick, but he is alarmed by the presence of two men standing at a distance. They are clearly unhappy with what is happening. He understands that this is orthodox. The elder and granddaughter leave the tavern. He offers to return. The girl objects. They are waiting for them. Liu Jinshan does not understand what she was talking about. She explains that they are waiting at the edge of the forest on the main road. He guesses that we are talking about those men from the tavern. He knew that they would not leave in a good way. He offers Salt to go, promising to show her something interesting. The girl is clearly interested in his words. Going to the forest, he promises to teach her an easy way to neutralize the enemy. Men hiding on trees watch the elder and his granddaughter walk along the forest path. One of them pronounces, "Paired demons yin and yang." The second answers. And at first glance, ordinary children. The warrior smiles smugly. They go to himself and do not even notice their energy of qi. The second supports it. You don't even need to hide. Several people surround Liu Jinshan and Salt. They lead them to stop and warn them that they have nowhere to run. The elder turns to the granddaughter. "We start." The girl makes such a loud scream that men cover their ears with their hands. One of them laughs. The children even scared them. The second answers. He said that there is nothing to be afraid of them. Fear has great eyes. All these are rumors. Salt slows down the grandfather by the shoulder, and calling him a brother, says she is afraid. He, making an unhappy look, complains that heaven is cruel to them. How unlucky they were to meet such great masters in the forest. One of the warriors, anticipating easy prey, offers to share the award of honey by himself. The second says, the announcement promises a double reward to the one who brings their heads. He believes that such a privilege should go to the strongest of them. Warriors decide that they will do so. Liu Jinshan tells the granddaughter, if you pretend to be weak and take the opponents by surprise, this is almost always a guarantee of a slight victory. He pretends to be frightened by a sword, who pulls one of the men out of the scabbard. He says that he is not afraid. It will not hurt. The man says, since he was honored to cut off their heads, he will tell them his name. He is the swift sword of the dragon. He waves a blade, but he does not manage to hurt anyone. Salt whips. I'm afraid. Continuing to make a frightened look, she beats the enemy's nose with a fist. A man who succumbed to the girl's tricks receives a crushing blow from her. He departs far back. His friends are outraged. The villains deceived them. Liu Jinshan says that all Orthodox say the same thing. Didn't they pursue them themselves? The warrior screams to shut up and rushes at him with a sword, but he does not even have time to finish the phrase. The Salt beats his spear with a pole in the face. She says to swear badly. Suddenly, behind the elder, a crowd of armed people is shown. The man running ahead shouts, "Here they are!" Li Jingguan and tavern warriors are discouraged. They say that they saw how villains from the Orthodox sect entered the forest, therefore followed. But it seems that they were in vain worried. The man says that a man, nicknamed the Swift Sword of the Dragon, is widely known in Shaanxi. However, they dealt with him with one blow. Yin-Yang true masters. The elder with force knocks on the ground. Then it sighs. Perhaps it is already useless to try to correct this nickname. He says, since they all gathered here, the demon Yan wants to tell them something. He claims that this is not the end of the aggression of Orthodox sects. Liu Jinshan says that after 3 to 4 days, they plan to destroy all Murim's unorthodox sects. Men are excited by his message. What does he say? Destruction? Are they some insects frauds? The elder thinks that it took a lot of time as they declared this to an unorthodox syndicate, but these people have no concepts, which is about. This is not very surprising. What else can I expect from unorthodox sects, scattered and fragmented? Although the CHU are approximately the same worldview, there is still a lot of medium and small sects in Shaanxi. He urges men to listen to him, and invites them to act as a united front. He believes that they need to come to the KH district as soon as possible. They answer that they will come and bring people from the sects to which they belong. The elder thanks them. He asks them to convey to all the unorthodox brothers who will be met in their path this news. He says goodbye to them, saying that they will be seen in the OKH district on a decisive day. Sect Phenomenon. Baek Hyun, watching the training of Salt, asks the elder, when did he manage to teach her a double spear? He replies that she herself learned. He does not even own this art. The only one who in their family knew how to fight at once with 2 spears is their great ancestor, a spear demon. The man is surprised. Could the girl really learn this herself? Liu Jinshan replies, apparently she could. Baek Hyun believes that in potential, Salt can become a semi-divided master of martial arts. The elder, laughing, replies that it would be wonderful. The man assures him that he is not joking. Salt is much stronger than he thinks. While he was sick and was chained to bed, he personally trained with her. He is sure that by this moment she probably had already crossed the line of the boundless sphere. But the boundless sphere also has its own gradation. Does this really mean that now the girl's strength has gone far beyond their understanding? Baek Hyun adds that recently received a report from scouts. They claim that the attack of orthodox sects is planned for tomorrow. The elder sighs. So the crying day comes. He believes that Salt could help them in battle, but she will be forced to watch her relatives die. Is it too much for an 8-year-old girl? The man replies that his Salt was like a niece, and he did not even think about counting on her help. He offers once again to go according to the plan of preparations. They consider the card. The man says that he leads 4 large roads to the KHO district. The Black Cat sect should delay the sect of MANHUA on the way. So the main sect and a sect of the Dark Dragon will block the gates leading to Mount Junan. If the sect of the Bloody Snake and Makianko will manage to block the 2nd and 3rd gates, then they have a chance. The elder agrees. That's right. They are inferior in numbers, therefore. By blocking a narrow gorge, they will be able to level the advantages of the enemy. But if there is a breakthrough at least in one of the 4 critical points, the whole plan will go to dust. Baekhyun explains. If this happens, then they are regrouped into their city and will hold the defense to the last. But if they lose, then what about the elder? He replies that the man does not worry. He does not intend to leave Salt without a family. He says, if everything is very bad, then they will run away from Salt, and later, they will avenge them. Baekhyun, laughing, replies that he does not doubt it at all. Indicating the place on the map, he asks the elder to stay so far in the city with their reserves, and then he will help them defend themselves. Liu Jinshen tells the man that they should win. He replies that acquaintance with him is truly a blessing of the gods. The elder pronounces, for them with Salt too. The man says, even if they do not die, Liu Jinshan replies that no one is going to. He offers to survive and meet again. The 2nd gate. Dawn. Dew flows from the leaves and drips to the ground. A scream is heard. Someone calls the leader. The man watches how one of the drops falls to the ground at his feet. A scream flashes over a group of warriors, non-humans from orthodox sects within visibility. The leader answers, understand. How long does they still have to go here? He believes that they will be here very soon. The man smiles unkindly. He is already tired of waiting. The leader of the Blood Snake Chon Su tells the soldiers to expose swords. He offers to get drunk with the blood of these orthodox. In the room where Liu Jinshan is sitting at the table, and 2 warriors stand on the sides of him, a man enters and says that the sect of a Bloody Snake gave the enemy a persistent rebuff, and the enemy will soon be broken. Through the 2nd gates of the orthodox sect, do not pass. The 1st gates are also protected. The main sect is Padoman, and the Dark Dragon gave a fight to the Chanam sect. One of the warriors says that the orthodox will have to pay for considering them Nhari. The elder standing on a chair replies that they do not lose vigilance. Murim is full of intriguers and cunning. Pointing to the card, he asks, what about the 3rd gates? Where is Machonko? A breathless warrior runs into the room. He says that the enemy found out that the Makianko is a few, so a significant force of several medium and small sects was directed there. The elder believes that everything is going according to plan. The 3rd gate. Face Kunko. Hoju, instructing the blade on the opponents, says that they would never pass for anything. The warrior of the orthodox sect replies that for the weakest sect in the Oak, they have a lot about themselves. He commands, forward. Hearing a scream, he turns around and sees how one of their warriors kill. He understands. An ambush. But he is perplexed. After all, other unorthodox sects should be busy on the rest of the gates. Li Jinggan, calling his name and reporting that he is from the Union of Fiery Bear, strikes one of the soldiers in the back. He promises that all of them will go to the forefathers today. The leader of the orthodox warriors, having heard his words, is surprised. This is an insignificant sect from the province of Shanxi, which is not even connected with the unorthodox syndicate. How could they unite? Behind him, Hoju appears, asking where he stared. He inflicts a crushing blow to him. Screams are heard above the battlefield. A man with a club in his hands tells Hoju that he will break the rows of the enemy with the help of their elite detachment. He answers, let the elder A-il act. But at the same moment, or loses its head. Hoju is amazed. Their elite detachment is killed by one blow. Warriors are rushing to the person who committed this, threatening to make him pay for it. On the battlefield, flooded with rivers of blood, there are rumors about the white Storis of the Husset. He walks along the enemy rows, as if in the garden, and even a drop of blood does not fall on his white robe. But the great house of the husband runs very far from Shangxi. Has he secretly made his way to this territory, hiding his incredible key swordsman, one of the strongest masters of the 5 great families of Murim? The man Chen is a master of the boundless sphere. A warrior who is running into the room tells the elder that they have trouble. He is interested. What is happening? The guy explains that the man Chen appeared at the gate guarded by Machionko. Liu Jinshan is stunned by this news. He asks, "A warrior from the great family of a man?" The guy confirms, "Exactly. He is known as the Iron Keephole Meshin Chen, a master of the boundless sphere. On the battlefield, the third gates, one of the warriors asks Hoju to run away. He replies that he cannot do this. If they allow this villain to get into the district of Hu, then everything will be over. He promises the elder Elu that he will not be lonely. Attacking the man Chen, he understands that he will soon join him. Who would have thought that the husband Chen would appear in Shangxi? Does this mean that Machionko has... He does not have time to finish the thought. A scream is heard above the battlefield. Hoju, the leader of Machionko, is killed in battle. Soon, all members of this sect were destroyed. Warriors from the Orthodox sect are jerking. They broke through. They invaded the Okrug of the Hu through the third gate. The man who walks among them does not show any emotions. Liu Jinshan says their operation has failed. He orders messages to the first and second gates. Everyone should gather at the dominant sect. The elder tells the soldiers to follow him. While their main troops will not return, they will ambush at the gates of the Ku district and detain the enemy. He thinks about Salt, hoping that everything is fine with her. Liu Jinshan recalls how he gives the granddaughter, Eugene. As a woman is touching the fact that, despite the fact that the girl is a world-class expert, she sleeps so tightly that she does not even notice that she wears her on her back. The elder replies that she allows herself this only in the arms of Eugene. She grew up without parents and perceives a woman as a mother. Leading the horse under the residence, the woman promises that they will wait in a safe place, away from here, so that the Salt does not see this fierce scene. Liu Jinshan thanks her, and then holds her handkerchief. He says that when they were in the Bayan district, he saw how the girl looked at him. Maybe she envied Eugene and other ladies because they use handkerchiefs? Therefore, he secretly bought it for her as a gift. The woman believes that it would be better if he handed it to the girl personally. The elder says he leaves the scarf to her. Salt opens his eyes when Eugene is already jumping on a horse. Hearing that the girl is busy behind her, the woman asks, "She already woke up?" Salt is perplexed. How was she here? Not allowing her to think for a long time, the woman reports that there is a tavern nearby from here where they serve tasty meat, and they go there. Salt asks in surprise, "Meat?" Eugene confirms that this institution is full of her favorite meat. Noticing a scarf tied to her wrist, the girl is interested. What is it? Eugene replies that her grandfather bought her as a gift. Salt asks, "Did not grandfather say that many bad people want to attack their house? Then is he not in danger now?" Eugene asks her not to worry. All her uncles are there, so there is nothing to worry about. She offers to go to eat meat until they are saturated. The woman suddenly understands that the scarf that the girl was attached to her back was simply fluttering in the wind. Salt is no longer there. The man takes a step, and drops of blood irrigate the ground at his feet. A warrior from Machionko, wounded and beaten, tries to get to the allies and inform them that they should run. But behind him, the soldiers of the Orthodox sect, led by the husband Chen, are already standing. They overtake a warrior who fell to the ground, and a man in a white coat, which depicts a stork, ruthlessly steps on his head. Blood splashes fly out from under his boot. The elder, along with part of the warriors, Bakheen arranges an ambush. He tells the students nearby to hold their breath and wait until he gives a signal. As soon as the soldiers of the Orthodox sect enter the courtyard of the mansion, it gives a team hidden on the roofs of houses to soldiers. Now, a hail of arrows flying in opponents. But around the Chen's husband, an energy field forms, not allowing a single arrow to approach him. It is protected by a transparent sphere that covered it like a dome. The elder is amazed. They could not inflict a single injury to him. A column of energy breaks out of the dome. A scream is heard. The man Chen disappeared. But he is already sinking to the roof next to the warriors of the unorthodox sect, who do not even notice its presence. With one blow of the blade in the jump, he blows heads to 5 soldiers. The elder does not take his eyes off the roof on which the massacre is taking place. But the man Chen is already at the other end of the courtyard, having overcome a long distance with one jump. The soldiers of the Orthodox sect standing below have fun, watching its actions. They believe that they do not even need to join the battle. Suddenly a loud scream is heard. "Stand!" It is so powerful that it makes enemy soldiers sit down. Even the man Chen freezes with the raised blade. He is interested. Where did such overwhelming chi come from? The elder stands, holding one hand by the neck of the leader of the Orthodox sect, and the other he puts the tip of the spear to his throat. Screams are heard. Monster Yan. The soldiers are surprised. When did he manage to capture the leader of their clan? Liu Jinshan says, if the man Chen does not stop, then he will kill this person. He thinks, the more famous a person, the more he is obsessed with these trivial honors. He tells his warriors to immediately return to the dominant sect, otherwise they will all die here. Understanding that he is trying to win time for them until their allies return, the soldiers rush away, saying that they will wait for him there. The soldiers of the Orthodox sect want to pursue them, but the husband Chen says that there is no need to chase after them. He pronounces, they just chose another place for burial. This is their current fate. The man Chen turns to the elder. It means that he is Monster Yan. He is as cunning as rumors say about him. He replies that he can hardly compete with the Alliance Morim, who secretly delivered a man here. The elder warns, if someone takes at least one step, he will break off the life of their leader. The head of the clan, captivated by him, asks to save him. The man Chen believes that the elder is trying to win time. He says that he will wait, so let him do what he wants. He is interested. Where is the Yin monster? The soldiers of the Orthodox sect warn him that the monster Yin always holds next to Monster Yan, so let it be on his guard. The monster Yan cannot compare with the monster Yin. The man Chen replies that he knows this. The Alliance Marima sent him here precisely because of them. This place will become their grave. The elder is interested in, is his name a Jun chain? He continues, and with his insignificant power, he became famous as an expert of the world class. Pointing to him by a blade, he asks, isn't the monster Yin stand right behind him? Housing Chen is shocked. Impossible. He did not even feel her presence. And yet she is already standing behind him. The man Chen sharply turns back, but there is nobody behind him. He swears, realizing that the enemy had deceived him. Turning around, he feels some kind of movement. The man sees that only the leader of the clan remained on the roof, and his enemy fled. He is unpleasantly surprised. He was deceived. The man Chen asks the soldiers standing below, did they see how he escaped with the help of a step technique? Walking along the roof, he tells everyone to go after him. The man Chen is determined. None of these insects today will be able to get out of the village alive. There is a scream that calls the leader of the sect in the Beak Hen mansion. The warrior running around the courtyard shouts that the gates of the castle are broken, and all the orthodox villains flow here. Baek Hyun asks Chon Su, is he ready? He offers to have fun to the end, as in previous times. The leader of the Blood Snake sect is answered, of course. Didn't he decide to give his life beyond the county hue? Men see how the elder lands on the roof of the house. Liu Jinshan understands that everyone was going here. He watches how Baek Hyun gives a command to take positions. The elder reports that Ho Ju was killed, and the leader of the group of the Dark Dragon is wounded. Even if the rest will have to fight enemies alone, then the three of them should kill the husband Chen. Baek Hyun and Chon Su unanimously report their readiness to die. There is a voice of the leader of the Orthodox sect of the elder Junan Xuan Ho. He turns to Liu Jinshan, saying that he is a villain. He promises that today he will try to repay for his humiliation, tearing him to pieces. He says that he probably has not yet come to his senses. Zhuangko is reported by the man Chen that he does not see Monster Yin. He calmly replies that he may be absolutely sure that today they will all die from his hand. But he continues to tell him that Yin is a terrible monster, whom no one had ever seen in Jianghu before. So he asks a man not to lose vigilance and not be deceived by his appearance. The man Chen promises to show her how high heaven is. Wrinkling with a blade, he says that he does not know where she is hiding, but she will definitely come out as soon as they deal with this garbage. He gives the command to kill all these rats. Baek Hyun, Chon Su, and the elder rush to the husband Chen. He, in an instant of an eye, to find himself near a healthy man who is protected by two blades. The man Chen strikes him. Chon Su is trying to help a friend. The elder, bringing a spear over him, thinks that both men spent quite a lot of their chi after the first battle. But the man Chen easily avoids the opponents surrounding him. He makes a jump and finds himself on a spear of the elder's. The man Chen strokes a crushing blow to Liu Jinshan. He realizes that if they discard their differences in chi, then they were not even opponents from the very beginning. The spear Liu Jinshan remains in the hands of the husband Chen. The man says that the buzz of flies is really annoying. Piercing the Chon Su with a spear, he promises that he will kill them, one after another. Baek Hyun shouts the name of his friend, unable to believe in what is happening. He fiercely rushes at the enemy, screaming that he will kill him. Liu Jinshan, hurrying to his aid, regains his weapon, saying Baek Hen to calm down. Chon Su managed to avoid getting into a vital area. He tells him to prepare his murderous move. He believes that now that the enemy has lost his vigilance, they have a chance. The elder uses the technique of the 7th movement of the spear of the Liu family, destroying wind. Baekhyun comes running to the outbreak of light. But their attack causes the enemy only a neglecting smile. He uses the technique of heaven dominate the desert. His power is wounded by Liu Jinshan and Baekhyun. A man in a white dressing gown with a stork does not even turn his head towards defeated opponents. Baekhyun asks his older brother to forgive him. He believes that it's over. Liu Jinshan, clutching his hand in a fist, objects. He is guilty. The elder hardly says. It's good that he asked Eugene to take care of Salt. The foot of the man Chen descends onto the wounded body of Liu Jinshan, forcing him to scream in pain. The man says that he still caught the most annoying fly. Raising the sword, the man Chen asks, maybe he should start with the fact that to cut off his wings one after another? Then, as if changing his mind, he pronounces, or maybe it is better to start with his head to cut off. A loud scream makes the soldiers sit down and close their ears. The sword of the man Chen sticks into the ground at the very face of the elder. He in bewilderment searches with his eyes with a source of noise. Warriors slowly come to their senses and swear, not understanding what is happening. Seeing who made such a cry, everyone will immediately recognize her. Monster Yin. The elder hardly pronounces Salt. Xuan Ho, radiating just an incredible intention to kill, screams to first stop the monster Yin. Immediately, the spear of the elder strikes his head, and then he flies further to the Salt that called him. The man Chen says, as expected, she finally appeared. The girl blocks both parts of the spear into the ground and stands between them. She blindfolds her eyes with a handkerchief received as a gift and tells her grandfather that he does not try to stop her today. Warriors from all sides are pounced on the girl, but she easily copes with them and rushes forward. With a bandage in the eyes, Salt never misses and accurately falls on the target. Xuan Ho cannot believe his eyes. Even so many warriors cannot stop her. Those who froze and cannot move with fear, the girl does not touch. But those who pose at least the slightest threat, she kills with one blow. Xuan, he resolutely rushes forward, screaming that the honor of the Chonam Mountain is set on the map, and he cannot stand aside. But with one blow of a spear, Salt pacifies him, and he falls to the ground. The Mujun, Chen says, who was watching the battle, is finally a demon of yin. That is exactly what he imagined her. Salt asks his grandfather, how is he? Liu Jinshan, lying on the ground, raises his head and replies that this villain is dangerous. He asks his granddaughter to run away from here with all his legs. The man Chen is slightly surprised. At such a moment she is worried about others. He promises that his sword will bring retribution for her sins. Salt is interested in turning to Chonam and his friend. How did they dare to beat her grandfather? The girl asks, where did Chonam get so many Zlody friends? She says that he is preparing. Now there will be an ATA. The man is surprised. What is she carrying? But the Salt attacks, and he is forced to defend himself. The soldiers are surprised. Impossible. The iron-blooded swordsman cannot even get closer to it. Students back. Heen support her with cries. Well done, pour him. They are sure that she can do it. Watching the battle, Liu Jinshan thinks, a skilled master of a spear strikes without letting the enemy to himself. And in the case of Salt, this effect is doubled due to the fact that it itself has mastered the battle technique with both hands. And if you still add to this that it charges the weapon with its energy of qi, then the initiative in the battle is obtained at a distance of 3 meters. A man quite successfully avoids blows, luring the girl into a trap. He triumphs. Got caught. Others gasped in surprise, unable to restrain emotions. The iron-blooded swordsman uses the boundlessly flexible step of the husband. Liu Jinshan is desperately screaming, telling his granddaughter that the enemy is on the side. The husband Chen grinks wryly, feeling like a winner. He asks the Salt, did she manage to recapture his blow? Then he adds that this will not give her anything. Now he understands all her spears. He says that now they will see how she will be able to beat off his blows. He rushes forward using the technique of quick iron blood. Liu Jinshan opens his mouth in a silent cry. The place where the duel occurs by dust clubs. Salt flies out from there. The warriors standing nearby scatter who where. Behind her breaks off the husband Chen. Baekhyun, watching them, thinks how many finites and deceitful movements interspersed with truly terrible blows. It is not in vain that a man is called a swordsman of iron blood. The Salt has no combat experience at all, and she has to deal with the master of one of the 5 great families. Their martial art is incomparable with the Liu family. His opinion is shared by Liu Jinshan. The man Chen waves his sword by the very ground, but the girl manages to react and jump. The man instantly moves behind her. He triumphs. She opened. Demonitza Yin came to an end. He applies the technique of an iron blood sword cutting heaven. His blade is inexorably falling on the head of the Salt. An incredibly powerful energy surge occurs in the place where the opponents are located. The sword of the man Chen Salt blocks with spears. The soldiers watching the fight are amazed. She withstood the crown of the husband. She is an incredible level of a master, but this is probably the limit of her strength. Even the demon of Yin cannot be compared with the great iron-blooded swordsman. Junshin says he is surprised. Few opponents could resist the battle with him for so long. His hand squeezes the handle of the blade tightly when he pronounces, "They will see how much more she can withstand." Baek Hyun thinks that this cannot continue for a long time. The advantage on the side of the man Chen. Liu Jinshan shouts to her granddaughter to run, but the girl continues to resist the enemy. She boldly attacks the man Chen. Her grandfather continues to beg her not to continue the battle and to run. She must survive. Salt lands at some distance from a man. He smiles wryly, saying, "Let him try to run away from him." Going to her, he adds, "If she has the strength to do so." Salt turns to his grandfather, and he immediately responds. She asks, "Can she fight at full strength?" Liu Jinshan is struck by her question. What? Can't be. That is before that she... He recalls their conversation when he told his granddaughter that her technique of Spear of a Hurricane Wind had almost reached perfection. Therefore, let it be careful with her, and uses it only when her life is in danger. She is very strong, and it is enough for her to fight in half asleep. Liu Jinshan is amazed that his little hooligan turned out to be such an obedient girl. He recalls how readily she agreed with his words, now only half-hearted. And no matter what, she was still restrained in the use of power. He covers his eyes, and answers, "You can." Let him not restrain himself and uses a Spear of Hurricane Wind. Around the girl, an energy whirlwind soaks. She squeezes a spear tightly in her hands. The whirlwind, in the center of which it is located, is becoming more powerful. The soldiers are talking. Its qui is growing. Even breathing caught. The husband Chen is amazed. Where does this energy come from? He looks at the sword vibrating in his hands with surprise. The girl says, "Let Chonam and his friend lie down together." The man is outraged. How she laughs. But the salt is already attacking him. The girl tears a bandage from her eyes, saying that Jiom has an evil friend. The scarf flies right in the hands of Liu Jinhan. He considers the fact that his granddaughter used half of his strength only because he said so. It depends on how she strikes behind the blow of the man Chen. The elder terribly wishes her hands to remain with unsuccessful blood, as long as possible. But there is nothing to do. Mentally, he asks the girl to use all the power of the Spear of the Destructive Wind. As if having overheard his thoughts, the granddaughter uses the first movement of the Spear of the Liu family, destroying the wind cutting mountains. The man Chen, defending himself with a sword, redirects her energy blow to the side. The warriors of Chonam standing nearby are bent, as if from pain. What an incredible ki. They feel as if something was putting on the invisible on them. One of the soldiers says that everything is in order. The great warrior of the husband was only distracted for a moment. He is not one of those who will lose so easily. Holding the sword in front of him, the man Chen asks the question, "Did she still not fight in full force?" He is angry. How dare she look at him down? He will force Monster Yin to regret it. The man rushes forward, wanting to strike the opponent. But she, rotating the spears in her hands, closes from the blow. The soldiers rejoice. The great warrior of the husband began to take battle seriously. Salt soars up. Members of the Orthodox sect triumph. He again suppresses the Monster Yin. Baek Hyun says, "This is..." Liu Jinshan interrupts him, saying that this is the last fight of the man Chen, and he must be felt. It's too late for him to run. The face of an iron-blooded swordsman is skewed with rage and powerlessness. Everyone speaks in surprise, not understanding the actions of their idol. Baek Hyun thinks, no one even understood that those who are beaten is a man Chen. Salt inexorably hangs over the enemy, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. He has nothing to oppose to her. Her energy hit him with incredible power. He is trying to cover himself with a sword, but the power of its impact is such that his legs along the ankle go into the ground. A thought still flashes in his head. Well, if she only has her strength. Salt increases power, and all thoughts disappear from his head. He is still trying to restrain her onslaught. The soldiers watching the battle are amazed. It is impossible. Was the Yin monster always so strong? She suppresses the great warrior of the husband. The blow knocks down a man. Salt uses the 8th movement of the Spear of the Liu family, which destroys the air offensive. Liu Jinshan is watching the granddaughter intensely. 36, constantly replacing each other. Movements of the Spear of the Destructive Wind are constantly interconnected. It is terrible that the longer they use them, the stronger they become. But every movement already has a destructive force in itself. The man Chen tries to defend himself from grades of blows that fell upon him. He must withstand it at all costs. No matter how strong the girl is, she will not be able to constantly attack him. He thinks, as soon as the chain of her movements will be interrupted, he will have a chance for a counterattack. But it is not interrupted. On the contrary, Salt attacks over time become only faster and stronger. The man decides that he must run away at all costs. He applies the technique of the great family of the husband, a free step of evasion. The soldiers are talking among themselves. His body is curved like a bow of a bow. He retreated. Salt attacks, performing the step of the immortal wind of the Liu family. The elder mentally turns to the ancestors. Their art is stronger than the skill of the great family of the houses. The enemy of his granddaughter also understands this. The girl runs to the 9th movement of the spear of the destructive wind, the dragon cutting heaven. The soldiers of the Chanam are amazed. The great warrior is losing. Salt uses the 10th movement, an enchanting chaotic windflower. The man Chen has nothing to oppose to her. The whirlwind of her energy literally sweeps him. He is still trying to resist, thinking, what is he fighting now? But Salt resolutely raises a spear. She lowers him on the head of the enemy. The blow is struck by the crushing damage of the man Chen. Salt is not going to stop. The man, looking at her, thinks, did the sage equal in strength to heaven appear? And now he brought down his power on him? It seems to him that hundreds of copies are falling on him at the same time. The whirlwind hides opponents from the eyes of the warriors watching them. Then the destructive wind subsides. And at the battlefield, a girl with a spear remains to stand. She declares publicly that she will never forgive those who beat her grandfather. As soon as living, Chen is not able to even rise from the ground. Baek Hyun believes that Salt spared him. He is scared to even think about what will happen if in the future he can recover again. But what he saw makes him be alert. Liu Jinshan, holding a wounded hand, goes to the Salt standing next to the defeated enemy. The girl does not understand why his grandfather leaned over her husband Chen. The elder puts his hands on his head. Then he makes a sharp movement, not giving a man any chances to ever recover. Liu Jinshan tells his granddaughter that she is amazing. He has nothing more to teach her in martial arts. He assures that he will no longer do it. He promises that he will no longer be ignored. But he asks her to remember that they stepped into a ruthless Murim who makes the blood whip and break the bones. The soldiers of the Chones are amazed. The husband Chen is dead. Who knew that the duet of the monsters Yin and Yang is so terrible? In their eyes, representatives of the Liu family look terrible monsters. They run from the battlefield, begging to spare them. Salt asks his grandfather, how will they come with them? Will they catch up with them? Liu Jinshan answers, no. All who posed a threat, they have already won. Chan Sud longs for blood. Shouldn't they kill them all to one? Liu Jinshan says, if one of them returns here while the Salt will chase the rest, this will only deliver problems. The man is forced to agree with him. The child's hand is enough, the huge hand of Baek Hen. He lifts her up and screams, they won! His screams are picked up by students. Victory. They managed to defend the district of Hu. Chonsu thinks, they succeeded. His victim will not be in vain. Baek Hyun triggers him on his shoulder and is interested. He gathered in the next world, or what? He orders to take the wounded to the doctor and collect corpses. Salt, looking at them, sighs. She does not notice that grandfather is losing her balance. Turning, she is surprised to see that he had fallen. The girl screams, grandfather! The fallen in the battle gained peace. They were given honored honors. Conditioned Baek Hyun lies in bed. He asks how the older brother feels. Liu Jinshan, all in bandages, answers, perhaps the fact is that he is younger, but he is restored faster. He believes that he will soon recover. Baek Hyun answers, that's glorious. And he will probably spend at least a couple of days. The elder asks, but what about the Black Cat sect? Should they have to be hard? The man replies that he asked his wife to go and personally thank them. Liu Jinshan admits that this is excellent. Only thanks to the Black Cat sect did they manage to survive. A warrior enters the room with the words, that's where they are. He welcomes them. The elder, by his form, understands that he belongs to an unorthodox sect. Baek Hyun is interested in what happened to other districts. The man answers, half of their strength was subjected to a large-scale attack. But since the Alliance Marima also suffered significant losses, it can be said that not one of the parties was won. However, they were able to stop them only because they knew about their plan and were able to prepare for it in advance. Liu Jinshan hears how the man says that the head of their sect said that the duet of the Monstrov Yin and Yang played a key role. He is impressed. The head of the unorthodox sect praised them? The man, demonstrating the box, says that the head would like to present monsters Yin and Yang a gift. The elder cannot believe that the head of the unorthodox sect gives them a gift, the royal token of the unorthodox sect. The elder does not know what it is, so he does not show proper delight. Baekhyun understands this, because Liu Jinshan is a native of the orthodox sect. He explains that this is an expression of the deepest reverence. All members of unorthodox sects will now be obliged to unconditionally obey him. The elder understands that he should use him, and they are recognized as members of the unorthodox sect with salt. Perhaps this is the head of the sect and wants, but Baekhyun and their guest assure that this thing has no other purpose. This is a gift, so let it just accept it. Liu Jinshan asks a question. Is the head of the unorthodox sect not at the same level with the leader of the Murim alliance? But he understands that to ignore his sincerity will also be wrong. He believes that the token will be able to come in handy to him once, and decides to keep it to himself. He asks to tell the chapter his gratitude. A few days later, Liu Jinshan wraps the sharp part of the spear with fabric. Baekhyun is interested. He is already going? Why rush like that? The elder says that he himself recently gave an order to leave in 5 days, so why is he surprised? The man replies that then there were other circumstances that dictated other conditions. Liu Jinshan explains that now that he is completely recovered, they must immediately leave. Baekhyun knows very well how long he had been waiting for the opportunity to avenge his family. It's time to go to the Shaolin Temple and get there a little clues about the detachment of the Chenny warriors. Baekhyun says he does not know why, but he is very worried. Clutching a spear in his hand, the elder replies that for the sake of revenge for their family, he is ready to overcome not that. He asks, "Where is the salt?" And Baekhyun replies that she is saying goodbye to Eugene and his students. The girl cries, covering her face with her hands. The elder suggests that she is very upset. They got so attached to each other. Baekhyun offers to take a goodbye. They roam among the graves. Liu Jinshan sighs. What an annoyance. So many people died. The man believes that they were lucky. They were not completely exterminated. He says that they can only continue to live for their sake. The elder sighs, even though Baekhyun says so, but he cannot hide sorrow. The man says he still does not understand what the madmen from the orthodox sect were able to achieve by arranging it. Liu Jinshan believes that their goal was not them. Although they knew that the unorthodox sect was ready for their attack, they still fulfilled their plan. They seemed to be pursuing something, and they needed to first get rid of the unorthodox sect, which was for them like a balibo in the eye. Baekhyun asks, "Now, after the fall of the demonic sect, was there at least someone who could pose a threat to the alliance?" The elder answers, "And how much does he know?" "Whatever it is, they will soon learn about it." He says almost 5 years have passed. Then the alliance of Murim was chasing him. He wandered aimlessly through the streets with salt on his back, while the alliance Murim constantly pursued him. But then, thanks to the warm hospitality of Baekhyun, he was able to grow salt safe. Baekhyun asks him not to say this. They are their benefactors and members of their family. Liu Jinshan says that he would still like to thank him before leaving. Until his death, he will not forget the connection that was established between them and the sect of Fiedemann. Eugene hugs Salt tightly. The elder thinks that this is a great place, but they cannot continue to stay here. For the sake of revenge for their family, he must continue to go forward. Together with his granddaughter, he sets off, thinking, who, if not he, will be able to give peace to the souls of his children and members of the Liu family who died in agony. Salt looks back. Tears shine in front of her eyes. Eugene screams after them, "Let them take care of themselves." From the family that there were only 2 people left for centuries, Salt and Liu Jinshan. He thinks that, having got into the Shaolin Temple, he will find a warrior Wangang there and will learn the whole truth about the case at all costs. Looking at the people escorting them, he thinks that they say goodbye, not knowing when they can return. But sooner or later, they will certainly meet. He holds out his hand to his granddaughter, inviting her to go forward. She gives him her hand, and he squeezes it tightly. They rush forward. The girl is interested in, "Where are they going?" He answers, "In a very distant place. She has never been there." Salt says that she is ready to go anywhere, at least to the ends of the world. If only they will be together.